to the Red Bull Campus Clutch Rockies Regional, coming at you live from the Boise State Esports Arena in downtown Boise. So if you're around, come by, say hi, the doors are open. This is our first time getting to host the Red Bull Campus Clutch Regional Final here in Boise, Idaho at the astonishing Boise State Esports Arena. We want to give a huge thank you to all of you joining us today, and a big thank you to Dr. Melanie Tromp, the president of Boise State University, for letting us host here and to have us have the opportunity to be the best collegiate Valorant players in the Rockies here with us today. I'm your host, Artie Nerdy Bird Rain, joined by Captain Utsoka. So nice to finally meet you in person. We met 3 years ago via online, so finally we get to put official names to the faces, so to speak. But nonetheless, we're here today to host, to bring some fabulous Valorant play. And my big first question to you, because it's our job to stir the pot, you know, to lay on the pressure, slather it on thick. What are these players playing for today?
Well, for starters, I mean, these are the best collegiate Valorant players in the Rockies region. That's number one, okay? Number two is that they're going to be playing for a chance to participate in the East-West online the online conference qualifiers, right? So then the top 8 from those will be moving on to nationals in Chicago. So again, this is just the first step on their journey, but the point is they have to prove themselves here and now in order to move on for a chance to make it all the way to Chicago. So again, there's a lot on the line here, especially considering that we are in Boise State's home turf.
So you're saying that the blue turf might give them an advantage. In the days of old, we did actually have blue turf up there, but I mean, after years and years of dealing with it getting in your shoes, we finally said, okay, it's time to retire the original really old blue turf, but perhaps that might give someone a home field advantage, but at the end of the day, there's guests here as well cheering on their teammates, so maybe that will be null and void in the time to come. And we can also circle back to how today will work out in particular. We've discussed what they're all working towards, their goals to make it to Chicago. That is a little bit further in the future, because today we are here to celebrate the 4 teams that are here, which is going to be Boise State, one of our first in our matchup. It's going to be Daimyo, Celeste, Skelesi, Master, Prestige, and Riri Anna to round out that roster. And the team that they're going up against is actually going to be Weber State. The other 2 teams are both from Colorado, taking on the sibling teams. But for Weber, we're going to have Dozoboot, Salmon, Usopp, Greeny, and Fizz.
Yeah, and you know, these are already going to be 2 insanely stacked lineups. They had to go through online quals just to make it this far. So again, these teams have already proven themselves in the online competition. Now the question is, are they going to be able to perform live on stage? Now, of course, some of our teams already have experience in that regard. They're used to the lights, they're used to the camera, they're used to the crowd, but some of these teams have only played online. You know, this is going to be their first LAN experience, and I can tell you from experience as a former esport player myself, is that when you're on stage, it is completely different than when you're playing in the comfort of your own home.
My favorite thing is I've experienced coaches that tell other people, and they're going to, shh, you got to be quiet. They're playing Valorant right now. And I sit there, and I'm like, never once was it ever quiet in any arena I've ever been to. And you expect this team to go play at a LAN? Well, if that is your type of coach, I really hope you're good at zoning out all noise around you and just honing in on your game, because it can get very loud in here. And plus, there's cowbells in this room that sometimes do get rung when things get very exciting. So hopefully you're not easily distracted by outside noises.
Oh, 100%. You know what? It's also common practice in a lot of esports is that the players will take little, earbuds and then put them underneath their actual headset just to kind of quell out the noise. And, you know, I've seen this all the time with esport professionals. They do it a lot. But at the same time, you know, it comes with the territory. You know, having to try and drown out that noise and stay focused on the game. It's like another part of the challenge that comes with being an esport professional. Also, Nerdy Birdie, I don't know if you noticed, but I am also a very particular loud caster. And I can tell you there's nothing more distracting than having a very loud, enthusiastic esports caster literally commentating every move that you make.
I've been told that I'm a squeaker, so yeah, I pierce through most headsets at this point, and I too am very loud and rambunctious. Even though it's early in the morning, we have fabulous and large amounts of caffeine thanks to Red Bull, so I am definitely hyped and ready to go for today. This is just the first one of many that's going to be entering my system, and I have no qualms with the sheer amount of caffeine that's going to be pumping through my veins, pumping through all the players' veins on stage. Hopefully they're not shaking. But speaking to the game itself, we have the introduction of the map of Sunset that is actually in play. And as you and I were discussing before the broadcast started, Deadlock is also in play, and we are actually going into Bind. While I anticipate a double smoke composition coming out from either both of these teams or one of these teams, are there any particular agents you think we'll for sure see here?
Honestly, you know what's crazy actually is that, well, for number one, I've been seeing a lot of Harbor picks actually coming. Like you said, the double smoke composition. So you'll have your traditional smoke, which is probably going to be Brimstone. The Brimstone Molly lineups on this map are impeccable. So if they don't bring a Brim, I'm going to be a little suspect, honestly. I will question the integrity of the team on the stage. But with that being said, I've also seen a lot of Harbor, which has been really trying to find their footing in the meta of Valorant. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a Harbor, but with that being said, I would also like to see a Cypher on our Sentinel picks. But so far as we're getting game number 1 underway, we are seeing the compositions come out, and we're not seeing any Harbors, no Cyphers, but we do see a Chamber pick in the mix.
Dang. So as soon as we managed to hop in a game, we got to witness Weaver dropping down the spike. BSU came in, tried to go for the retake, got a couple of picks, but Fizz cleaned up on the attacker's clutch, and let's see if they can do it all over again. Going into the first bonus round for the side of Weber State.
Yeah, and also just a friendly reminder is that, you know, these are best of ones. So everything that's going to go down between these two teams are literally going to be trying to hold on to that upper bracket placement just here on Bind. There is going to be no second chance. If you do not come out on top here, you are going to the lower bracket.
Hawk came out from Hookah, did not flash Salmon. We're going to send Dog into Hookah. Prestige is going to back off. Yes, Prestige was seen. Daimyo does find Greeny. Not as a quick rotate for Weaver State from B over towards A site. And we can see the defenders. There's 2 in the mid of A, and we have Sky rotating through spawn point right now as all members of Weaver are getting ready to pinch outside from main, as well as looking like to go through showers.
Yeah, and you know, I'm also getting another glimpse of this composition that's coming out from Weber State, and they decide to go double duelist. Now, when we're talking about metas, we were talking about double controller, which is clearly one of the newer metas that are coming through this season. But that double duelist meta, that is the old reliable, the tried and true, and let's see if Weber State can stick to that and make it true here on Bind.
Double duelist has its strengths. It has competency when it comes to claiming space and locking it down. However, when the controllers come in and drop smokes, the opportunities for duelists to maintain the field control becomes a little bit more difficult. The smokes have already gone down. Daimyo is going to swing peek. There's one coming out of lamps. Flash has been used. 2-on-1. Sheriff headshot, but Salmon and Fizz, that's 1 and 2. Daimyo went down. Now it's all of the Broncos in the respawn.
Absolutely, and honestly, it's really no big surprise there. You win the pistol round, you get the bonus in the econ going into the second, and then you get the power of the purse. You get the up buys, which is fantastic. But now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty. We're going into round 3. This is going to be Boise State's best buy yet. So they're going to be bringing the Vandal Scandal, Vandals all around, some full shields, and you can see we got 3 half shields on there as well. So this is going to be a real testament now to see if Boise State can answer back early, or are we going to see Weber State get the bonus?
The irony is that we've got Weber State doing the exact opposite. 3 full shields, 2 half shields. Some will say it doesn't matter, shield to shield. You take a headshot from the Vandal, you're going to die anyway. We've got 3 swing peeking, but not together. A 1-for-1 trade. Both teams equal at 4 agents, and another one goes down for the Broncos, going into a 1v3. Everybody else is forced to rotate quickly as all of the remaining players of the Boise State team were on B site.
Yeah, and another huge detriment right now for Boise State is that with those 2 early eliminations over there towards showers, Weber State don't have 2 Vandals. That's 2 automatic up rifles that they get to take for free. So now that's going to be even more difficult because you're not worried about the Spectres or the Stingers. Now the other team's just gotten 2 free rifles, and they can get those one-shot head clicks that we were talking about. And now this is just going to be a hard retake coming from Boise as they lose yet another player.
Didn't clear the right angle towards Lance. We have one in Tetris. Flash goes down. Greeny did find Prestige. It's 2-on-1. Master tries to go for the defuse fake. No one's buying it just yet. That's 1, but the spray transfer was too long. And that's going to be another round over to Weber State.
Not only that, but they get a huge bonus round. I mean, that is going to be a huge boost in economy, and you're forcing Boise into another econ round. So that almost guarantees you a 4th round win there. And trust me, I can understand that the hype that we're hearing on stage, because when you're getting a bonus round against Boise in a best of 1, especially on bind, you're going to get a little hype about it, because we got to keep in mind Boise is the favorite here today.
And it does look like Broncos are choosing to go with the full save, the smart route in this situation. Smokes have been dropped outside of showers. We have 2 over on B site and 3 on A site this time, which is the reverse of what we previously saw. It's a default push coming out from the side of Weber State, trying to get out that utility from the side of the Broncos. Brimstone gets dangerously low from Boise State. We do see Fizz finds Rihanna. Master will find 1, but then Dozenbot will find Master shortly thereafter. Lots of 1v1s happening, not swinging angles together right now for Boise State, which is what Weber State is using to their advantage with this double duelist composition.
Yeah, there they are. Now take a look at this. It is all going down here onto the B site, and just as quickly as the round started, it is now over. And that is a 4-player advantage win going the way of Weber State as they go up 4-0 over Boise.
We can already see the buys coming out from the side of Boise. They're going to go with the Vandals once again. This time, one more person gets full shields, and only 2 with half. Sky is going to be the one over on B side. We're going to commit 4 players to A side this time. Sky is going to be meeting the blunt end of many open barrels at this rate if they are not careful. Wait and see if they recognize the disparity in numbers they're about to face as they send the dog out. Instead, it goes through teleporter. It's not going to see anything to help them. Jiggle peeks the angle, sends the hawk. It's going to flash 1, and out come the jellyfish from the enemy Sky. Sky needs to run away.
Yeah, you got to avoid the deadly jellyfish, and it's funny because another one of my colleagues, Ravish, likes to call them cabbages.
Yes, I do scream like the Cabbage Man from Avatar, but I figured it's too early right now for that.
Just a little bit, but trust me, I want to hear it later on in the day. But in the meanwhile, we are still here in round number 5. Once again, it's going to be a B-site push coming from Weber State, but once again, we have a rifle round. So this is, again, going to be an opportunity for Boise State to try and get their first win on the board here on Bind.
The 2 that were pushing towards A site have decided to rotate back towards B site. 2 from the Broncos are still there. We do see Raises rotating over towards B as well, leaving the 2 on A site. Not trying to fully give up space just yet for our defensive team. Brimstone's looking to drop down orbital strike, possibly
30 seconds
in the back of sight. See if it's able to pick anybody up. It goes through elbow. Raise blast packs in, goes down. Prestige goes down. Rihanna finds 1. Greeny finds another. We're in a 3v2. First time Boise State has the agent advantage out on the field. And as I'm saying that, they lose 1, but another one goes down for the side of Weber State.
10 seconds left.
And time continuing to tick away for the offense is finally Diamo able to come through and get the final elimination for Boise State as they do get their first round win on the board.
Question is, can they maintain? I'm just looking at this Brimstone ultimate, clearing out elbow earlier, but there was nobody standing in this area. Obviously trying to use it for an opportunity to let the rest of their team engage, but unfortunately their spot just was not quite right.
Honestly, I think it was just a great, fantastic play coming from Boise State. They saw the orbital strike come out, which was good. Don't get me wrong. That's the play you want to make if you're on the side of Weber. But the reaction time coming from Boise was even better. They saw that they had a lot of pressure going down on B, so instead of trying to stick the face on defense, they gave up sight. Very smart. They gave up sight, and they were able to play for retake before the spike was even planted. So they gave up a little space to take a little space. Again, great heads-up play there on B from Boise.
It is a space-controlling tug of war that needs to happen to make sure that you're not exhausting all of your abilities too early. We've got a small, slow push through showers. 2 are going in right now. Spike is currently rotating towards mid to A site. Only Sky is the one facing towards B, coming around Fountain, possibly attempting to take some attention away. Successfully did it, as there's still some members of the Broncos facing down, waiting for someone to come towards B site.
And not much doing. Again, I'm liking this slow push coming from Weber State because, we've seen a lot of fast-paced aggression coming from Weber State. And this is kind of like throwing a change-up. You're taking it slow. You're using your time, although it is running out. They only got 30 seconds, so they're going to have to make a move. But you're keeping the defense guessing. And now finally Salmon is going to be making a move out of showers. They get eliminated, and that's going to be the first there for Boise.
He got a lamps. There's a double flash. 3 go down for the side of Weber. It's just the Sky who is meandering over from B site. It's just going to rotate back towards spawn. Spike is completely locked down. It is inside the defender's line of sight. They are surrounding it and waiting to see if this Sky decides to go for the hero play. 4 seconds remaining. Likely not. Choosing to save is the way to go in this instance. You're already up by 2. It's okay for now.
Yeah, and right now that's going to be the second consecutive round win for Boise, so that's going to hurt the economy of Weber State. Not too much. They're still going to have enough to buy, but if Boise come out again on top, that is going to be an eco round coming from Weber. And right now, we can hear the cowbells going off for Boise State, but they're still down 2 rounds, so if they're going to have to make a comeback, as a wise man once said, we're going to need more cowbell.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's right.
I've got a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell. Now, that being said, we do have everyone but Master on the side of the Broncos going for full buys, meaning we're likely to see Tour de Force come out. It has been used, so Chamber has an op. Check your heads, don't swing angles by yourself. Try to bait the first shot. Raze also has Showstopper online. Lockdown for Weber State is ready to go. Sky is very low for the side of Weber State. You can see they have a sliver of health remaining, and they haven't even fully engaged yet. Viper Wall and Smoke both used outside of Hookah.
And, again, just great smoke placement because they were able to call it out early. They tried going to A in the previous round. It didn't work. So good prediction on them to go back to O reliable for them, which has been the B site. This is where Weber State has had a majority of their success. They called out the play. They were able to smoke it off early. And now this is where that double controller meta is really coming into play. That Viper Wall there onto B main is causing such a stir. It literally halted the offense in their tracks. And just like that, Boise State have now won 3 consecutive unanswered rounds.
Honestly, I hope we're seeing this exact replay. We see the lockdown go down. Broncos identify where it's at. We drop the Viper Molly. We drop the additional paint grenades. We see the Molly come out from the enemy Brimstone. It's not enough. The Broncos are backing off just in case because they can't take down the lockdown. And then as everyone engages through that wall, it's one at a time basically. Easy pickings for the side of the defense.
Yeah, and I think in the future what they're going to have to do on the side of Weber State is just wait for that wall to go down. That wall is such a nuisance. Not only does it literally make you easy pickings when you walk through it, but you're also taking that initial early damage. So at that point, you don't even need a head click to get an elimination. You can just get one shot to the body through a Viper Wall, and chances are you're going to get in a limb. But with that being said, we are now heading into round 8.
Ooh, Roomba is trying to clear out showers. It did get picked off. Not positive. Defense is aware that there's a lot inside that shower. They are stacked up. If any form of AoE damage comes through, it's going to be a nightmare in there. Greeny with the Sheriff goes down to Prestige after getting the Hawk. Prestige finds another, and out comes the Seekers, looking to find where everyone else is for Weber State. There are 2 right in front of Prestige. Not sure if Prestige is able to identify that. It's going to use Hawk, send it towards Lamp. Doesn't pick anybody up. We have another ready to swing peek towards Showers, but is in a 1v2. And goes down, unfortunately, as Ririana does find one, but Fizz finds another, picking up Ririana.
Yeah, but one thing is making me really nervous right now, on the side of Boise. There's nothing scarier than a chamber with an op. So right now, if I'm Weber State, I'm being very nervous about this retake. But look at this. Thanks to the kill feed, you can see Doesn't Boot able to take care of that chamber op combo. And now this retake looking a little bit more favorable for Weber State.
You run like crazy, you bait the first shot, and you close the distance, but Prestige is not clearing all the angles and gets pinched. That's another round going to Weber State.
And not only that, but it was a thrifty round of all things. And I got to tell you, we talk about the aces, we talk about the clutches, but to me, and again, if I'm capping, say captain's capping, okay? But the thrifty rounds to me are some of the most impressive because you literally have to reach into the bottom of the bargain bin and make a whole lot of something happen with a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. It's like finals week and all you've got is top ramen.
It'll get you through it, though. It gets the job done. Much like this Thrifty round was enough to get the job done there for Weber State. And I got to tell you, going into this one, I really thought Boise was going to have the upper hand. But Weber State, they are starting with the right foot forward, and they are having an impressive game number 1 to open us up here for the Red Bull Campus Clutch.
Well, let's see if Broncos swing it back in their favor, if Weber State remains dominant. Granted, yes, this is just the attacking phase. It's the first one. Broncos may be stronger on attack themselves here on Bind, but the spike comes in and is planted very fast. Weber's going back to how they began this series, which is coming in, getting the plant, backing off, and baiting the Broncos into a sense of security. As Salmon finds Master, the operator has gone down, and Salmon actually gets a 3-piece. Prestige finally taking down Salmon, playing the bounty hunter role, but now Broncos 2 are remaining into 4.
Yep, this is going to be an even tougher retake for Boise as Prestige able to put it into the sky. And now at this point, there's really not much you could do. Prestige literally just getting head click after head click until finally they will go down. Weber State find yet another round win.
Attempt of clutch from Prestige, getting the 3K, but when it's 1v4, it's not quite enough. Always a difficult situation to be in. It's when your knees get a little weak and your palms get a little sweaty, in the words of the famous rapper.
You know what, it's funny, because I also even talk about, you know, when we're playing these long lanes, especially in a double elimination Valorant, it's really a test of the stamina and the endurance that these players have, because it's really mentally draining, you know, and I don't think we give enough credit to the endurance that has to come with playing, you know, these elongated lanes, especially double elim, and at the end of the day, we got to give credit to the players that are able to go sick on the sticks, and already, look at this, it is going to be Fizz going sick on the sticks as they find up an early collat.
Broncos 2 left standing. The question is, are we going to try and save, or are you just going to full commit? Rihanna is inside. Ooh, unfortunately goes down to, doesn't buy immediately right where Riri was. Got one rotating through elbow. It is just the Brimstone left standing. Daimyo. Vandal in a dream. The question is the dream strong enough, or are we going to try and back away and stay alive as everyone is watching this corridor?
Well, there you go. At the bare minimum, you at least get one exit frag out of it, but I think that's all you're going to get. And this time around, it was Fizz getting the 3K in the 7th round win for Weber State. This is a fantastic half, but, you know, Nerdy Birdie, now that we have our first timeout coming from Boise State, I want to ask, you know, like you had mentioned earlier, maybe Weber State is an offensive-handed team, but what I want to ask you, is Bind just an offensive-sided map?
I think Bind is actually, yes, more of an offensive-sided map. Out of the maps that exist, there are 2 I don't like, Lotus and Bind. And it's because I'm stronger on defense. And I feel like those maps do heavily favor the attackers, especially if you're fast about getting in. And that's what, you know, the double duelist compositions do allow. They allow for a lot of speed, allow for a lot of spatial control. Well, yes, you have the controllers, you have the double smoke. If you are not prepared for where you think the enemy's going to come and you don't place those spokes in the right place, well, they're just going to come in and claim the space anyway, and they get it for free. And that's the worst case scenario. And also, speaking to, like, you mentioned player endurance.
Yes.
Well, of course, you know, I'm from here. This is my home turf, too. But the player that I actually have seen the longest out of everybody here is Prestige. I've been watching Prestige play since he was in high school, and I know for a fact that the old organization that Prestige used to be in demanded a lot of gameplay time. There was a lot of games that had to be played all in one day, recorded, and sent over here so that we could then also stream them. So Prestige is definitely a player who has a lot of endurance, but whether that endurance also equates to mental stability is the biggest question I have, because when you start to lose, you start to tilt. And my fear is that either the Broncos will start to tilt, or if a reverse sweep starts to happen, Weber State starts to tilt, and we begin to see it.
Yeah, well, we're still here in the first half, and keep in mind, like you said, you know, as we get ready to make our way into the second half, Boise will get a chance to attack. So now that we're somewhat at the end of the first half, Boise is just going to have to try and recover as many wins as possible. And again, going into the second half at a 7-5 split isn't that bad. So Boise can definitely still make a good amount happen here going into round number 11.
3 players posted up over on A site for defense. Oh, unfortunately, even the tapping play, Salmon was able to read that, and a little bit of raise-on-raise aggression. Salmon's the winner of that duel. It was a 2-on-1.
Now trying to operate from inside the smoke. You saw the Viper there with only a Sheriff in hand. Again, this is pretty much an econ round coming from Boise State. Again, that budget buy, not going to do them much here, but still, look at the respect that Weber is showing. They know Boise State is on an econ round, but they're still not giving away any peaks for free. They are playing very cautiously, and I do not blame them at all. As you can see, once again, they're going to bring the concentration around A main.
Toxin screen down. 30
Rihanna's
seconds left.
toxic screen has gone down from Showers. We have a blast pack from Salmon in. Daimyo could not read where the landing was going to happen. Not find the headshot. And unfortunately, outside of Lamps,
Planted.
2 have gone down for the side of Boise State. It's 2 left standing. Prestige, very low on health, manages to find Dozen Bot. Weber State's still looking very strong as they have space control. They're looking to control counter spawn. Molly goes through, Master's forced to back off. Everyone just goes into Lance. Master only has a choice to swing into them or run away. And it looks like the choice is going to be to save, considering they're the only ones with weapons right now for the side of Boise State. They need the money to go into our next round.
Yeah, they're going to have to, again, come through with those hero vandals going into the next round. It's looking a little dire right now for Boise State, at least in the first half. You know, we still got time to make something happen. But the way that Weber has been playing is just truly exceptional. And now you can see they're not even satisfied with getting the spike in the win. They're looking for exit frags, and they managed to get them. Although it was a trade, they still did not relinquish any pressure whatsoever.
Prestige was very close. Death was rounding the corner. Prestige had just a sliver of health remaining. Actually, take a quick look at this first engage that occurred. Raze in a 2-on-1 ends up losing. Even with the top fire, like I said, the second one, the blast pack up and over. You saw the feet first, but the landing was just too strong for Daimyo to handle, and 2 fell outside of Lamps.
Yeah, well, here we go. We're getting ready to head now into round 12, the last round of the half. Can Boise salvage an 8-4 split? This is going to be the best opportunity because we are ending on a rifle round. Let's see if Boise can make the most of it and put themselves in the right position going into the second half.
Boise has yet to really have the opportunity to get full buys after they had that 2-round win streak out. It's downhill. It's been a lot of MacGyver buys, going to Walmart and Kmart and buying from the bargain bin. Even now, not everyone has full shields. Now they're so engaged from Weber State. This is where they've struggled a little bit. The controller play coming out from Boise State tends to favor the slower pace that Weber will have in these instances. We'll have to see if it works out again, or if Weber goes into the next round up at the 9-score line.
Wouldn't it be lovely just to have another 9-3 split? You know, the probability of the 9-3 curse, which, you know, whether you believe in it or not, still happens to occur time and time again. But now you can see they are throwing all the utility down onto the B side as now an orbital strike comes out as well.
That was Seekers used and burned, Lear used, Viper's Pit, Orbital Strike, all burned. Daimyo did find use of,
3 for 3.
now 2 are currently down for Weber State. Prestige is gonna round the corner, gets the headshot onto Greeny.
30 seconds left.
Rihanna did find Dozen Bot, now it's just Salmon with the spike, a Vandal, and 4 Broncos encroaching on their position.
And inevitably, the last player will fall. Boise State able to end the first half on a good note. They ended on a win, and they go into the second half in an 8-4 split. Now we're back to the Pistols, and Boise State, they get a chance to attack.
See if Boise State is able to have a little bit more of an advantage running the double controller. On attack, I think it can be very strong as long as you know where to place the smokes. And of course, these teams, considering they're here, they know where to place the smokes. If the nerves get to them at this point, I'm going to start questioning a lot of things.
Well, again,
yeah, I feel that, Penguin.
Yes, the Penguin knows all and definitely can, I think, relate to a lot of not just what we're feeling on the desk, but what the players are feeling on the stage right now, because we are seeing an 8-4 split, and I have seen crazier comebacks for sure. So I am not sleeping on Boise State in the slightest. I still think that we're going to have ourselves a game on our hands.
3 entry towards Showers, all get blinded. Pain grenade goes out.
Spike down A.
Raze will pick up 2. Prestige will find 1. There's 2 still standing here on B site. One is completely run away. The other one's trying to come in through attacker spawn. Picks up 1. Greeny picks up 2. The lurking play.
Well, Well, let's see if the Lurky Turkey will come out on top. No, the double swing, able to put it into a greenie, and now only Salmon remains as the spike continues to tick away here, and Boise State are just looking oh so strong here in the pistol round. The doggo goes out, but sorry, it was Rabbit. We had to put it down. Out goes the bird, gets the blind, waiting for the double swing, not able to land their shot, and it will be Skelesis to get the final elim in the first round of the second half, going to Boise State.
Looks as though the Broncos are going to choose to go with the default push here for our second round. They are in their first buy, in air quotes. It's going to be light buying from them. You don't have to go all the way to the bottom of the bargain bin, but early clearance sale is definitely what you're looking for at this moment. You can see here the early swing. They picked up 3. Lots of util dropped. Brimstone unfortunately overstayed their welcome. Took a lot of damage. Ends up getting eliminated. Prestige and Skelis is both picking up elims outside of showers.
Yeah, and take a look at this. They are somewhat going with a bargain buy, but they're not saving anything. They're going all full shields. Kind of respect the confidence there. They're just immediately going for the win here, and then they're going to try and go gunny into that rifle round next. But they're going to have to come out on top here, and they're going to have to make a pretty confident win because every single elimination they take is going to be a forced rebuy for the next round.
Ooh. Broncos are getting pinched off this slow play style Weber has read and trying to counter it by encroaching on the attacker's space early on. They do find one, but it's quickly traded off. Hawk is used, doesn't pick anybody up, and we have a full rotate coming out from both squads over towards B site.
Yeah, that we do, and now it's going to be going down in towards Hookah. As you can see, Weber, again, on the defensive side, were able to call it out. They're already there. You got one player that is going to be making their way back over towards the B site, and now it just seems like Boise State are playing a little bit of give and go. They're running the reverse, and now they're heading all the way back towards A.
30 seconds left.
Final smoke from Brimstone has been placed onto site near Tetris. Daimyo goes for the plant, halfway there, full plant. Finally is going to happen after needing to be protected by his teammate. Getting wall banged as Dozen Boots is looking for an opportunity to find Brimstone. Brim did not finish the plant. Dismiss is used by Dozen Boots. Lurking inside shower. Prestige goes for the plant. You have to full commit at this point. You need to play get down, Mr. President, and protect your teammate. Otherwise, the round ends. We do see the plant go off. Rihanna will find Salmon. Rihanna goes down to Dozen Boot. Hawk is used. It's 1v1. Who's going to peak stronger with the better crosshair placement? Looks like it's going to be Dozen, but Prestige playing the patience game finds the final elimination. Align the Broncos to win this round.
Yes, it was a big win for Boise State there, but it's what I like to call an expensive win. It literally costed them 4 of their players, which is going to be 4 rebuys as they get ready to go into the next round. And this is going to be the buy round coming from Weber State. So they're going to have a huge advantage when it comes to buying power as we get ready to head into the next round. But you got to give credit where credit is due. I mean, Boise State and Weber State both have some pretty good players there on their side. I mean, look at the crosshair placement. Like you said, coming from Prestige, being able to really click heads with the Bulldog. And now, here we are, getting ready to go underway into round 15.
Salmon peeking out of lamps. Gonna get smoked. Sends out the boom bot, but everyone from the Broncos is backed off far enough. I don't even think they had to shoot it. Skelis is waiting for the flank. They're not falling for it twice. It looks like the Broncos have realized their mistake. When they have to play this slower paced game because of their composition, they're going to get pinched off, so they're watching those angles. But Weber says, we're not going to try to fool you twice. We know how that works.
Yeah, especially since they got the majority of their weapons from the bargain bin. They're not going to be able to do much here. Again, it's all sheriffs. As you can see, one utility always gets spent, and now here comes the Molly coming out a little early there from the side of Weber State, as it's going to be a full teleportation rotate coming from Boise, and now they're going all out here on B.
Prestige finds one. Greenie gets close to eliminating Skelesis. Can Greenie find it? Does end up getting eliminated by Rihanna. Daimyo finds Salmon. Dozen Boot is found as well. It is just Fizz left standing. Last elimination, and spike plant points go to the Broncos. We are at 7 and 8.
Yeah, that we are. And you got to keep in mind, that was even off of somewhat of a save run. You know what? I'll even call it like a mixed buy because they were able to come through with some rifles, but at the same time, you saw a lot of sheriffs over there for Boise State. So again, it's that aspect of making a lot happen with just a little. And now not only that, but they are within 1 round of equalizing against Weber, and that is really just recovering from a 4-round deficit. That is insane so far in the second half. And you know what? I honestly can't wait to see what else they got up their sleeve.
Are you really a college student if you can't make things work when you're broke?
I mean, that is a fantastic point, honestly.
So honestly, either of these teams, I fully anticipate them to be able to make the best of every situation, regardless of how the economy is going. I mean, if you're going to commit to the save, commit to the save. But we do see that there's these kind of, as you said, mixed bag buys, but it's done calculated. If you have to do the mixed bag buy, typically the person that has the Vandal is paired up with someone who has the weaker weapon. So person with the Vandal dies, you pick up their Vandal. If they kill someone, you pick up their gun, and it makes sure that your economy starts to stabilize and we get out of the recession that they are experiencing.
Yeah, and when we're talking about, really coming back from those econ rounds, it's not just enough to win 1 round. If you really want to make a comeback in terms of economy, you have got to win 2. It's really the only way. Otherwise, you're going to be playing that tug of war with your economy back and forth every single time. But so far, I don't think Boise State is going to have to worry about that because the rate at what they are playing on the offensive side of Bind is just extraordinary. I mean, when you want to talk about a comeback, this is what a comeback looks like.
This is what that double controller allows you to do because you can gain the space and really force back the defense, or you put them in a situation where if they back off, they die. If they don't move forward, they're going to die. And that is the utility that those smokes bring into play. But we have a very hard commitment coming out just outside of Hookah, from the side of Weber. They are encroaching onto the attacker space, saying, we are playing attack now. However, they do get punished. 2 go down after they only found 1 Bronco. There's 2 left standing for Weber State.
Launching smoke.
Perhaps the overzealous pushing was not in their favor.
At the same time, there's really not much doing there. I mean, you're going up against a Boise State that's fully kitted, and you're in an eco round. I mean, you could try and make some type of hero plays happen, but at the end of the day, Boise is going to get this one. They have all the advantage in their favor as now Usopp and Greeny both finding a limb with the Sheriff. Hold the phone. This one's not done yet.
Spike is planted, but there's 2 on, plus an alarm bot.
Thrifty.
And with that is a thrifty round over to Weber State.
And that's just a prime example of the Captain Caster's curse. Like, it just happened live. I said Boise State is going to take this one. They have all the advantage. But no, all it took from the side of Weber State was some fantastic shot placement with the Sheriffs to pick up Vandals for free from Boise. And then they turned that into a thrifty round. So my apologies to Boise State. You have been Caster cursed by none other than the Captain.
Was a little bit too much overconfidence from the side of the Broncos early on after they got those quick trades. I understand what you were leading into with the, well, what are you going to do? In that essence, you got to try your best. You got to make it work. We do see the Hawk come out. It did blind 1. Viper Wall is going to go towards A site. Broncos are not going to full commit just yet. I think Weber might be able to recognize that they're not going to play into the hands of the Broncos. We'll have to wait and see. You can see all of the util right now from the KJ over on that B site can look quite scary. Hopefully the Broncos recognize that what they're about to go into because that duo has a lot of firepower.
Yeah, that it does. And you can see it is going to be a B main push as they are going to make their way onto site. And now the showstopper comes out as well. They're going to be looking for a target. But I got to say, Weber State, they're playing very reserved. They're not giving away any of their hiding spots. And that showstopper is not going to find anyone as the spike does get planted there on B.
Showstoppers is zoning ultimate. We do see Lockdown and Orbital Strike used to counter one another. Lockdown was used, Orbital Strike to blow it up. Dog is going to come through elbow. Daimyo with the molly finds 1. Master finds Greeny walking out of the smoke. Rihanna is inside the Viper's pit playing duck in and duck out, waiting for people to come into their trap. Unfortunately, Salmon read him like a book, finds the elimination, but Daimyo takes care of Salmon. That's another round win for Boise State.
Yeah, now this game is starting to look a little bit more intense, okay? That deficit has shrunk. Once again, Boise State are within 1 of equalizing, and they just got a dub. They're going to have a bonus in the economy going into the next round. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an even 9-9 game after the next round. But I got to tell you, so far from what we're seeing, in the first half and now in the late game, I wouldn't be surprised if this one goes to extra rounds.
The rule of thumb in any esport is it's not over till it's over. Don't get too big for your britches early on because reverse sweeps are always possible until you see the end game screen. No one is the winner.
Well, here we are now getting ready to head into round 18. Weber State only one round ahead, and again, a bargain buy. A big opportunity for Boise State, but at the same time, we have seen Weber State already do a lot more with a lot less.
Like I said, every college kid has the capability to make things work when you are broke. You can see Prestige and Skelesis swinging out, swinging towards Lamps. It's going to force Salmon to back off. Salmon does not want to be engaging into that 2-on-1 situation, but does have Showstopper. We could possibly see that get thrown down here as a, quote, zoning ultimate, but might pick someone up instead. The slow push, forcing out utility for the side of Boise State. You see Fizz inside of Hookah. Fizz is going to be ready to drop down some smokes. Opportunity to give space for their team. Also very close to that orbital strike.
Well, let's see if they get ready to use it, as again, they are going to be setting up here now by A main. They do have at least one Lurky Turkey over there towards B. That's going to be your chamber, but look at the push now going in towards Lamps here, and there is the teleportation. They're now going to rotate and join chamber here on B, and they're going to try and push on site before the rotation comes through for Weber.
Ooh. The judge. Judge the Daimyo. Daimyo does get the return, taking down Salmon with the molly. Prestige hops up, finds one. Rihanna found another. That's another round of Boise State. And we got to make sure you get those plant points, but didn't do it quite fast enough. We are equalized at 9 aside, and we're going to, if we're wrong on this, we will double caster curse this. We are going into overtime.
Yeah, again, but hey, that round though, you know, as much as we have the caster's curse, that was a caster's blessing. I told you, Boise was going to come in and they were going to take the advantage, and this time they actually did. So, you know, you got to take the good with the bad. You got to take the curses with the blessings.
I mean, these guys, they're used to getting caster cursed at this point. If I just apologize and, like, make the best I'm sorry face I possibly can when I do it. Hopefully no one holds it against me. We see Vipers. Molly is going to go out towards A main, and it looks like Skelesis and Daimyo are just going to disengage. Ooh. Salmon versus Master. Fisherman or the fish? Who's going to come out on top? I think it might be the duo that's going to swing peak showers, and the curse of you should have kept looking for an extra 0.5 seconds.
Literally Valorant timing at its finest, just then and there, because not only did the chamber start rotating back around, but at the same time, they're just barely out of sight from the double flank, and now Dozen Boot able to find one there in Hookah, and the advantage goes the way of Weber.
I was once told that if you're holding an angle, hold it for 3 extra seconds when you think you should look away, and if you think you should look away after that, keep looking. So you see Prestige find Greeny, Dozenbot find Skelesis. We're in a 2v4. Theoretically, both Broncos, if they want the numbers to be in their favor, have to pick up a 2-piece. One's going to hop through teleporter, two going to hop through teleporter, commit to A site. It's just these two left standing. We don't have any ultimates on the side of the Broncos. Orbital strike is going to be committed as they are running away towards the defender's spawn. A 2v2, Dozen Boot finds Daimyo. It's now just Prestige left standing, getting pinched off quickly.
And I got to tell you, that is a huge win for Weber there. Not only because they just lost the previous round, so some of that momentum was kind of getting away from them, but also because they're the first team to hit double digits. Much like every other esport, Valorant, very momentum-based. And there's no bigger boost of confidence than being the first team to get into the double digits. Now they're only 3 rounds away from taking game 1 and forcing Boise into the lower bracket.
Don't get too big for your britches. Not over till it's over.
I'm a big boy. I'm always big for my britches.
That is also valid. With that being said, it may be the lower bracket, but I always call it the redemption bracket. At some point, like I said, start saying the Seekers are cabbages, and I think it's about time I start doing that, because one of these teams is going to have to go through their Zuko arc after this game.
Well, here we go. We got Rihanna able to come through with an limb through the teleporter there. You can see now Dozen Boot was trying to get that cheeky peek there on Rihanna, but not able to get there in time. They're able to avoid the danger and get out of dodge, but now we got Prestige here in showers. As you can see, Fizz is there. They get blinded and are still able to get the limb, and now Weber State has control of Spike, but Master quick with the flick, able to get the limb, and now Spike is back into possession of Boise.
Master's about to swing peek into Greenie, and Greenie's crosshair placement has been fabulous. They've found multiple eliminations with these corner swings. This is a one-on-one, and it normally favors Greenie. We've seen Greenie do the two-on-ones and still come out on top. Let's see who is favored. Looks like neither one actually landed their shots. So I spoke a little too soon. Paint grenades used, doesn't find anything. We're 3-on-2 favoring the side of Boise State. Viper is at half health though. See if that comes to be the Achilles heel for the side of the Broncos.
And here we are now in the post plant. This is going to be a difficult retake for Weber here. You're right that the Viper is at half health, but they're going to be working with Bulldogs going up against Vandals. And not only that, but they do have that raise still up. The raise is literally one hit at this point. So again, they could make something happen here, but it's going to take a team effort. They're going to have to go for a double swing in there. You can see Usopp going for the defuse. They go for the fake, but it's not enough, as it will be the 10th round win for Boise. And now we are tied back at 10.
I mean, does it really matter if you hit double digits if the other team hits double digits immediately the round after? I beg to differ a little bit. We'll have to wait and see how things shake out. And Pat and I both said we're going to be running into overtime here for our first series on broadcast of the day. See what these teams bring to the table to close this one out on a strong point.
Let's make.
I mean, would it really be the Rockies regional qualifiers if round one didn't go into OT? You got to keep in mind, these are the best of the best from this region. And if I may be so bold, I think the Rockies region is probably the best.
Oh, we thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All right. We have not seen a 3-swing from B main yet. It's going to be interesting. We have also Master lurking, possibly looking to go towards Hookah. Say the bench. No is going to commit over there as well. Viper's going to be the one to pull attention on A site. Everyone, except for this. Reyna's the only one over on A site. Nope, Raze is backed off. It's a 2-on-1 over there. That does mean that the Broncos are favored in this engage if they can claim the space and find any elimination early on. Smokes are going down. They are committing to the TP. They're running away. Skelesis walks in, finds Dozenbu. We've got Salmon walking through showers in the reload animation, unfortunately, so Skelesis goes down. Gotta love those COD reload moments. Oh!
A lot of util and showers there. We saw the paint shells, we saw the molly get used a little bit early, but it did go into the favor of Boise State as they were able to get rid of the sky. And now Greenie from Lamps gets swung on by Rihanna, as now once again it looks as though Boise are going to teleport back to the B site.
Back and forth, making everybody on defense play ring around the rosy. And it's difficult to keep up because on defense you don't have that TP. They have to play with a retake here in a 2-on-4 situation. Not impossible, but difficult. As Master did pull out the tour de force and picks up Fizz. So it's now just the Sky left standing who's going to choose to save. This is already a save round here for Weber State.
You know, this is what makes Chamber so dangerous, is because we were already talking about the double duelist comp coming from Weber State, but the thing that makes Chamber so unique is the fact that they are a Sentinel, but they can kind of double play as a duelist as well. I mean, they're very gunny. They have the ability to literally make an op appear. So again, they're somewhat of a duelist themselves in their own respect.
The scariest thing, in my opinion, is when you see a Chamber who not only buys an op, but then uses the tour de force in the same round, and you question everything that they've chosen to do. Now, that being said, Chamber with the tour de force out on the side of the Broncos is going to help clutch up that round. Broncos now at 11.
Still not over for Weber State, though. You can see they still have a little bit of buying power left here. They can answer back as we get ready to head into round 22. This is coming down to the wire now, and again, we are becoming even more closer to the possibility of going into extra rounds, going into OT. And again, just a reminder, this is a best of one. So whoever falls here does have to go to the lower bracket in this double elimination tournament.
Redemption bracket. We don't want to mount that much pressure. Rihanna with the early lineups. We hear Boomba also go out. Oh, the molly right outside of showers, making it hard for defense to engage on that space or back away, but no one is there. Weber predicted it. They are ready.
And now once again, Spike going to be heading in towards A main. They're taking their time, checking every single angle as they should. cannot tell you how many times so far we have seen some eliminations given away simply for not checking the angles, as now the stem shot does go out. It will be a push and a commitment onto the B site. The smokes go out as well, and the spike carrier gets dealt with immediately, and the showstopper will find another, and that is an early two-piece coming from Weber State, and now the trades continue to be made, as now Weber State has a 4v2 advantage.
Teleport's ready.
Master waiting for the smoke to expire around Tetris, has line of sight on a couple of people. However, this is a 4v2, a 4v1. Dazumbu is on the hunt and finds their target. That is another round victory for Weber, and we're equalized again.
And that's just another thrifty round. I mean, for game number one, I honestly was not expecting this many thrifty rounds. This is insane. This just goes to show the gun skill that is coming from both sides. You know how many hours they had to spend in the shooting gallery in order to get these head clicks, to get these eliminations with literally frenzies, pistols, and sheriffs. It is insane to see what these players can do with just what they have in the bottom of the bargain bin. It's insane.
In other words, what we're saying is, do you know how much time these guys have had to spend crying over the fact that they need to work on their aim?
I mean, if that's what it takes, I mean,
it's
I would.
painful at times when you start to realize, wow, my aim sucks, and you get better and better at it. It's fulfilling, but my goodness, is it a lot of hours.
I mean, I've run out of tears. I mean, honestly, I spent so much time in the shooting gallery, and I have not seen any improvement. Meanwhile, Salmon, unfortunately, might have to spend a little bit more time in the shooting gallery because they just whipped big there in hookah.
One enemy remaining.
Hat firing is always the way to go if you're unfamiliar with how that works. But the pressure is mounted, you're bound to start making mistakes. That's when they start to come through. At this point, we're in a 2v1. It is just Brimstone left standing. Brim is lurking outside of hookah, or as Cap would say, the lurky turkey. See if Thanksgiving will come early for Fizz, or if he'll be victorious in this 2-on-1. Because Rihanna is probably going to play point and walk in first, being the one with such low health at this point.
Yeah, good position, though, right here for Fizz, though, because they have Spike in their sight. I mean, more often than not, you're going to predict that you're going to have that at least that one lurk right there in hookah. But take a look at this. They're going to be checking U-Bend early here, and they're making their way around without exposing themselves to the sight from Fizz. So they're being a little bit sneaky here, and I think they're going to go for the double swing cheeky peek onto hookah.
It's a slow jiggle peek. They identify where Fizz is at. Fizz is going to look to drop the molly, chooses not to. It looks like Master will close out the round. Rihanna will get the spike plant points. Broncos now at 12.
Yep, it was the sneaky play that paid off. Instead of going directly to be confrontational with hookah, because again, they were able to predict that that's where Fizz was, and I honestly don't blame them. It seemed a little obvious, and it was. At the end of the day, they were able to sneak around U-Bin, and they did the bait and switch. Like you had mentioned earlier, they were going to lead in with Viper, who was literally the one shot, but just from having that initial shot taken, it caused Fizz's aim to go askew, in which the chamber can swing and get their head click and get the final limb. Great play from Boise.
We've left the spike behind over towards attacker spawn. We have a two-prong approach heading towards B site, going through towards teleporter and hookah. Currently is Viper. Everyone else stacked outside of Fountain. The cabbages are out. It's time for them to figure out where their prey is. The stimmy is dropped a little bit early. Hound also is going to be used. Oh, Greeny is with a frenzy. This is definitely a hard save round for the side of Weaver. Here comes Showstopper. Hawk is used, and Showstopper into the middle. Scalus has got a 2-for-1 combo in the worst way possible.
Yeah, a little bit of a kamikaze there, but what I'm kind of curious is how did that KJ have a frenzy, but their Reyna have an op? What type of budgeting is that? You know, you think you would try and even out the budget a little bit, but seemed a little bit one-sided, and I kind of feel bad for the KJ.
Well, sometimes when you're like, hey, my shots aren't landing today, we're a little bit broke, look, I can buy you an op, but then I'm broke.
So you think they went for the hero op play, but now with the Vipers pit out, that op might as well be null and void.
Oh, yes, because no one's going to walk out of the Vipers pit. And with that, Prestige with the last kill. 13-11, Boise State will remain in the upper bracket. Weber, you are on to redemption. Will you successfully accomplish your Zuko arc? We'll have to find out later, but for now, congratulations, Boise State.
Oh, absolutely. You know, going into the second half, I don't know about you, Nerdy Bird, but I definitely felt the change in the weather because it started to feel like comeback season, and it definitely was. Boise State going down in the first half 8-4, then coming back in the second half, able to win 4 consecutive wins and then take it the full distance. But I got to say, that was one heck of a match to start things off, and a big, I think, credit is due to Weber State because, again, they definitely made Boise sweat a little bit there in game 1.
I mean, when you go up that many rounds early on, anyone's going to start to get a little bit anxious. But they didn't show signs of the anxiety starting to hit them. I do believe, as we were talking about, is this more of an attacker side map? I do believe that is the case of Vine, and the Broncos laid into that really strong, obviously. It was still neck and neck. 13-11, nothing to sneeze at. That was a hard-fought game. Weber State still has the opportunity to stay alive because this is double elimination, so they have to make it through the redemption bracket. But that being said, this wasn't the only game happening right now. We actually had another one at the exact same time, so we're going to jump into that and take a look at how things are shaking out for our other matchup. But we can take a quick look here at when things started to go more in favor of the Broncos.
And again, we had so many highlight reel plays, and not only that, but players that were making them. Again, Diamo was able to come through clutch, but also from Weber, we got to see a lot of Fizz. Fizz played a fantastic brim. Their lineups were good. The mollies were on point, but at the end of the day, I think what really came through for the side of Boise was that double controller comp. Their smokes were on point, and again, gotta mention the Viper. I love the Brim. I'm not gonna be too biased towards Brim, even though my favorite agent is Viper. I'm gonna flex on them a little bit because that Viper pick from Boise literally locked down B time and time again, whether it was on defense or whether it was on offense. The Viper pick from Boise is what really shined through for their team here.
Well, because not only do you have the controller aspect with the walls and the smokes, but those double with increasing vulnerability in those instances. As you mentioned earlier, they are painful to have to walk through and experience. And I do believe that double controller composition is something we're going to see progressing more and more as we go forward throughout the day. It is a very common one, and it's one I see a lot more in Valorant Premier. It's one I've seen pulled out from the Broncos for quite some time, and also VTC. So are we going to see some of these more double engager comps? I don't think so. And we're going to, after we are done reminiscing about Game 1, because Game 1 of the day is always very important. If you get to be first on broadcast, it's always nice. We will be jumping into Colorado Black and Colorado Gold.
And also, I just got to point out that there's no skill gap between these two teams.
No,
it's not a varsity and a junior varsity. That is just the amount of talent that's coming from Colorado. They were able to find enough players there that had the skill to make up 2 completely different rosters. And there's nothing I love more than an in-school rivalry. And as a matter of fact, that's what I absolutely love about collegiate Valorant, is there is that extra layer of school spirit. The rivalries hit different in collegiate Valorant, and especially when you have 2 teams from the same school.
And we are going to jump into these siblings, throwing it down live on broadcast between each other. It's time finally for one to be able to T-pose with evidence on their sister team. We'll have to see as we jump. Wow. Okay, so
Debated.
I feel like, I don't know, me mentioning, hey, there's 2 maps that I'm not the biggest fan of. Vine and Lotus. Everybody loves them. I'm the booger in the punch bowl. I'm the odd one out here.
The what?
The booger in the punch bowl. That's what I did dance, so my teacher was always like, if you're out of time, you are the booger in the punch bowl, and everybody sees it.
Oh, my.
We're jumping into Lotus for our second game of the day. 10-8, very close matchup. You can see, again, we've got the double smokes happening on both sides, but the caveat being we've got the Jet to provide smoke with the Omen on the side of the Gold, whereas we've got Viper and Astra on the side of Black.
And you know what? I do kind of favor, Colorado Gold. I kind of favor their composition because as much as I do love the double smokes, Raze and Jet, the double duelist meta on Lotus, which we had already discussed, was somewhat of an offensive-sided map. So when you're bringing that double duelist composition, it can go a little bit further if you know what you're doing. And so far, it looks like Colorado Gold know exactly what they're doing, as once again, they are going to be making this initial push here over towards the A site, and they are just dropping all the utility.
I very rarely like to have both casters in agreement, but from what I've seen, the composition that is coming out from Gold is the stronger of the matchup here. While I love Astra, I do think the Jet with the Omen combination here has a lot of power. Plus, I mean,
Planted.
you throw some util down with the raised paint shells down A main, and no one's going to survive.
And you know what? Another thing, and I would hate to just keep going back to the composition, but I don't think Lotus is one of the maps that, you know, really call for a double controller comp. If anything, I would say it's actually more double initiator, kind of like leaning. And I love seeing Breach on this map. There's so many walls, there's so many angles. It's a perfect Breach map, and it makes me sad face that we don't have them. There's no Breach.
I'm still, so long as it's double smokes, I think you are set for this map, which both teams have accomplished. However, the ability to have more of that splash damage, the AoE damage coming through, I feel like is strong if you know that on save rounds people are really going to be favoring the one-sided push and you're able to pinch them, send them into those small corridors, throw a lot of damage. The scariest thing that I've seen on this is everybody went initiator one time in a game, and always full committed one side. Didn't matter, and they ran it down regardless of being offense or defense. You saw them start on defense, they ran into the offensive territory and just blitzed the offense.
I'm just glad that I have the same melee weapon as Freaksy, because I see so many great skins in this game, and a lot of these players have fantastic skins, and it just makes me so jealous. But at least me and Freaksy are on the same page.
Hawk is going to be used towards C-site main. Only person with ultimate right now is Omen. Dog is also used. That is Viper's Pit as well as wall, and the swarm grenade from KJ. Ronin looking to drop another molly and another swarm grenade at the same time, trying to make sure no one gets through. That's a lot of damage being put out, but none of it is actually landing on anybody. We see Sup go down after taking down Crown. Hispanic J with the operator finds one kill.
That they do, and you can hear the op off in the distance. That would make me very nervous, especially when you're playing on this elevated surface. Here over towards C, but now you can see Ronin able to get in a limb off of the jump ledge, and now the trades are being made, and it will be a 2v2 here onto the C site, and still Spike has yet to be planted.
I'm sorry, but was that operator on the offensive team?
I don't even know. I just heard it in the distance, and I got nervous.
I'm pretty sure offense had the op.
Well, now I think defense has it.
Well, yes, now they should have a free op. We hope. That is, you know what? I obviously am not in the minds of Valorant players, but sometimes I am still going to worry.
Yeah, I'd be worried too, because that op is right there by Waterfall. But this is going to be an easy plan here. You got the protection of the wall. Spike is able to go down in time, and now here comes Ronin off through the swing, and it will be Toon and Freaksy to come away with a double elimination to end the round, and now we'll put Colorado Black on to match point.
We have a timeout being called from the side of the defense. Now we can go back into our conversation about the compositions we have here.
And you know what? It's so funny because you had mentioned that, you know, sometimes you don't like to agree with your co-caster. Well, I'm going to have to let you know that we do disagree on one thing. I actually like Lotus. I'm one of those people.
That's fine. Everybody seems to like it. I'm the weird one who's like, no. And it's not the map's fault right now. It's just when it first came out. I have to play with Valorant very quiet. And it's just because every noise seems so loud. It feels like I'm almost playing Phasmophobia, and I'm getting jump scared left and right. When that map first came out, when someone would hit a door, it didn't matter where I was. I heard it, and you would see me like instantly flick in the direction of where I thought that noise was coming from. I was like, what was that? And then one of my teammates would have to be like, okay, you dingus, it's the door. And I'm just like, why am I hearing the door? I'm not even near it. And they're like, it's really loud. I don't care. It's super duper loud, and therefore my brain did not like it. So therefore, now my brain says, ew, Lotus loud map, even though it's not the case anymore.
I love Lotus. One, because Haven was our only three-sided map for so long. We were overdue for another one. And another thing that I really like about Lotus is that it's kind of the opposite of Haven, even though it's three-sided. Haven is post-plant defense, through and through. You're going to play post-plant. However, Lotus, not so much. If you get a plant down onto C, and you know what? I will die on this hill, and if I'm capping, say captain's capping. But C is the hardest retake in Valorant in the post-plant, and I stand by it.
I actually think you're capping on that. I don't think C is that hard to retake.
Mound is meta.
It depends on what the defense is, what composition the defense has. I feel like we're gonna see that door. See, it's much quieter now. It used to be ear shattering. But we have a hawk come through. Does not end up picking up Spazzy. Spazzy is just going to lurk, playing the quiet game, waiting to see if anyone peeks onto them. We're about to have a bloodbath occur as everyone from the side of UC Black is committed onto this site. Paint grenade goes out. Door swing again. 2 go down, 3 go down for the side of UC Black. 2v3, and we do see that Omen's going to take the spike and teleport.
And again, I'm going to get a tad off topic here, but now I am officially having a bias towards the player Hispanic J, because I am Hispanic and my first name is Juan. So that's me. I see myself
so
in that player.
therefore, Hispanic J better pop off.
Yes. You got to make me look good.
It's like me whenever I'm casting or I'm in a match and there's a couple people in Overwatch who have the name Artemis, and I'm like, because if someone says that, I'm like, why are you talking to me?
But how many nerdy birds are there?
There's actually 3.
Oh my goodness.
And we all sound very much alike, and we've been in the same game, and it got very confusing. With that being said, Defenders end up winning. Despite the casters saying the Black is favored in this matchup, they're slowly on their way back. 3-round deficit, not impossible to make it back from. A little difficult, though.
Definitely not impossible, and you know, the only thing that is just going to be the most difficult thing is literally playing perfect from here on out. If you're on the side of Colorado Gold, you can't make a mistake. You can literally give nothing away for free. So you can't be shaky hands. You cannot have the shaky hands at all. You have got to have ice in your veins at this point. Whereas if you're on the side of Colorado Black, you have a 3-round lead. You can make a mistake here or there and still come away with a win.
You can get a little silly, but not too silly, basically, is what Cav is saying here. So we have a rotation coming out towards A site. I want to see, I'm really hoping we see the showstopper get a multi-kill, and that multi-kill not being the Rays themselves. Oh! Hot shot around the corner, picks up one for Ronan. Sup finds another. You see Black again hurting. Toon will find Sup, making things a little bit easier. Toon, it just look like they are backing off. They have a sliver of health left, and they do end up getting eliminated by Spazzy. You see Black down to just 2 players.
1 enemy remaining.
Now they're only down to 1. This is going to hurt their economy, something serious. I mean, they were already hurting, and now last player standing on the side of Colorado Black is going to be Hispanic J with only a Spectre in hand.
How is this going to affect the Roblox skin economy?
I don't even know. But, I mean, in all fairness, skins do get wins.
Yes.
So I think maybe they just have to step their skin game up.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Hispanic.
If this player's name actually turns out to be Juan, I'm going to lose it.
Oh, well, regardless of what this player's name is, they swung into 3. They did get a trade. That's going to be another round win for CU Gold.
Yeah, but that one definitely hurt. I mean, Colorado Black, again, they can give a round or 2, but at the same time, I know they do not want to go into overtime here on Lotus. Overtime on Lotus just hits different, and it is that much more stressful. But again, that was a fantastic round. Actually, it was a fantastic 2 consecutive rounds coming from Colorado Gold, and they, like you had mentioned, you know, they're kind of on their way to a comeback.
One thing I also do want to lay out, just put out there is being in a LAN environment and going into overtime for your first match of the day when you're in a tournament and there is really no stopping can be exhausting. Thankfully, we have a lot of Red Bull on hand.
This is true. And you know that endurance, the stamina, again, getting tested, the mental fortitude is going to get tested. And at the end of the day, there has to be a winner. So eventually, one team is going to go numb in the thumbs and the other is going to go sick on the sticks.
Let's see which team is going to be the one to go numb, as Hispanic did manage to identify multiple people sitting in a round hut. Ronan is just going to choose to brace themselves and walk through the nanostorm, lurking by tree inside of doorway.
Here.
I wouldn't have did
got
that. They just ate a lot of free damage, but you do see the cabbages go out, and the wall bang from Toon finds it smart, so even eating that additional damage did them no favors, and now Colorado Black are on the cusp of taking the win here on Lotus.
There is an op. The first shot is baited, and we're going to send the showstopper in.
Spike
Froski
planted.
says, no, Spazzy, you're not allowed to play with the operator. Mom said it's my turn on the Xbox, and eliminates this guy.
Flawless.
And there you have it. It will be Colorado Black getting the bragging rights over Colorado Gold
For now.
but they're going to be staying in the upper bracket. And now, unfortunately for Colorado Gold, they're going to have to drop down to lowers, and they have quite a strong, formidable team waiting for them down there as well. But a huge congratulations to Colorado Black coming out on top here on Lotus to start us off for game number 2.
Well, now that means Weber has to take on Colorado Gold, and the Broncos have to take on Colorado Black. Now the question is, will Colorado and Colorado end up meeting up again, or is one going to have to say their sweet goodbyes and just stay here to root on their teammate? Of course, at the end of the day, if you do get eliminated early on, rule of thumb, always good sportsmanship in this instance, go cheer on the team that sent you down to the elimination round or that ended up eliminating you, because if you don't win, they sure as heck better win on your behalf. With that being said, we are going to hop into a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back here with some more Valorant action for the Red Bull Campus Clutch in just a little bit.
first preliminary round get underway. Boise State takes on with Weber State, and then we had both teams of Colorado facing off against each other. No one's quite eliminated in the tournament yet. Now in the second round, things are bound to change as we are into our winners finals, and we will go down to the lower bracket to see who moves on to round 3. Thank you to Cap and Nerdy for casting that first game. My name is Jake Palmer. I'm joined by Colin McJunkin, and we're just going to do a quick recap of the round that we just saw here in the Red Bull Campus Clutch. And oh my goodness, I mean, there is going to be no easy win here today is kind of the main takeaway. Both games nail biters.
Yeah, absolute nail biters. I think both end up being within rounds of each other, and already just taking a quick look and stab at it, just going from place to play. I think the biggest thing was, you know, you saw Weaver just take this lead that they held the entire time for the first 5 or 6 rounds, and then Boise State ends up just crawling back into it. And if there's anything that I think these plays indicate, is just each team had the individual ability, no matter what their comp or setup, they had the mentality to kind of persevere and push it all the way to the very end.
Well, this wasn't the start that Boise State was really expecting here, because a lot of people went into this thinking that Weber State was kind of the underdog in this fight, but they matched Boise shot for shot. Actually got off to a pretty explosive start. Boise State had a little bit of a tough time defending early on. We kind of saw a couple of dry peaks around bats, I think, especially in the few early rounds by Boise State, were really punished severely by Weber. So the fact that the Broncos were able to recover and then move on to the winners finals is a great accomplishment for them. But I think you can't take your eyes off Weber State. They're going to be going up against one of the squads from Colorado, and that's kind of the other big elephant in the room here today, is the 2 teams from Colorado.
Yeah, it's definitely it's not entirely unheard of for a single university to bring in 2 teams entirely by themselves. And if anything, it shows also, like, these are the top 4 teams in our regional, in the mountain region, that have made it here. So these, if anything, that's kind of scary to see both. First off, it's kind of unfortunate, honestly, for both of them to head up against each other. But it's kind of like fighting your own sibling to a degree. But you know, that I believe it was Colorado Black that ended up taking their series W and are going to move on to face Boise State.
Now, I was actually talking to one of the people involved with the Colorado Black team right now, and we were talking to them just about what's the dynamic here of these 2 teams facing off against each other. And the team that's going to be going up against Colorado, against Boise State, the Colorado Black, you know, both of them have known each other. Both of them have been on the same team before, and there's been kind of a roster shuffle. Some new people have been brought in, some people are old. So you actually have people on both Colorado teams that are fighting against each other, but they used to be on the same team. So you kind of have that dynamic going up against your former teammates. And so as we see Boise State right here, this was the victory that they picked off against Weber State. Is there anything from Colorado or Boise that you think might really be a tough thing that they have to go up against Colorado State with?
You know, I think if just sort of starting off, you talk about that mentality, and you know, we sort of look at the plays here. I think that it highlights that each individual. You had Prestige, you had Daimyo, and then I believe you had Master making some plays there, and they eventually got to the point of where once they went down, maybe 4 or 5 rounds, they picked that back up. And I think that's the dangerous thing to go up against, is when Boise State wakes up and they get going, they are that team that is going to be a little bit more defiant, a little more rule breaking, and you're gonna get a curveball or 2 be thrown at you from their play style. And I think it's a big thing that personally differences that I see from the team last semester to this team is there's a little bit more variance in what they're able to do, and we only saw 1 map, so it's one of those things of you know, I'm not gonna make, you know, written in concrete and rock type predictions of what team's gonna make it out. You only saw 1 map, and it varies from game to game.
All right, well, we got the second round all lined up. Boise State is set up to go against one of the Colorado squads to see who is going to make it to the grand finals. We'll also have an update for you later on how the lower brackets turn out, but we'll throw it back to Nerdy and Cap on desk. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Jacob, and thank you to everyone that is once again joining us here for our Red Bull Campus Clutch Rockies Regional. We are going to shift our pace away from, you know, our top contenders a little bit, give them a moment to breathe out of the limelight for a little bit. That's all you get. And we're going to jump into our redemption bracket. Earlier in the beginning of the day, we saw Weber, our team representing from Utah unfortunately go down to Boise State. It went down to the wire. That game ended up being 13-11, and they're going to be taking on Colorado Gold. That team lost out 13-10 to their sister squad. Cap, what do you think we're going to be seeing here?
That's going to be hard to tell just because we're going to need the map first. Once I see the map, I'll be able to get a better inkling of what to expect. But with that being said, I do think, believe it or not, that Weber might have a little bit of an edge here going into this next matchup because they went up against Boise, who are the favorites, and they took them to the ringer. They went the full distance. Now, where you're looking at Colorado Black, Colorado Gold, I'm sure they're used to scrimming each other a lot of the time. They are always playing against one another, so I expect that game to go the distance. I was not expecting Weber to go the full distance against Boise State, so I think they're going to have a little bit of a competitive edge. They are coming off of a fantastic match, and I think that's going to give them a little bit more oomph as we get ready to head into this next matchup.
So I think regardless of map, actually, I get to disagree with you. And I love stirring the pot and being the disagreeable one in this instance. But I have lurked in not only the BSU chat room for the Valorant squad and looked at maps and competitions that they like to run. I have teams that play the Valorant Premier, looked at their comps. I also have lurked in the George Fox University Valorant server as well and looked at their compositions. I can confidently say one of these squads is going to pull out double smoke. Whether it be Initiator with a smoke and then a controller with a smoke or double controller smokes, I don't know, but I can say that we're most likely from the side of Colorado going to see a double smoke composition regardless of which map because it is viable on almost every single one of them. You just sometimes have a variation, whether you have you'll have an Astra or you'll have a Jet, sometimes you'll have the Omen, but more often than not, we're probably going to see some variation of double smokes.
Oh, 100%, and I can't agree more. Just because off of the last match that we saw with Colorado Gold, they literally went double smoke on Lotus against Colorado Black. Now, however, what we saw from Weaver, they decided to go double duelist on Bind, so I'll be curious to see if they go double duelist again.
Well, it's the Bucks versus the Wildcats. Who's going to come out on top is all up to how they perform, and we're going on to my personal favorite map. It is going to be Ascent. I know it's an oldie but a goodie in my opinion. Not as old as Bind, but I personally love this map. I love the mid control. I love seeing rotations that come out. The ring around the Rosie game, not as easy to pull off as it is on Bind. I mean, A, you have teleporters, but B, walking through mid can get you easily a headshot. We'll have to wait and see what comps these teams decide to pull out. We do hear that timer ticking down, so we're getting very close to jumping in.
I think it's so funny how you hate the maps that a lot of people love, and then you love the maps that a lot of people hate.
Oh yeah, I love this map in Icebox.
I love Icebox. Icebox is my #1 favorite map, for the record. I also like Ascent, but in the same way the win percentages go on Ascent, I like it 50-50. I have a love-hate relationship with Ascent, and that goes to say with the same thing with the Spike, because there really is no favorability on Ascent towards the offensive defensive side of the Spike, which is what makes Ascent so good. This is the competitive map. This is where you go to settle disputes, to settle arguments.
This is where you throw it down.
Take it to Ascent. This is where we get into the nitty-gritty of Valorant.
I'm a Sage main, so that's why I like Ascent. I also like Split. I like Icebox. So that is why I'm super duper biased towards those maps. But it looks like, I like these competitions from both sides. We're going to have the KJ, Sova, Jet, Omen, and KO on both sides. Perfect mirror. And I actually did have this comp written down. I just forgot my sticky notes in my car.
Yeah, no, this is definitely what we look to when we're talking about the meta on Ascent. This is pretty much it. And, it is sad face because we don't get to see the window peaks from Sage, little single tier there. But at the same time, we're going to see the Sova Odin combo. The wall spray on B is going to happen. You can't have Ascent without the Sova Odin. And honestly, one of my personal favorites, I love the KJKO combo. Let's go on Ascent as round #1 is already underway.
And drone goes out. Tailwind is forced from Haru. Spazzy is going to use the blind. Comes in. It does not land on Dozen, who is our previous Reyna player, but is showing their prowess on Jet. Picks up a 2-piece. Comes in with the Frenzy. Gets a third. Never mind. That is the Sheriff. Yeah, no, they had a Frenzy. They swapped it out. Spike is planted by Salmon. 2 left standing for CU Gold. Smoke on high ground from Omen. Stop walking out on Plat. Deciding, do I want to swing out? Am I just going to lurk and wait? And they are already discovered. We do see that there is one down inside Hell. That is Salmon crouching down, waiting for Sup to drop. Sup has not fallen for it. Greeny looking for the swing onto Tree. Ronin manages to get the final kill shot onto Greeny.
And then only one player remains, or actually no, 2v3 now here in the post plant. Now only one player remains. I think I just saw the future. It's finally, the final player will be eliminated. And now the Cowbells, they're going off for Weber State.
Keep it up. Screw up and they're on.
Tried to give people a warning that there were cowbells present.
We always need more cowbell.
Agree to disagree. As a former player from that stage, the cowbells, first time Doc hit one of them, and it was a big one. I like froze because I was not ready for it. So hopefully everyone here is ready. And ironically enough, the person ringing that cowbell was Weber State's, someone from Weber State. Pretty sure it's their coach. With that being said, about to jump into round 2. Weber State got the first round win. Is now on their soft bonus round.
Well, here we go, well and on the way, and already you can see the trades are being made. Haru able to get an impressive limb there with the Sheriff, but it's answered back thanks to the kill feed from Dozen, as now they make their way on towards the B site. And again, they have the weapon advantage, and they're going to use it. Usopp able to find another, and thanks to the kill feed, Greeny able to find a limb with the Bulldog, and now Weber State have all the advantage.
Haru swinging into one, but Spazzy comes around the corner to be the saving grace, taking out Fizz. They're both going to push
Spike
through
planted.
Fish Market. We saw that Nano Swarm get dropped, so they definitely are aware. KJ is close by looking at this angle, but they need to clear over by Logs on right, and they don't, and doesn't boot. Playing the patience game, gets the 2-piece to close out the round.
Yeah, and ends the round out with a total 3K. And again, that's what I expect to see from the Jet. I need them to top frag, especially after the recent changes being made to Jet. People were starting to doubt the prowess. They were starting to doubt Jet as a duelist. And I'm sorry, I don't... Exactly. I called cap on that 100%. Jet isn't going anywhere. Jet is always going to be in the meta when it comes to duelists. We're not going to see the chamber drop off that we saw. That was understandable. Jet, they're not going anywhere.
Jet is a staple. Chamber was just introduced and just too powerful. It was intentional. You know, you introduce that new agent, overpowered as all heck, and then you nerf him into the ground and say, okay, you had your fun. Now we're going to throw him down in the dirt, make him grow back up again.
I don't want to
Maybe
play with
rotate
you
him down.
anymore.
Exactly. Drop your Woody toy on the ground.
Oh, man. It was a good era of Valorant while it lasted. But now we're going into round number 3. It's going to be the first full buy round coming from Colorado Gold as they look to try and get their first round win on the board. But it looks like they're going to have to go with a budget again. Did they buy up last round?
Haru with the operator. God, Greeny. Ooh.
Wondering why Spazzy has a stinger. Again, we're seeing one player with an op and one with a budget buy.
I'm telling you, it's the I'm not feeling it or the I am just here to be a bullet shield for you and be your piggy bank. I do that in quick play sometimes.
Spike planted.
Well, there, down goes the spike now on towards this A site. It is going to be a retake coming from Colorado Gold. They're already starting off fantastic on the retake, and they managed to lay waste to Weber State, and that is going to be a free defuse and the first round win on Ascent going to Colorado Gold.
Look at how many smokes were out on the field during these last few moments. We might have an opportunity to take a quick look at that. Nope, never mind. I'm wrong. That's fine. There were 4 smokes dropped between heaven and hell there. This is why double controller, or at least double smoke, is ridiculous, and I love it.
Yeah, honestly, you would think that we were on hookah the way that the smokes were going down there on Ascent. But at the same time, you know, when you're talking about heaven and you're talking about down low, you want to smoke that off. Like, that is going to be your main contention there.
Oh, yeah.
And then you can take care of all the rest of the ratty Cathies that are just kind of like leaning behind boxes, taking place behind sight. You can deal with those later. You don't have to worry about that. You just have to worry about heaven and hell, and that is it when you're on the A site. But now, starting things off on B main, Haru with the wall bang with the op gets the first limb in the favor of Colorado.
Spazzy with the follow-up on Dozen boot. 3 left standing for the side of Weber State. They are leading right now in the series by 1, but this puts us at an equalizer, and Colorado Gold has been very bold in their choices for purchases. They have been undeterred by this idea of getting a little bit broke. They say it's nothing new, we'll cope and seethe a little bit, but we're still going to max buy every time. At least that's what they've done this far. I mean, buying the operator? Holy cow.
And we've already seen some pretty good limbs with the operator. So even though that they're buying up, they're definitely making it worth the purchases. Now you do see, thanks to the kill feed, we have 2 consecutive limbs. Sup able to find one here over towards Tree. And now only Fizz remains the lone Sova for Weber State.
I'm glad Fizz backed off. They were about to... There was the jet is right there. Haru with the operator, staring down A main. It sounds like I'm saying a clue game. So Fizz is just going to back
30
off and
seconds
wait.
left.
Honestly, saving this round is probably the most advantageous thing to do. You walk out, you're going to go into a 3-man firing squad or a 2-man with a sniper rifle. Which is the worst of the 3 evils. I think just praying that they don't try to actually push onto you in this instance is the way that we're going to pray that Fizz goes. But Fizz is moving. Fizz is on the move.
10 seconds left.
This is where I start to worry. No, they are just getting it into cover.
Yeah, you know, you're trying to figure out where is this lone player. Well, guess what? It's Sova. It's Sova by Gelato with the Phantom.
Yes. Very anticlimactic ending, but Fizz is very thankful that it was anticlimactic, managing to survive that round and keep at least their wallet looking a little healthier in comparison to the rest of the team. But we can see this intro after that recon dart went out. Body hit the ground. That operator, very impressive. 1 kill from mid. Another one swinging out of tree. This trade to get from the Stinger to the Vandal, supreme.
Yeah, and you know what? So far, it is just looking like the makeup of another potential overtime. I know we've teased it, and so far we haven't gotten it yet, but I feel like we're overdue one. And if there's going to be one, it's going to be in a matchup. And with that being said, the ending to the last round was a little anticlimactic, but it was very Ascent-ish.
That is through the smoke we find an elimination, but Tailwind managing to close the angle out. Ronin's gonna run away to the back of point. 3-on-1 push.
I mean, a good blind there, but they really weren't able to make most of it. I mean, they did get one. They were traded out, and now it's going to be a 3v2. Once again, Haru with the op coming from Alley, able to put an end to the spike carrier, and they're just landing all their shots. They don't miss until just then. I think they went for a wall bang, didn't really connect, but still, it would have been a lot cooler if it did.
Wall banging when you don't have line of sight on anyone. I haven't seen a hair nor tail of them.
Last player standing.
Difficult ask of anybody. We do see Haru is going to start taking damage from Greeny. Sub is going for the pinch. Trying to force him into. Okay, the no scope, but Haru, you're going to get your op back. It's going to be grabbed by Sub after the defuse. They have her right there. And that's another round to see you gold. Yep, there we go. Picked up the operator. I got you, Haru.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I love what we're seeing from this Jet op combo, you know, coming from the side of Colorado Gold, because this isn't a reclusive operator user. Normally we'll see, you know, a Jet with an op that's going to be lingering around mid. They're going to linger in heaven. This is a player that's literally going straight into the face of the opposition and is playing an extremely brave Jet with that op. They're not afraid of anything.
Okay, but the last round, Haru did stay in heaven on A site and was like, I'm just gonna chill. It was a 4v1. However, this time the spike was planted. So then Haru was like, time to go post up. Walked into him with an op. Did take a bullet to the face. Got filled with lead a little bit. Sent to the respawn Shadow Realm. But, I mean, when you have your teammates to pick up your op, you're fine.
Yeah, but the point is that they're still going for these
Yes.
shots, you know. And again, it doesn't matter if you have an op, you don't have a classic. When your teammate calls for a double swing, you swing.
Well, a great coach once said, not me. Totally not me in this instance. Going in and dying alone is inting. But going in and dying together, now that's strategy.
Yes, 100%.
You call for the double swing. You got to follow up. If you both die, at least you did it together.
At least you tried. I'd rather go down swinging than not. I mean, let's keep it a $150. And speaking of, how about let's keep it an Odin? Yeah, the Sova Odin combo is coming out now. That's where things get a little bit tricky, especially on the defensive side. If
Mark
that
it.
Sova is not lining up there at B main, ready to spray the wall, then you're not playing Ascent.
Fishmart, just spray it through the brick. It's fine. Oh, we have a mid-rotation back towards Fish Market, back towards Market again. We saw this earlier. It worked in favor of Weaver State that time. However, the disengage comes quick from CU Gold. They identified the mistake that they made. They're not overstaying their welcome. They're backing off.
Now here comes the push coming from Weaver. They forced their way into Boatyard onto site, and they're able to put it into the Odin before it did too much damage. But the elimination coming from Dar Lemur, able to find at least one thanks to the kill feed. Greeny and Fizz find another, and the spike now finally is going to go down here on B.
Lemura is still in the back of sight. Spike is down. They wait patiently, but the spray transfer was not in their favor. They overcorrected towards the right, lose in that duel. And it looks like Haru through the smoke with the operator gets another final kill and is going to get the deep. My friend.
Hey, they got to make sure that jet is down and stays down, okay? That's tactical is what they're doing. They don't want that jet to rise from the dead on some, you know, surprise attack and then come back and stop the defuse. That's all that was.
Yeah, but I think Haru accidentally hit Q.
Yeah.
I did not see a Blade Storm get used until after the last kill.
Oh, well, that's what they get. You know, now you lost a Blade Storm.
Yep.
Yeah, but again, just to further the point here, I mean, going towards this last limb, Haru really did just jump right into the opposition there, onto Boatyard, onto Spike with the op in hand, still managed to find the final limb, and they get the defuse, and now Colorado Gold have a 2-round cushion.
I'm anticipating the side of CU Gold using this null command as an opportunity to retake, recognizing how much util just got dumped over towards A site. Null command is null and void for USUP unless they get res, but they're in the middle, and yeah, Haru goes for the kill shot. Spazzy actually finds the connection. That's 2 down for the side of Weaver State. No need to even use null command if you're looking at CU Gold right now. They are in command. The spike is smoked out, picked up. There's a rotation happening from our offensive team. Weaver's running away, and Salmon, the peek back through tree, finds Demore as well.
I think it's Darius. You know, I had a second chance to actually
Darius?
look. It looked like a Darius Mir, M-I-R. So I'm just going to say Darius because I'm not going to try and butcher that all the live long day. And trust me, I could. But we're...
Sounds like a Game of Thrones name.
It does. But now here we are once again. Spike headed towards tree, and they're looking at this A site. But at what point do you consider a rotation?
If you're the 3-man squad, you make some noise and then you run the heck away. It's called advancing in the opposite direction.
30 seconds left.
Because by now, everybody is on A site for the defense. You can anticipate that, except for the KJ, who has to stay on B for a little bit longer.
Spike planted.
They're now all there. The retake positioning is already in their favor because everybody egressed onto A site from Weber State in order to get this plant confirmed.
And now out comes the lockdown there from the defense, and it is going to be 2 cheeky peeks coming from Colorado to get 2 limbs in this lockdown, forcing Greeny back off of sight as they have to retreat into the corner. Out goes the Nano Swarm. The double swing is there. Greeny finds both, and now the spike will be defused, even though they had a valiant effort coming from Greeny. You see what I did there?
I did.
As they will go down, but they go down swinging.
I have to say, Greeny, I mentioned it during the first game that we had of the day. Fantastic in the 2v1s, and I'm talking Greeny is the solo in that instance. Again and again, still comes out victorious, getting a 2K for themselves.
Greeny is the clutch factor for sure for their respective team, but at the end of the day, the defense they overpowered in that retake, and they didn't even need the numbers advantage. They literally just played peekaboo with the smokes, and that was the smokes that was coming from the offense, so they even used their opponent's smoke against them. That was a pretty cheeky play coming from the retake there of Colorado.
Mario once again through the smoke, picks up 1. Darius with another sub, just has a share. Looking around, looking for an opportunity. Haru with the shorty, picks up Salmon at close range. He's gonna swing into the back of sight. Yusuf got flash, drains their entire clip. Gets smoked out, killed. Ronan gets fizz. And that's going to be the defuse in favor of CU Gold.
Lordy, Lordy, watch out for Haru Shorty. They literally got a 3K just with Shorty limbs, and that's what makes it so dangerous. Honestly, the Shorty is the most dangerous secondary in Valorant, and especially when you put them in the hands of Haru because they have the op. They're going to take you a distance, but when they have to, they're going to take it up close and personal with the Shorty. They are such a dual threat, whether they're at a distance, whether they're in your face. Haru is just literally being the spearhead for their team. I mean, Colorado Gold just looking strong right now, and of course Haru leading the way with 11 eliminations.
still has yet to drop the operator. There is no need. So far for Weber State, we still have Hunter's Fury as well as the Omen ult online for Weber. We only have Null Command once again for CU Gold. But Darius with the 3K. Can Darius get the 4K? There's two swinging outside into Fish Market backing off. Where is Darius? That is my question. Where is Darius?
That is the question, isn't it? As you can see, Greeny here in B main, they're going to have to go up against this Haru op, as they are just going to be playing the angle. Greeny, though, not going to be peeking out. They do get suppressed by the KO dagger, and Haru's shot for the first time in what feels like a long time was off target.
Placing swarm grenade.
Storm Grenade to force Haru to back off. That allows them a little bit of extra breathing room to clean this space. No one is chilling out next to logs just yet. KO is looking, so they might drop down by it. Haru once again going for the swing peek. There's two posted up over by Market. Darius finds Fizz. Darius with the ace! Getting Greeny. That is the first ace of the day. Nicely done, Darius.
It was only a matter of time. The ace had to come through, and it finally does for none other than Darius. Being able to come through on the KO pick. My goodness, I love KO on Ascent. That is like your meta initiator. When I think Ascent, I think KO, and honestly, they go so well with the KJ-KO combo. I love to see it.
Truthfully, I thought this ace might have almost been stolen by Haru. I mean, no one really cares if you steal the ace, but it's the first ace of the day. Really was happy to see it come through. Now I'm pretty sure some on the side of Weber State's going to try and make their own hero plays. We've got, once again, Haru peeking over through Fish Markets. Not going to be able to find any heads as no one is engaging in that area. Recognizing Jets there, you run the heck away because they are an absolute powerhouse. However, they're going to go to Heaven. We see the blind come out from the Omen towards Heaven, as well as the Mollies. They also get suppressed with the knife. Darius has two of their teammates round back in after the suppression is done. Spazzy picking up a two-piece. Both Fizzy and Salmon have hit the ground.
Yeah, and Spazzy's not done. They're going to go ahead and get a third as well over there towards Tree. And now only two players remain for Weber, and they are just in a very detrimental position as Spazzy does find the fourth. And could we have another ace going back-to-back?
Ain't no way. Yeah.
No.
Spazzy wasn't there. It had to be someone else. Sub said, I'm sorry, my friend. I've got to end the round.
I'm sorry, but you got to let the homie ace. And at that point, you just had Darius ace. How often do we get to see two back-to-back aces? I'm sorry. Like, trust me, there's no, like, oh, you stole my kill. This is competitive Valorant. We don't play that. But at the same time, you got to do it. You got to do it for the memes at least. Let the homie get the ace.
I mean, dragging out the pain for the other team, though, by letting your friend come in, rotate all the way from A side to mid. Greedy would have just been like, really? Can't you just give me the execution call right now? Death by firing squad. I don't want to wait for the gallows or the hanging man to come through and get me. And in that instance, you know, I got to give grace and be like, yeah, I'm not going to wait for you, my friend. You know, Spartan kick the enemy in front of me as opposed to waiting.
Yeah, in all fairness, I am a little extra. What can I say? I like seeing, you know, just that little extra and extraordinary. You know, being able to see a back-to-back ace, that's highlight reel worthy. That would have been amazing. But still, regardless, it was an amazing round. Nonetheless, coming from Colorado Gold, and they're keeping pace with it. They are playing so phenomenally right now, especially on Ascent where, as we have already mentioned, it doesn't favor one side or the other when you're looking at win percentages. So getting that early lead, getting that early start, just being able to take such a monumental lead is only going to bode well for them in the defense. It's not going to be like last game where, oh, on bind, we saw Weber just pop off on offense and then they fell on defense. No, we're not going to see that. Colorado started good on offense, and they're going to be just as good on defense.
Get out of my way.
8-2, not the worst deficit we've seen before, nor impossible for a comeback. We hear Bladestorm get procced on the side of Weber State. Haru takes the shot. Tailwind back is not going with the shorty this time. Has a sheriff. Maybe someone called them out for the shotgun gameplay. Perhaps they would decide to flex a little bit. Full tailwinds used by Dozen. Dozen goes down to Ronan. Yusuf is going to find Ronan. Darius will find Yusuf, and now it is 4-2. Bladestorm has been used by CU Gold.
I really hope nobody called them out for the shorty play. I love the shorty play. What are they going to say? Shorty crutch? I don't think so. I mean, if you're going to, you got to keep in mind what they're playing for here. They're playing for a spot in the East-West Online Conference qualifiers. All bets are off. You have to bring your best game, and if that just so happens to be a shorty, I say let them rip.
Okay, Mr. Beyblade, I agree with this. Now we have Darius looking to peek through window. I don't think the glass has been broken just yet. No, it hasn't. The glass is down.
remaining.
And that is
Spike down.
instant
A.
pot shots onto Fizz. Spike is down. Greeny's trying to engage and take the space. Claims it. Picks up a free Vandal.
30 seconds left.
But Spike is still over towards Tree. It is Greeny versus the world. And unfortunately, Greeny gets taken out. That is another round victory for CU Gold.
Last
And
round
a
in the
beautiful
half.
ending animation. And also, I will say to the defensive Beyblade, much like myself, it's an oldie but goodie.
Yes. We are not old. We are fine bottles of Merlot. Thank you very much.
Speak for yourself. I'm bald. I'm up there.
Man, okay.
That's okay. Like I said, oldie but goodie. You know, we're still having a fantastic time. I'm still here. Clearly, Colorado Gold is here. They're making themselves known here today. And honestly, if I'm Boise State, I'm watching this team right now. I'm watching Colorado Gold. Granted, they got to go up against Colorado Black soon. But at the same time, this team, I would be nervous if I was Boise. I would be nervous if I would have to play this team somewhere down the bracket. Because you know how many times I've seen a team run the lower bracket and just make an astounding comeback?
I agree, but my concern is, I mean, Haru is putting on a dominant show right now, but that can be an Achilles heel. You get too confident. As I said earlier, too big for your britches. You get punished. You start getting predictable. There's a lot of combinations that Haru is doing right now that they have repeatedly done and not changed. And yet the side of Weber State's still falling for it. We do see lockdown has been engaged. It's going to force everyone out of sight or all the way into the back. Instead of going into the back of sight, they're going to choose to back off towards spawn instead. And the null command is going to be procced for the re-engage from CU Gold.
And this is why we love KO so much. And when they're paired with KJ, because KJ already by themselves can lock down an entire site. Literally, more often than not, we'll see the KJ anchor on towards B site, and they'll just stay there by themselves and lock it down. When you have the KO in the combination with the KJ, they can literally lock down an entire half of the map using the null command and if maybe using also a lockdown.
Greeny swings wide through defender spawn. Saw 2, got a little bit of chip damage, but not enough to confirm any sort of eliminations. Darius swinging in towards Tree. The KO KJ, they're walking in, they clear the angles, no one's there. Darius chooses to get takedown door, but doesn't. Who picked up the operators, returning the favor on the enemy jet for the side of Weber State. We did see the Hunter's Fury get procced, but it was the end of the round, so we're swapping sides anyway. But that was finally the operator in the hands of Dozen. The first time we've seen Weber with the op, they popped off.
And no better way to go into the second half than with a 9-3 split, right? Now we're going to have to see if the 9-3... I see your expression. You don't believe. You're not a believer.
No, I believe, and that's why it's painful.
You know what? I can't say whether or not I believe, but I don't doubt it either. I have even seen 10-2 comebacks. As a matter of fact, there was a conversation about the possibility of a 10-2 curse. But you know what remains to be seen? Whether or not Weber can make the curse a reality. As now we go into the second half, and they have quite of a mountain to climb.
Well, we have pointed out that this map does not favor offense or defense. There are teams that are just better at doing offense on Ascent than doing defense. Is Weber one of those teams that's better at doing defense? We'll have to wait and see and find out, as now CU Gold is on the approach. Swinging in through mid, we have 2 go in. Tailwind force from Haru already is both going to be detected as well as blinded through the smoke.
And the smoke is going to save at least Haru from getting eliminated early here as they were looking down the barrel of not 1 but 2 defenders there in mid. Haru now has to back off and re-strategize as they're going to make their way back over towards B with the rest of their team. And now it looks as though they are going to force themselves onto the B side as they smoke off market.
Door goes down, Fizz is just trying to pepper it. You do see Ronin goes down to Dozen Boot. Darius gets plant smokes off.
Planted.
Counter spawn. Dozen Boot and Fizz both fall to Sup and Spazzy. Trying to get the wall bangs through Boathouse is unsuccessful. Salmon's going to swing, has 37 health. Haru goes down. The powerhouse for the side of CU Gold is eliminated. Greeny with the 2-piece. Can Greeny get a 3-piece? How about the 4?
1 enemy remaining.
Salmon got 1. It is just Spazzy. Spazzy, the person that's gotten the ace before. Or got close to the
One enemy remaining.
Oh, with the
No!
headshot, with the double. Spazzy with the clutch play. No defuse in sight for Weber State. That's CU Gold putting themselves up at 10.
Spazzy had 2 health remaining. 2 health to their name. And what do they walk away with? A spicy 2-piece. Able to end that round off. That has got, and you know what? This was only the pistol round, but that has still had to be one of the best plays I've seen today.
I mean, one thing you gotta keep in mind is that at the end of the day, health is a resource in this instance. And it's like, okay, I have 2 of it. Gotta make it work.
Oh, and they made it work. You know, and the whole time I'm thinking, okay, so Spazzy, they're just going to run clock. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to go for the frags. They're not going to go for the limb. It's 2v1 in the pistol. What can you do? Spazzy says, no, I am that Omen. I am that player. And you know what? They managed to find the 2-piece, and they just come through with, like I said, had to be one of the better highlights that we've seen so far today.
We have a full commit rotation. We had 1 elimination on tiles, so Haru, first one to go down for the side of CU Gold, took a strong angle peeking out of tiles, got punished. Now Smoke is down outside of Fish Market. We're going to send out Drone. Drone from Fizz from the other market, also going up. They're going to cross and say hi. Egressing through the smoke, we have Fizz. Swarm grenades get dropped. Darius takes a decent amount of damage, is also currently suppressed. That knife came from the enemy KO. They're going to send one over towards counter spawn. 2 agents are suppressed. It's going to be the Sova and the KO. They know where they're at. They know that they're coming from the defender spawn right now.
And it's the double initiator too, so the fact that they're suppressed, you're going to be able to cancel on a lot of that util, although the suppression is now gone. And doesn't boot, does force their way on the site. They get a trade, and now it is a 3v3 in the post plant as another player goes down thanks to the kill feed. And Usopp looking to get another through the smoke, not able to land their shot. And now Weber State are coming alive as they find another limb. Time continuing to tick away, and it will be Salmon to get the shot with the Marshall and get the defuse for the side of Weber State.
They only had 2 left standing, not a situation a lot of teams want to be in, but at least people were alive to get the defuse. Making your way back. 6-round deficit currently. That is a long road ahead.
You know what? I'm looking in the bottom corner as well. You know what? We'll get back to that. I want to look at these shots again. Through the smoke, trying to land those, but it was this play in the boatyard coming from the side of Weber, being able to work with that upper advantage. You know, they have the high ground. They have the power of Obi-Wan. They can take advantage of that and get the head clicks, and they managed to not only do that, but they managed to drop and still turn in time to get the final limb with the Marshall. And you know what? I really do have a lot of respect for people that can make the Marshall work because it is a sniper, it is accurate, but at the same time, you have to bring that little extra. You have got to either hit chest or head. There's no way you're going to hit like a kneecap and do as much damage. You know, the shots with the Marshall, to me, just speak volumes to how much accuracy you really have there on your aim.
Just wait. I'm sure at some point today we're going to see the Marshall op duel, and that is my
Oh,
favorite
no.
thing in the world. There has been so many times where I'm sitting there and I'm like, there is no way this Marshall's going to win. They're just better with the crosshair placement. They find the headshot, they get the connection, and they end up victorious in that duel, and everyone sits there like, what? I've seen it more often than not that an operator will lose to a Marshall.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, though. The operator, you know, it can take you out from the knee. You know, you used to be a pretty good Marshall player, and then you took an op to the knee. You could be eliminated very easily
Yes,
with
you
the op.
can. I cannot believe you just said that.
Yes, yes, you can. You know you can. I got all, trust me, I have all the cringe puns today. And one of my many nicknames is Captain Cringe. So yes, that is kind of my job as we continue on here. Now going into round number 15, Colorado Gold. Looking so strong.
Can they stay strong and close this series out, or are they going to allow Weber State the opportunity to start bringing this back in their favor? Are they going to give them glimmers of hope is my question. We do see Greeny finds the elimination on Haru, who entered too quick, did not get the intel they needed. Spazzy also goes down. Fizz finds Sup, and that is 2 left standing for CU Gold. Yes, there's 2 that have taken damage on Weber State, but they're going to wait for their teammates. They're sending Drone in. They know where everyone is. Ronan is at a sliver of health, has a shotgun, goes down to Fizz. It is now just Darius left standing in the back of sight. Everyone's posted up. And with that, that is another round victory for Weber State.
Yeah, Usopp there having a little fun with the judge, and you love to see it. I love seeing Judge play, honestly. Now, with that being said, I see the judge most often paired with the Rays, but it really doesn't matter who you put into the hands with the judge because it can always come in clutch. And it's honestly, I think, one of the best bargain buys that you can get for the price. You know, the price of what you're getting for the value of the judge, it can just be oh so devastating. I've seen literal aces occur just from turning and, you know, swinging on B main and just laying waste with the judge. I mean, again, that was just a great and, if I'm so bold as to say, a must-win round coming from Weber.
I do think the overzealous entry that came from CU Gold, where you send your duelist in first, but then everyone immediately swung in as well. Angles were not secured before people tried to claim space entirely, was really the Achilles heel in that instance. Let's see, they're going slower this time. They've learned from their mistake. They did the spike behind in order to first get some information without anyone dying on the over-aggression. They encroach away from tiles, back into that fish market, walking super slow. Sova theoretically should have the recon dart out, lands it, but it got destroyed. At least telling Sova, somebody is there.
And you know what? I do like this positioning from Weber. Instead of trying to play Boatyard and then inevitably getting trapped in Boatyard, giving away a free limb, they're going to play Market instead. And they're kind of playing B-site here as you would play C-site on Haven. They're playing for the retake instead of just trying to stick the defense off the first push.
And two agents are suppressed over towards defender spawn. We also see the attempted blind not work out. And I'm going to speak more on what you're talking about. The playing it more like Haven, playing for the retake here when it's notorious that we're getting a lot of trades rather than full commit confirmed kills is working out in favor currently for the side of Weber State. We do see that the operator has been purchased by Dozen. And that op comes in clutch with another kill on Darius, but Sup and Spazzy both found one. Dozen finds another with the shorty, and Greeny with the bulldog finds Sup.
Told you, lordy, watch out for that shorty. It is dangerous, and that is going to wait. Okay, there it is. Didn't want to hold my breath just yet. I was able to calculate in, you know, my caster math brain that it was enough time. But once you start hearing those beeps really start to speed up, you get a little nervous.
If you get it to halfway before the beeps speed up, you're fine. If you don't get it halfway and the beeps is sped up, you do not have time.
Well, they had the time, and they managed to get the defuse, and they get yet another round win. And ever so closely now, that distance, that gap starting to shrink there for the side of Weber State.
Told you, they got overzealous. Side of CU Gold, just a little overzealous.
And you know what, I wanted to bring this up earlier, but you know, if you look in the bottom left, we get to see like our promo, you know, our sponsors and everything. And I gotta say, I've never identified with a sponsor more than Fat Cap.
I figured that was gonna be the one that you were talking about.
There it is.
Yep.
I love it.
Darius manages to pull a little bit of tension through mid, but everyone's conga lining right now for the side of CU Gold. They're all there, minus the K. So 3 there, KJ and Omen both splitting. Default push, trying to get information, take util. Omen is biding their time, waiting patiently, not going forward, not making any sort of noise, looking to have their teammates be used as live bait for the side of Weber State.
And again, we're seeing that slow push here. They're trying to go with a change up, and they're going up mid. I always do love the mid push on Ascent, but more often than not, I prefer to go mid to tree. So let's see if going mid to B is going to be the play here, as they are going to be taking control of Pizza. They do force their way in. Out goes the smoke and the Sova Dart in turn, and it will be Haru to force themselves over there towards Switch.
Sup has found the elimination onto Salmon. Spazzy is going to teleport in.
30 seconds left.
Makes it through unscathed. They clear out back of sight. Spike is going to be fully confirmed and planted.
Spike planted.
Jet with the operator looking to swing through market. Looking to swing through counter spawn. Can they find somebody's head? We have Fizz get Sup. We're now equalized as far as agent power on the field.
Throwing out a little bit of util there, but it's just getting eliminated right before they can even use it. And still, Usopp going to be the lone gunman here, holding on for the side of Weber State as they try and play retake. But now it's Spazzy with the op to find a 3K and the 11th round win for Colorado Gold.
Ooh, I think after we watch this fabulous replay, we can get a closer look. But I'm pretty sure Spazzy just bought the operator for themselves. A little bit of a different situation than we've seen in the past, where the Jets are the ones with the ops. We can see the swings out, lots of trades back and forth, but really it comes down to who gets that final pick, and it was CU Gold. They have been in a drought for quite some time. Lots of rounds were going in favor of Weber State. Now's the opportunity for them to bring it back in their favor.
Yeah, there you go. The Omen, you know, was sharing the sugar a little bit. They gave the op back to the Jet. You know, they got their limb with it, you know, and then they were able to give it back to the Jet. You know, it's there. Yeah, you know, I had my use of it. Now it's your turn. Like
I got
said,
my one.
You got to share the sugar.
I got my one. And walking on Cat, backtracking. Someone's got to grab the spike. Still, again, we have the Omen and the KJ split up. One closer to A site, one lurking in that B zone, waiting for someone to push out, get a little too overconfident, and punish them for doing so as they're going to try to go for the counter spawn rotation. We hear the Omen ultimate. It gets procced and immediately set back.
This is so dangerous.
Oh,
Usopp
Usopp.
with the judge again, just waiting, but they know.
The double suppress. Swing it. Swing it. Come on. Swing it. You know you want to. Dang it.
It was the knife. The knife gave the game away.
I mean, super close to where they were standing, so it made sense. But at that point, if you know that your position's given away and you're just swinging, you're just holding there, just swing it. Go for it.
Yeah, at
Get
that
the
point.
intel. Tell your team that there's 2 people there or
30
3 people
seconds
there in that
left.
instance, but don't sit.
Right. You know, at that point, you can't hesitate. You've already decided to commit. You just got to commit to
Yep.
it.
You got it. Ooh, we have a perfect trade. Picture perfect. We'll have to check the frame to see who hit the ground first to really determine who got eliminated at what moment. But now, Weber State down to just 2 players left standing. Omen still has ult, but not really too much you can do. We have post plant set up. 2 still standing. 1 by Jen, 1 in main. Sova's going to throw some darts in, doesn't find anything. And it is once again Omen with the operator. I think is going to be successful. No, Omen isn't taken out. It is just Fizz. Fizz sends out the drone. Unfortunately, sets up against the firing squad. Darius with 3-piece will close out the round.
And just like that, Colorado Gold
Match
are
point.
on match point. And oh my, I think this is, if this is a big if, we see Colorado Gold win this round out and it ends, that might be the fastest game we've seen today.
And probably will be the fastest game we see today.
Yes, absolutely extraordinary. Colorado Gold playing so good, and like you had mentioned earlier, with the Omen op coming out and actually coming in pretty clutch, I think it's very telling about the player because when the Jet picks an op, it's because they can mad dash away if they miss. If another player like the Omen gets the op, it's because they're feeling their shot.
Yep, because they don't get a get out of jail free card. They don't have a blast pack. They don't have tailwind. It is you land the shot, you get the kill, or you die. And there is Spazzy saying, I'm going to get the kill with my shot.
Oh, it's so crispy clean. You love to see it, especially because right when we were talking about it, it comes to fruition. Spazzy, again, putting on a clinic, and you know what? I'll go ahead and say it. Omen diff.
Spazzy also pulled out the fan and hit the animation thereafter, and I'm here for it. I love the yes, I'm the
should
queen
run.
type moment that you get from that. Now everyone's conga lining in through A site right now, and it is just this KO who's chilling out. Usopp is going to be in for a harsh reality as soon as that knife lands. Full 5-man suppress comes out. Rotate the heck away, disengage, wait for your team because you're already down 1. We don't need to be down 2. Ronan finds Greeny, the powerhouse that has been for Weber State. Unfortunately, Weber State now has to play for retake here. It is do or die in a 5v3 with Spike down. Spazzy goes down, but Ronan finds Salmon. It is 2 left standing, 1 left standing. It is just Fizz.
30 seconds left.
I was kind of sad to see Usopp there because they did get the 5
Spike
dagger,
planted.
but they're in heaven with a stinger. That's like the least threatening thing I've ever seen. I mean, but with that being said, you know, it was still a good dagger, but what good is it now? I mean, you're looking at a 4v1 retake with an Ares in hand. They swap out to the Bulldog, a little bit of a jiggle peek there from up on heaven, but they all know where Fizz is, and Fizz will fizzle out as they get eliminated, and Colorado Gold will take the win here on Ascent.
Congratulations, Colorado Gold. You hang on. But with that, this is a double elimination, and we say our goodbyes to Weber State. However, they, of course, can stick around and cheer on either Colorado Gold or Boise State or even Colorado Black to be the next victors. But for now, their journey ends. There's always LCQs and other opportunities for continuing on your Red Bull Campus Clutch journey. But for today, this is where you get to sit back and relax. Congratulations, CU Gold.
Absolutely. And you know what? It's a good thing that CU Gold isn't CU later. You know, they get to stick around, and now they have a chance to get revenge against their sister team, possibly, or they can make an even bigger statement and take on Boise State. But again, we're going to have to see who takes the dub between Colorado Black and, of course, Boise State. Now, if Boise goes down, I'll be surprised. I really would. But at the same time, Colorado Black, they've been playing a decent game as well.
Well, of course, at the end of the day, it's going to be up to how well these teams perform, and I do believe there is actually a game happening right now as we're talking.
Right now?
I think. I could be absolutely crazy. And it looks like we are going to let these players actually rotate off stage. Weber and Colorado Gold. You can see them fist bumping up there. Unfortunately, I'm a little blind, so I can just kind of see people's arms. So I know that people were giving fist bumps. That just tells you how bad my eyesight is. Now, with that being said, congratulations to both these teams. It honestly, making it even into a LAN is always hard. I don't know how much experience Weber and both Colorado have when it comes to LAN experience. It can be very overstimulating, but nonetheless, both these teams did great, and we can actually take a quick look at how this entire series shook out, just in case you're just hopping in and missed a little bit of it. These are going to be the most pop-off moments from both teams, most likely. Cap is going to get to see his ace, and then I'm going to get to see the almost ace that got stolen away, because those moments always make me laugh. At the end of the day, of course, no one really steals an ace in a team-based game when you're playing for the same opportunity, and here is the swing out towards Tetris, and this is where things get a little bit hairy, dugging and dodging in and out of smokes to play to your own advantage.
And this is exactly what I was getting ready to say. You already know the highlight reel is going to be Spazzy, and it's going to be Haru. That's what we saw, and even still, that pistol round to me is the best play I've seen so far. I don't know why I just like it so much, but I really, really do. I think it was so good, especially considering they only had 2 health remaining. Even a strong gust of wind would have been enough to eliminate them, but still they managed to get the job done. And even though we saw Colorado Gold with a substantial lead, not once did they pull any of their punches throughout that match.
No, but they did start getting punished in the second half.
They did.
If you choose to tailwind into an enemy team as a Jet early, you're going to get punished.
Oh, yeah, they definitely overcommitted, and they got a little bit, like you say, too big for their britches. But they weren't pulling any punches for sure. Every time they dove in, they were looking to deal damage. But at the same time, you also can't underestimate your opponent either, and they did get punished for it. But at the end of the day, they were able to just pop off in a fantastic way. They took the lead, they kept it, and then they doubled it. They played absolutely phenomenal. And again, if time and time again, going and looking in the kill feed, it was always Spazzy and Haru.
Yes, and Spazzy and Haru were one heck of a dynamic duo. However, we have our own dynamic duo coming in the form of Colin and Jacob in studio. We're going to send it over to them. Take it away, guys.
Important match because whoever wins this gets a seat to the grand finals and more importantly gets a break in the kind of the proceedings of the day because round 3 the lower bracket finals will happen, so that can be very As for this particular stage, we are going to be going to Bind. And Colin, tell me what's your opinions on Bind?
You know, it's sort of, it's nice, especially after what they sort of did with a little bit of the reworks of the TP. It's one of those maps where it's the same thing, in my opinion, of what we heard on Des with the Ascent. It's a very competitive map. It's one of those ones you can always go back to and rely on in terms of you know what you're going to be going into, and you should be very prepared in terms of what strategies you're going into with it. The map has changed since it was first introduced from the beginning, but it hasn't drastically changed that much to sort of shake a lot of teams' core mentality around the map and how they're going to play it. It just sort of incentivizes a new style that they can introduce.
And it looks like we're going to be jumping right into it as live. Boise State right now is just trailing 1 for CW Black. Now, one of the interesting things that was talked about in the match that we just saw on stage was that the game ended 9-3 half, and this game also ended 9-3 half with Boise State trailing. So kind of the casters on stage were talking if they're superstitious at all about the 9-3 curse. It just might be time to be superstitious as far as this game's concerned.
Look, I believe in it. You know, I don't think it's a believe or not believe. It's happened to you once, so you've got to start being a believer. But Toon sitting here in a dangerous, he's going to get it turned into dangerous, turned into advantageous and fruitful. Gets 2 and is able to get out as well. That's a pretty big deficit for Boise State to take right now.
Boise State going to rethink their push on A. The problem is, even though they've rotated over to B, Crown is just waiting for them, and a double picked up. by Colorado. Puts them with just within 2, and now things are going to get very hairy for the Broncos. They do have enough to purchase rifles again, but you have to question what are they going to compromise on here, because we're getting to the point in the game where you really can't afford eco rounds anymore. You might have to settle for small shields. Boise State might be putting themselves in range of a small shield headshot, because once you settle for those, the Phantom becomes as good as the Vandal in terms of clicking heads. So we're going to see a Boise State bring this back. CW Black, excuse me, Boise State. Sorry, we had a little error with the over. Oh, yes, Boise State currently trailing 9.
9 to 11, yeah. Currently sitting outside of TP Showers. Master is going to stay behind. Try and get a lurk peek off. As we're just going to see Boise State rotate over. A little bit of split here. Not a whole lot of presence on A, though, but there's quite a bit on the strong side for Colorado Black right now. See 3 regroup outside of Fountain. Dog is going to go out. He's got it out. Push the bit of defenders back inside of B. The smokes are down as well for the side of Boise State. Viper's wall is still up. Rerana gets a look into sight. No immediate threat or danger. And Boise State's on site, and they're about to get spiked down.
They're going to throw out the Viper's pit too, completely smoke off site B. The only one that they don't have on point is that chamber, is making the long rotation through cave. Boise State is just going to play this cautiously. No one's going to try to move up further into Colorado's territory, try to take a peek. Both these teams respecting each other, trying to wait out this utility, of course, for Colorado. Time is running low. They're going to blind. It does hit Boise State, but Skelesis is able to take out their Rays. Crown is the next to fall. Skelesis and Rariana both picking up a double for themselves. It just leaves Hispanic J left. He is going to save for this one, putting Boise State within 1.
We are going to see Rariana start to lurk in behind, try and get this last. Nope. Nobody's going to be in range to do anything there. They're all just going to hold off. I do like to save at the very end. The gun you can save. Don't we see exactly into the exact financials of what Colorado Black is, but now Boise State's back into that 1-round lead here, and this is where the palms start getting sweaty.
Well, they got 1 to go.
Yeah, it's just you're right there to match point. They do save a lot. They only lose 1 rifle that round. They only lost 1 person, where Colorado Black lost 4, so it could be dangerous here. We do see a lot posted out on the side of B. They are going to challenge for long here.
Boise State positioned back on Fountain. Don't think they were really too blinded by that hawk thrown out. But they are pretty much grouped out. The Viper's going to be heading off to the side toward Hookah, maybe to catch anyone trying to go through the teleporter. Boise State now seems to be shifting slightly bit over. Maybe with a push toward Hookah. Right now, Colorado's pushed so far up on B that Hookah might be the better option. They can circumvent how close to Colorado's players are.
And being that there are no Cypher trips on B because Cypher's not set up there. Oh, and Hispanic J is going to get the pick on Rihanna. That is your Viper down. While it's not your only smoke. Ooh, Skelis is going to get 1, but Crown's going to answer back with 2, and now Boise State is at a deficit. Get 3 on that. And now all that's left is 1 Sky. They do have the bomb. It's up to Prestige to face off against 4. And only 1 blind, the second to get up in 25 seconds. No more dog, no ultimate. This is going to be a tough play for Prestige here. And could be putting Boise State at match point.
CW Black in a wonderful position. They've got the person advantage that they know that if they can just force Boise State on just 1 economy round, it's going to be good enough for them to take this win. Whoever loses is going to be facing off against CW Gold, waiting in the lower bracket. So it isn't the end of the road for whoever loses. Boise State, as timer ticks down, is just going to opt to save this, saying that that Vandal is more valuable than risking it, and is just going to have to win 2 rounds from here on out to get to overtime.
I do like the patience of Colorado Black there to really just sort of emphasize there's only 1. But takes that TP, there's so many risks in taking that TP to follow. They could be sitting in room waiting to stab you in the back. They could be doing a number of things, and I do like Toon's sort of approach to that situation as well. Sitting in the corner, waiting for an unaware Prestige to round that corner. Nobody peeks anybody at the end of that round. They don't get no ending frags, but Boise State's now facing the music right now. It is now or never, and they go down one, but they're not out. So you would love to win this game, but it's not the end of the world if they do.
Boise State going to try Rariana. It looks like he got dinked there.
Lucky that was wall bang.
Down to hell. So the question is, Boise State now with the option to heal themselves up, but that will expend Sky's ability. No plant heading down. Boise State moving slowly up toward you all to try to secure the plant. Showstopper's going to bring out one. It's tied up, though, by CW. 4 apiece. The spike is just going to be planted. Now Boise State going to try to deal. Oh, Damio taken out from the side. And the orbital strike is going to be brought right back onto point. Boise State just casually steps off a point, though, waits for CW to come back to them.
They have the numbers advantage. Spike is finally going to go down. There's no utility to prevent it this time. Oh, and the wall bang. Leaf is going to get one. What was a numbers advantage quickly turns into an even matchup, and Rihanna is looking a little low on the health bar. And that red zone is going to have to play entirely different, especially since they're split up right now. They can't exactly peek together or double swing. Rihanna also getting pressured here. Might be able to get a timing, not able to do it. Leaf was expecting it. Prestige is going to get one, though, and gets a second head. The 2 head clicks the clutch of the round. Boise State is not out of it yet.
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
This is all about a game of margins, and Boise State, depending on how many Colorado they took out, both these teams are not going to be able to get the full loadout that they wanted. 3 players on each team are having to settle for small shields. That means the few Phantoms that are out are going to be very much a factor, and Boise State is actually going to decide to judge it up for this round, trying to drive it toward overtime.
As our fellow casters said on the desk, if that's what's going to work and that's what's going to make you pop off, then go by all means. Toons is going to get absolutely pressured here. And they are going to get some trades going here. So in that 4-4, a lot of util coming out here, making sure that Spike goes down. They do have Seekers on the side of Boise State, but they also have 2 for Colorado Black that could be game-impacting ultimates here if used correctly, though. But Toon's going to need to get to a body first to be able to use it. They are going to get a second with the ultimate as well. Daimyo gets 2 as well. Rihanna answers back with 1 more as well. A 1v1 situation, and Rihanna clutches it at the end. It is going to OT. These games have been back-to-back so far. That's 3 of them, honestly. I think we've seen so far out of the 4 that have just been this close.
Considering the fact that Boise State was behind 9-3 at the half, this is going to make everyone start to believe in the curse. And a timeout is going to be brought out by Colorado. Just get some time for themselves to rethink, regroup, and also just... This is happening in the other room right now, and Boise State sure has a cheering section crowded into the room. They're not even playing in the arena, but that whole corner of the room has just a bunch of people standing, sitting, down on the floor, it's just everyone is tuning out here to cheer on the home team.
Oh, yeah, and it's a different feeling going from what is online to offline, going to LAN. It's just that one of those things of where Boise State is a team that has been to these types of events as well. They were at this same qualifier around the same time last semester, so they're a little bit used to the pressure here. And I can't personally speak to what this Colorado team holds in terms of what they can withstand pressure-wise, but so far they're keeping about as close as they possibly can going into OT. They've been going about blow for blow every time.
Well, in terms of the overall gameplay, now everything is on pretty equal footing. You have enough to buy your shields and your rifles every single round. Only thing that you're going to have to compromise on is if you want to bring out the op, you might not just have enough to purchase all your abilities and full shields. But I don't know if anyone's really going to be going for the op. Boise State's going to start OT off on defense.
I don't believe we are going to have somebody bring out the op here. No glass cannon for this time around. It takes a level of I am in this game to bring out the op. Toon is gonna get an opening pick on Master right there. That is their Sentinel down for A. They lose a viable trip there, and honestly, a semi-duelist that could have gotten the opening pick. We do see also a trip. Crown's also gonna get the pick on Rihanna. That's another controller down. Left only one smoke players, and quite honestly, there's a lot of split pressure. Prestige is gonna answer back with 2 though.
Prestige just moving up towards Fountain. They weren't expecting him to get so far up on the peak. He's completely reset this match and given Boise State a second win.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Hawk thrown out, moves up, but I guess the same trick isn't going to work twice. Toon takes him out with 1 headshot. Now Boise State is left defending the point with 2. Cypher is going to get the neural theft. That's so much information given over to CW. Boise State is just going to stick it out on point, throw the smokes down, and then try a quick reposition. Ray's coming in with the blast pack. You want to watch out. And Damio's able to even this up 2 apiece. The plant is going to go down. Can Boise State take this back? Whoever wins this will go to match point. And Leaf is trying a huge flank here around elbow. Is Boise State going to be wise to it, or are they going to get pinched in from both sides?
It's all about the awareness. Toon is looking to go for peak, is able to get one. That is a 3-piece for Toon right now. Could they go for the 4 here? A very low HP Daimyo. The peak is there. They might be opting. The wall bang is going to get Daimyo, and Toon is going to collect a 4-piece and put Colorado Black up in match point right now. I mean, just these matches can't, these rounds, not even these matches, these rounds cannot get closer. You couldn't ask for a closer game right now.
Toon has shown himself to be extremely reliable on the angles that he holds. You cannot, for a moment, with no util, dry peek around the corner when he's on, because every time someone peeked around the corner when Toon was watching it, he immediately got a headshot with the Vandal. So he's quite a force to be reckoned with, considering how fast that Cypher ult can charge up. He's going to get that neural theft online, give you information on where everyone else is. You just do not want to mess with him right now. So Boise State now has to win this attack round for themselves to reset everything and maybe have a chance to get back into the lead. It seems like they're mostly focusing on A, splitting between Baths and A short.
Now, like you said, Boise State did come back at the half when they're on attack. So if we're going off of what, sort of has played out before, it definitely seems like Boise State is a little bit more comfortable on the attacking side. We're going to fall off that util. Snakebite is going to cut off a little bit, but Leaf here, sitting in this Viper smoke, sitting in this corner here, is re-round aware, is Master as well. Doc is going to go out, get the information. Leaf is going to blind spray, is going to retreat back into you. Going to regroup back with Toon, so is Hispanic J. They're going to lose complete control of that. Not entirely, though. Boise State has yet to take full control of it yet. They now do. Toon sitting in that smoke right there. Prestige is going to get an opening pick on Leaf.
30 seconds left.
Normally you see a bait on the defuse, but you can do it just as well with the plant. Boise State, with that one-person advantage, is going to get a golden ticket to planning on U-Haul. Toon is going to set up his camera. Wait to see, is anyone going to be going through lamps? Do I need to keep an eye on my back? And Crown is going to wallbang onto Ariana, who is very low on health, so any stray bullet would have done it. And 2-piece by CU just might be the end. But a defuse attempt and a double by Damio has brought the Broncos back into this. Master is the only one left for the Broncos, though. He has to know how to click heads, and he gets taken out, though. Trades 1 for 1, and the spike. I think there's just enough time for CU. Colorado is going to win that, punch their ticket to the grand finals. So if Boise State wants to stay in this tournament, they'll have to go right into round 3 and win that one. And due to each game here, I mean, the largest landslide that we've had was a 13-6. Yeah. So there's going to be no huge sweeps here. Boise State is going to have to recover and be ready for another very scrappy fight.
Mm-hmm. And I sort of alluded to it a little bit before of what it really means for a single university, single team to bring in 2 separate rosters. That's 10 players that have gone head-to-head with Weber that was making it a very close game with Boise State, and then this other team, the completely opposite side of it, then also takes that and goes 13-6, and then that same team that won then makes it this close with Boise State. That is dangerous, dangerous two-team combo to go against. And both of them are still in this tournament as well, and both are pretty big threats. And Boise State is going to go down.
Yep.
Colorado Black is going to go up to go to the grand finals. They're going to sit there. They're going to get that, be able to sit back and put their feet up for a little bit, which could be a bad or good thing depending upon how that affects you from player to player. But it ends up being out just about as close as a game as you could ask for.
Well, as the home team hosting this regional, the last thing Boise State wants is to let an all-Colorado final play out. So they're going to be moving over to the main stage to fight off against CU Gold. It's their last chance to get into the grand finals, or will Colorado just sweep everything? We've got more of the Red Bull Campus Clutch Rockies regional for you. Take a short break and then throw it back to desk. So stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss the next match.
sadness lays in a garden that's like a tomb. It'll grow, but just not for you. And if those thoughts do enter your head, they'll just come in fragments, never making sense enough to beget any big emotion, any sore regrets. They're just echoes. You'll hear it goes instead.
Arena. You're watching our coverage of the Red Bull Campus Clutch Rocky Regionals. We have teams from Idaho, Colorado, and Utah who have all been battling it out all day long for a chance to make it to the Nationals in Illinois this year, particularly to make it to the Windy City of Chicago. I'm still your host, Artie Rain, joined on desk by Captain Etsoka, right? I'm going to keep butchering it every time. At least it's not as bad as the very, very first time I ever said it. With that being said, we also have Jacob and Colin, which will join us later on in the broadcast as we progress. But so far, we've seen BSU take on Weber. BSU was victorious. CU Black take on their sibling team of CU Gold. Black won, then it was CU Gold versus Weber. Gold sent Weber packing. They are gone in our double elimination. And then we had CU Black take on BSU, coming out on top in our first official full overtime. We didn't fully get to see everything break down, but it ended up with CU Black 14, BSU 12. And we're about to jump in between CU Gold going against Boise State. But with that being said, Cap, why don't you give us a rundown of what all these teams are fighting for?
Well, already they had to fight their way just to get here, and they were going through the online quals to make it to the regionals, of course, for the Rocky region. And then now, if they are able to win out here, the one team that wins the Rockies regional will be going on to head into the East-West online conference qualifiers, where the top 8 teams will be going on to nationals in Chicago, and that's going to take place in November. And that's where you're going to see literally the best of the best. The wheat gets separated from the chaff, and the better from the best, and of course the champs will be moving on. So again, there is a lot on the line here, and keep in mind, only one team from today will be able to move on.
Yes, and also as both Cap and myself were stepping on stage, teams began their pick and ban phase for which map will end up on, and one of those teams is Boise State's Daimyo, Skelesis, Master, Prestige, and Rihanna for the roster, trying to make it back to the redemption bracket on their last life, taking on CU Gold, who is also on their last life. And we can take a quick look at Colorado Gold's roster here in just a moment. Best of luck to the Broncos squad. Hopefully they can rally back after losing to Colorado Black just a moment ago before lunchtime.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I think this is going to be tough, to be honest, for Boise State. You got to keep in mind, this is their home turf. I still think they have home turf advantage.
So many people in the crowd are against Boise State. There is a lot of noise in favor of Colorado.
But I'm also seeing a lot of Boise Blue in the crowd as well. They definitely got their cheering section. But as I was saying, I think this is going to be a tough matchup for Boise State because this is their home turf. We have the expectation for them to succeed, so they have to live up to that. So they're under a little bit more pressure. Also because they actually won last year. They won the Rockies qualifiers. So they're the defenders here in this region. But not only that, when they're going up against Colorado Gold, they won their last match. Boise State did not. So right now, Colorado Gold, they have the momentum on their side.
Yes, you carry that energy, the victory from the previous match into the next game. Very positive headspace. However, you have to be able to make sure you remain untilted and come back fresh. And as though it's game one, round one, there is no history leading up to this point. You treat it as best you can. I mean, the worst you can do is know that you came in tilted and walk away even more upset because you underperformed because you were so tilted going into this match. So hopefully the Broncos are able to rekindle the flames within themselves and bring this back in their favor, and we see a match that goes all the way. Ultimately, though, we're going to have to see what map they ended up picking for this game. So far live, we've seen Bind, Lotus, and Ascent. Wonder which one's going to be popping in next.
I want to see Split. I just don't think we are. I love Split so much. Oh, yeah. We're going right back to Ascent. I told you, this is where disputes go to get settled. This is a 50-50 map, and nobody wants to risk it for the biscuit. They're not going to try and pick a map that they know their opponent is good on, which is why we haven't seen Haven. Because Haven is such a distinct map where you have teams that pop off, and then you have teams that don't. So Ascent is the safe pick.
Well, surprising enough, Broncos, this is actually one of their more comfortable maps. It does really come down between Haven and Ascent for which map they're feeling the most. It's really based off of what compositions they're choosing to run, how the meta is favoring them. They found a lot of success on Ascent, but it is more of this all-or-nothing gameplay style for them. They either really do well on Ascent, or it is a struggle from beginning to end. And we do see the exact mirror composition we saw earlier on Ascent, which is that Jet, Sova, KJ, Owen, and KO.
And you already know I love this composition, and I expect nothing less. We saw it earlier. This is the meta comp. This is what you're going to see from the majority of teams more often than not. And again, you already know we're going to see the Sova Odin combo. I'd be disappointed if we didn't. And you know what it's going to come down to is who's going to go more gunny, who's going to be able to hit their shots, who's going to be clicking heads, and who's going to end up dead.
Sup peeks tiles, is not fully engaged through it. Prestige walks towards window, turns back around, possibly using the loud stomping as a bait. Ultimately going to decide to take some shots, breaks down window. Haru is already waiting by boxes on the low ground. Sup pushing up towards Cat. It's going to meet the blunt end of 3 open guns. Finds 2, finds 3. That is Sup with a 3-piece combo.
Oh my word. Literally all head clicks too. They were all hitting straight into the face. That was some great shots being made there by Sup, and now they have an amazing advantage and only one player. 4 Boise remains. Prestige up on high, will be eliminated, but at least they managed to trade out, and Sup is going to close out the round with a 4K.
I like the Ghost. This is why I like the Ghost. I feel like if you're in that sweet spot of range, it is one of the most deadly pistols in the game.
And again, it doesn't have the same recoil as, say, like the Classic does. So you have a lot more control. And we could see Sup definitely had control of their shots just then. And it also put respect on the flick. The flick of the wrist was so mean. They were able to get all 3 headshots in succession. Truly impressive, even just from the pistol round.
Rihanna is looking for the recon dart. Sees it, doesn't have to acknowledge it's not in range. Got some exchange fire happening in A main, a 3-on-2. Sorry, yeah, 3-on-2. Broncos are going to, well, CU Gold is going to disengage. The Buffaloes walking over towards Fish Market.
Man, look at the presence that Boise is bringing the tree. They just 3-stacked it there, and I don't blame them. To me, tree is the best avenue to get to A, going mid to A, so I don't blame them for 3-stacking. And then, of course, you got KJ, but the one thing I'm more nervous about the KJ is that they dropped immediately to Boatyard.
Yeah.
I would rather, you try and back up, maybe go towards Alley, because now, look, the push is on. KJ is there by themselves, and they get dealt with first.
Right here.
In the past, we've seen KJ instead back up towards counter spawn. Tended to work out better. Instead, there was a full 5-man engage onto poor KJ. Spazzy holding right outside Boathouse. We see Ronan get 1, Sup get 1. Skelesis finds Sup, but Broncos just down to the Jet and Omen. Moldy Smokes coming in clutch, the double controller play. Trying to watch each other's backs. The engagement is beginning. The wraparound from CU Gold. Right side of Boathouse, you can see the silhouettes coming through. Skelesis hiding by logs. Omen gets swung. Down goes Omen. Master did find 1, but Spazzy gets the 2-piece.
Yep, and again, this is just about the script that we expect to see. Of course, you win round 1, you get the advantage in 2. But again, we find ourselves with Boise State getting an opportunity to buy up, because they did go for a full save. We saw a couple of sheriffs in hand, but I don't think anybody bought shields. So I'm expecting to see a really good buy coming from Boise going into round 3. And we already know that Boise likes to go gunny, especially when they get their hands on some rifles. So honestly, I'm hyping them up a little bit. Don't get me wrong. I'm setting expectations a little high, but those are the expectations I have of Boise State.
Daimyo is going to deliver on the Odin pick and just spray through Fish Market. Recon dart fully goes off. Daimyo goes down to the wallbang from Sup. Full team is getting ready to push through Fish Market. Sova being the one lagging behind towards A site is going to rotate through attacker spawn and head back towards their team. We have 2 swing the angle onto Rihanna. Rihanna is going to disengage into the same spot as last time, or are we going to see a full flip over towards defender's spawn? Yes, Riri's going to back towards defender's spawn, and we see lockdown get procced. Riri's just backpedaling, keeping an eye, making sure no one peeks through the smoke for 3. Is in a safe range, but another smoke in front of Riri means that he cannot see now.
Yeah, and again, this is, quickly a learned lesson. They're not going to drop back to Boatyard again. They're going to get out of dodge, avoid the danger, and do a little bit of what we saw Colorado Gold do in the previous match. And instead of just trying to stick the face-forward defense, they're going to play retake now.
Retake is stronger in this instance because everyone is now being corralled into one zone. They are in Boatyard. You know where they're at. It's just a matter of finding the exact location. But we have Haru swing onto Skelesis. Manages to win that duel. The Jet versus Jet was victorious, but Master returns the favor. Ronan then picks up Master. Lots of trades. No confirms just yet. However, the vulnerability from the alarm bot comes in clutch, and that's going to be another round victory for the side of CU Gold.
And just like that, Colorado gets the bonus round. That is absolutely insane. That you can't get a better start than that. You really can't. And Colorado Gold, again, are riding that wave of momentum they built up in the last game. And that was something that I was worried about for Boise State because they're coming off of a loss. It's unfortunate. You did not have the recovery time. However, Colorado Gold did because they went down first. They already had to play their lower bracket game. And now they're playing for a chance to go to the grand finals.
They are. We'll have to see. This timeout was called by Rihanna, so it is the Broncos calling this one, trying to give themselves an opportunity to recenter and refocus. I mean, we did have a snack break. We did get to have some food. Hopefully no one over 8 is now feeling sick on stage, but nonetheless, we do see Doc up there with the side of the Broncos being the voice of reason, trying to calm everybody down and center everybody back up to be ready to play. Let's just see if they're able to start pulling this back in their favor, because 3-round deficit, very little elims in favor of the Broncos right now.
And you see, that's exactly why I didn't snack on break, because I got to tell you, once I get one snack, it's not going to stop with one snack. It's going to keep going. You know, it's an avalanche effect. So again, the same reason why maybe you shouldn't eat too much before the game. You know, you don't want to overdo it. You don't want to overindulge because you don't want to be in the middle of a play and all of a sudden, you know, you got some gurglage going on. So again, you got to snack responsibly.
My parents always said that I'm a grazer. I don't really eat a bunch at once. I always come out and grab like a handful of food. Come back an hour later, another handful of food. You got to take that strategy when you're playing video games so you don't get the upset stomach. Haru, walking up the boxes, is now standing on ledge. Omen Smoke comes through main. Sova's going to recon dart over to the back. High ground. Does it get eliminated? No, it does not. And the swarm grenades are out over near tree to try and force anyone to disengage. Prestige still on high ground. Has the Sheriff. Couple pot shots exchanged from tree to from Daimyo. Does not make contact with anybody. Daimyo's location is just being given away.
And take a look at the positioning right now from Colorado Gold. They have taken control of the A site, and now here comes the re-entry from Boise State as the spike continues to tick away. They are at a great start, managing to get a limb after a limb, but now Haru with the Phantom from down low, able to find 2, and will get the third as only one player remains as Haru will finally be eliminated. Now, the defuse going underway. They get it to at least half, and now they have to hold on, but the Nano Swarm able to back them off, and it will be Sup with the Odin to get the final limb in the 4th round win for Colorado Gold.
If you're not a good
Sup
shot today,
stole Daimyo's Odin earlier and was still using it to take down Daimyo in that instance. That's always painful, your own weapon being turned against you. This blind that came out from Omen picked up 2, manages to find the follow-up kills through that through the blind, but then this peek out of hell gets 1, gets the other. Rihanna on this drop. Haru was dominating for a moment, did get eliminated, but here we go. There's Daimyo going down to his own Odin.
Oh, I think it is actually stated in Valorant proverbs that it be like that sometimes. You know, you go down to your own weapon. The Odin favors nobody. You know, it doesn't discriminate. It doesn't matter who's using it. It will lay down the law, and it will get eliminations, and it will catch bodies, which is why more often than not, it's the Sova-Odin combo. It just goes together so well. But if Sova goes down, leave it to KJ to pick it right back up.
Catwalk has been cleared. It's just KJ lingering over by tiles, making sure there's no one rotating behind through tree from the defensive team. Haru is in, looking to go and engage underneath into hell, but unfortunately Riri's response is just a little too late. Haru finds the elimination. Daimyo about to swing out with his jet. They find 1. Skelesis got Haru. Ronan finds Skelesis. Master finds Darius. Sup gets Master, and now we're in a 2v3.
That we are, and Spike continuing to tick away for Boise State as Prestige only has 7 health to their name. They're going to drop low, looking for the wall bang, but instead they'll get swung by Spazzy, who is able to end out the round with a spicy 2-piece.
0-5, Broncos starting to feel a little bit of the pressure. Looks like they're going to go for a nearly full save. I saw a couple of shares. We can take a quick look here at this engage between Haru and Rihanna, ending with Rihanna back in the Shadow Realm. Double swing peek finds one in favor of the Broncos, but then this wallbang in hell was unsuccessful. Not a single bullet hit Spazzy. Spazzy picked up a two-piece there after Ronan. He's going to send this dart, looks like either archway or to tiles. This recon for their squad. See how it works out. Yes, it goes all the way through archway at mid, and then there's a follow-up knife at market. Did not pick up any of the defensive squad for the Broncos. Two post up outside A main. It is a cat and mouse game of chicken between these four players on A main.
And you know what? I really love Sup's KJ here, and going into round 6 now. They got their hands on that Odin, and they haven't given it up. And they're the top frag right now for California Gold, or I'm sorry, Colorado Gold. Regardless, they have been just popping off right now. And normally when you see a Sentinel, you don't think top frag. But Sub is going with the Sentinel, and they are top fragging, as now another limb goes the way of Colorado Gold.
Fiver in on B site for the side of CU Gold. It's locked down. Spike is planted. Sup is spraying with the Odin down market. Haru's also looking to pick up Master, but gets the Sheriff instead. Down Haru. Broncos still trailing by one agent. Double smokes have both been exhausted from the Omen and the KJ. Both Omen and Jet. We do see Master comes in facing down the Odin. Skelesis goes down. Rihanna goes down. That's Sup with the 4K.
Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, KJ got their hands on that Odin, and they're just holding on to it with an iron grip. And you got to keep in mind, Odin themselves was a war god, so it makes sense that they are just going absolutely insane here on the B site. They are declaring war on Boise State, and it has just been unrelenting so far coming from Colorado Gold. And you got to keep in mind that they're on the offensive side, and it's KJ that's leading the way. KJ is a Sentinel. That's mostly a defensive play style when you look at a KJ.
Well, now we've got an operator, I do believe, in the hands of Haru. We'll have to wait and see if this one comes into play as heavily as it did previously on this same map for the side of CU Gold. Bladestorm is also online as well for the side of CU Gold, whereas we have the Omen Ultimate Bladestorm and Null Command online for Boise State. Question is, how are these ultimates going to be used? We have a lot of exchange fire happening just outside of tiles, no confirmed kills just yet, and no one really taking a significant amount of damage either.
Now you can see the focus going towards mid from Colorado Gold. The peak will be made. Out goes the swing, and Rihanna has to back off. They know there are too many players there in mid. They can't take it alone, as Skelesis will be able to get not one, but two back-to-back op shots to land. And that's 2 eliminations going the way of CU Gold. But now Boise State have a player advantage, as it will be Spazzy now to come through with the op and get in a limb of their own.
The Odin is down. Both ops are alive. Spazzy is again.
30 seconds left.
Giving them a little bit of a rest with the fan. Which operator player is going to be victorious is the question at this point, as we have Master forced back into tree. Oh, Spazzy is there. Spazzy has the op. Spazzy has looked away.
Planted.
Okay, Master. Are you going to wait here patiently? Prestige with the Null Command activated, ends up getting taken down by Darius. Here we go. It's the one-on-one. Caught in the weapon swap animation from the primary to secondary. That is the kit. Unfortunately, that is your operator down. Heo cannot be revived.
Standing.
Darius with the two-piece is now up to Skelesis to make a decision.
And it's a tough call. Do you try and go for the defuse, or do you save the op? Well, it looks like Skelesis, yeah, they're going to save the op here. And at the end of the day, it's the right call, but it was a tough call because, again, CU Gold now have 7 unanswered wins here on Ascent.
They do, but this was one of the more successful rounds for the side of the Broncos. And Darius decided to stay on the spike.
Why not? I mean, they have enough money to retire on. Let's keep it $150. They have credits. They got credits for days. They have enough for a full buy and then some. So they're not going to be hurting from giving away that free limb, giving away the weapon. They're going to be able to buy it, no problem. So I kind of get it. And, you know, they stuck with the spike the entire way through just to even possibly go for an exit frag, maybe. but at the end of the day, they're going to be just fine.
Perhaps, but my response to that is if things start to return in favor of the Broncos, are you going to regret the instance where you gave up credits because you lost your life on Spike?
Oh, instant regret, of course.
Exactly. So maybe you don't make decisions like this and instead play fully to your strengths the entire time, play clean the entire time, don't do stuff like that, and get off the Spike when you know that there's nobody there.
But if we did that, it wouldn't be Valorant.
Yes, but small mistakes turn into an avalanche over time if you continue to make them. That is the only point I'm trying to make. And yes, we did have a timeout quickly called by one of the teams, so they can once again talk things out, take a moment to breathe. 30 seconds versus a minute, getting to double the time. It can help.
Yeah, and that is the second timeout we have gotten so far here on Ascent. And you know what? I am a firm believer of using every single timeout that you're given because it's literally like taking an opportunity and not using it. It's also the same thing. It's kind of like a pet peeve I have where you see an ultimate and it doesn't get used.
Yes.
It's so infuriating. It's a wasted opportunity.
Are we waiting for Valorant 2?
I think we are. You know, Valorant 2 coming out, and then they're taking away the jet nerf and Chambers back to their old ways. Valorant 2. It's even nuttier than the first.
Skelis is peeking down tiles. There was some cloud smokes thrown, but I don't think Skelis is going to find anybody because it was all just a bait. It was a distraction. Look at this conga line working its way up to the A split. There we go. All five going through A. Lockdown's committed. Looks like Hunter's Fury is going to be used to try and counter the lockdown, but I'm not sure if it landed. It did not, but Riri finds one. Haru finds another. Skelesis picks up Sup. Right now, Broncos are actually looking stronger. Better position we've seen them thus far in this 8th round. Everything up to this point has been CU Gold.
Yeah, that it has. And meanwhile, you can see Darius still trying to plant. They do go for the fake, sending out the audio cue, and now here comes the null command. That is going to make things a lot more difficult for Skelesis to come in and get those cheeky, quick op shots because their dash is gone for the time that ult from KO remains. And now, not only that, Haru also popped their ult. So far, CU Gold, even though they're down one player, they have invested 2 ults into this spike take.
Knife was used. Haru has lost their Blade Storm, but Haru nonetheless finds Daimyo with the wall bangs through the floor. Never thought I'd say that language, but they're back online. Skelesis goes down. Prestige finds Haru in return. One inside Hell goes down. One crouching from Wine. Does anybody realize that that is where Ronan is at? The smoke is used. 2 shock darts are going to be committed into the smoke. Prestige and Master both get murked inside of the smoke.
And that's Ronan right there. That is Ronan doing Ronan things on the Sova. Again, they didn't even have to frag. All they had to do was try and kill the clock, but instead they were able to kill the opposition. They heard the audio cue, they know the smoke is there, and honestly, I'm just really impressed that they had the discipline to save those shock darts till the very end. A lot of times you see, especially when you're playing that hard defense, or rather when you're going for the post plant, you see the shock darts come out early, just to keep them from getting onto site. But the discipline that we just saw from Ronan to save the shock darts until the very end, to me just speaks volumes of how they think in the long term instead of just the short term.
Hopefully the Broncos learned their lesson. When you have someone defusing and you recognize the position of the enemy player, you cannot just let them maintain that spatial control. You need to start getting into their face, because had the one that was not defusing gone into the face of that enemy Sova, those shock darts would neither have hit one of them, but not both of them could have gotten the elim and then gone for the defuse. Yes, your teammate would have died, but you would have protected your team as a whole. Now we have Blade Storm from Skelesis being popped all the way in defender spawn, looking for those long-range headshots, and might be able to pick up 1 or 2, but Haru is getting posted up and ready for the challenge.
And I love seeing plays like this because I can never do it. You know, the Blade Storm all the way from defender spawn, there's no way I could pull that off. But being able to see a player like Skelesis attempt and possibly land that shot, that just makes my day, you know. And I'm not rooting for one team or the other, but I am a fan of great highlights, and that would have been one had they landed.
Cloud Smoke updraft, both dedicated by Haru, who gets judged in the face from Prestige. And we have Darius try to do a couple pot flashes. Darius goes down to Skelesis. Prestige accidentally flashes himself, does get the judge onto Spazzy, picks up a new weapon. Ronan waiting for Daimyo, finds Daimyo. Ronan with the recon dart, finds a few, is at 3 health. We mentioned it before. It is just a resource, but your resource of time is also trickling down. finally, the Broncos find their footing, and not just with any round.
Yep, and we got our first cowbells here on Ascent between Boise and CU Gold, as finally Boise will find themselves on the board so far at an 8-1 split.
It was a thrifty. They got a thrifty.
It was a big thrifty. Hey, there was a one win, but that's a big one.
It was definitely a needed. They need this turnaround point. 1-8 is pretty rough scoreline to be dealing with. We've talked about curses though. 10-2 is one I actually firmly believe in, especially when I've started in the defensive positions and when I've seen Boise State start in the defense position. Things tend to be a little bit more off kilter for them, but we've got Skelesis again with the operator fighting the intro kill on Sup.
And none too soon. They need all the
Prestige.
advantages they can
Prestige.
get, and Prestige kind of gave away a free limb there just by braving the smoke. I mean, if you see the smoke go out, my automatic assumption is that someone's in there.
Yeah, 100%, especially if it's not my own smoke. Skelesis is holding this angle that nobody is going to pass through at this point. They've all disengaged. They know Skelesis is there with the operator looking down Fish Market. No one wants to meet that open barrel. Omen does have teleport online. That ult is ready to go. So theoretically, let their team rotate A site, pull a bunch of attention, get a couple of elims if needed, and then teleport. And yes, there it is. There's the Omen teleport coming to meet their team, saying hello. Fully engaged. We have one go into one. It's going to be Haru, who's engaging first on the A site.
And this is an interesting setup there from the KJ because they put all their utility there on door by tree. Now, normally when I see like a lot of utility from KJ, it's usually going to cover one of the entryways, one or the other. But seeing them all planted at door, I think is a little interesting. I'm wondering how that strategy will pay off. And so far, it's not paying off too well because the KJ from Boise has been eliminated, but Master able to come back from Boise to find another elim. And now Darius is going to have to operate from down on low.
Two are inside hell. Remember, Spike is planted. You can see the shoulder. That's Skelesis with one. Can Skelesis get the other? Nope, and the op is likely to be picked up. We do see Master find Haru, though, so the op is safe. It's Sova versus Sova and Omen. Ronan is alive. Ronan gets eliminated by Master, and Daimyo goes for the defuse.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, not going to happen against Boise. The same play was at hand, looking for those shock darts from the corner, trying to hold off the defuse, possibly looking for the double elim. But like you had hinted to earlier, if you send one player forward and go into their face, then they won't be able to get off those shock darts. So they literally just heard your words of wisdom and played it out in real time.
Well, I love to say that I'm somehow ESPing it to them because, yes, they cannot hear me. They drowned me out. They've heard me enough times at this point. My screechiness does not reach them. I do know I mentioned it previously, that CU Gold, they get very repetitive with what they're looking to do. They don't change things up. They've got their comfort and they stick with it. The Broncos are starting to read this, albeit 10 rounds in, and they're starting to make corrections. You cannot continue to do the same thing and not respect a team that is able to adapt.
Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if they're starting to call you out and they're starting to pick you off in transition, then you have to make changes. Even if it's small changes, you have got to do something, because other than that, you're going to be giving away free limbs and free opportunities. And that's something you can't afford to do, especially this late in the tournament. The winner of this does go to Grands.
Master goes down to Haru. Haru's still sticking with being able to be the point of entry and intro fragging. Haru and Ronan pushing in towards market. One clearing out slightly counter spawn. Double smokes used. Rihanna, Skelesis both pick up one. Darius finds one. Sup with another. That is 3v2, but CU Gold is really hurting right now. They're bleeding on the floor. They take a couple of pot shots. They are done for. The only one that really can withstand a couple more bullets is going to be that KJ.
And that's the most dangerous player right now coming from the side of CU Gold. We've already discussed how this KJ is literally the top frag for their team. And meanwhile, there is the Sova-Odin combo coming from Boise, so they can spray both yard and maybe land a shot, and they do. They get the trade. They lose their KO, but they were able to pick up Sup in the crossfire. Now it's a 2v1, still winnable for Boise as they go for the swing. They go for the wallbang on cubes, and they will be gunned down in kind thanks to Darius. And now CU Gold get their 9th round win here on Ascent.
Hopefully we get a replay of this full engage. at Boathouse because in the moment you could actually see when when Broncos swung left side, the first person to fall on the full engage saw 2 people inside the backup site. Right here. Sup peeks and got 1. Oh, okay, never mind. Darius did not full peek. I thought we got a little piece of the elbow, maybe some shoulder. I was wrong.
Yeah, and it was the Sova going for the wall spray there on Boatyard, which was the right call, but it costed them their KO at the same time. And when you're trying to play for, those double swings, it's a great play, but the player advantage wasn't in their favor. CU Gold just had that one extra player, so they had the player to sacrifice where Boise just simply did not.
Sup is chilling midway up catwalk. Everyone is making me push through main. Daimyo with the Guardian gets Haru. A little bit of Guardian gaming coming in. When you're a little broke, you have to sacrifice quality. I got the Walmart brand myself. It's okay.
And we had even talked about Haru in the last game. They were getting a little overzealous, a little overconfident. They push against defender spawn, and they get dealt with by the Guardian. It's time for Haru to sit down and be a little humble.
Skelesis finds Sup. Master gets found by Darius. Rihanna, Spazzy, Ronan, Daimyo, Skelesis, Darius, Ronan finds Riri. We're in a 2v1. CU Gold, there's Sova. Ronan with the trying to put the shock darts into 1. I'm not positive if any of those landed on Skelesis. They did not. Skelesis jiggle peeking, trying to bait Ronan into a sense of security. Ronan isn't falling for it. Skelesis falls.
Yeah, that they do. And now we have ourselves a good old-fashioned 1v1. Spike not planted. They have to swing. They have to get the head click, and they do. Ronan now will put CU Gold in the double digits.
And that was the end of the round. We're rotating. Boise State is now going to be on offense. Is the 10-2 curse kind of come to fruition?
If the Misfits can do it, I think it is definitely a real thing. I've seen the Misfits. I've casted the Misfits while they pulled off a 10-2 curse. The 10-2 curse can come into fruition here today. It can happen.
I am always relying on the 10-2 curse.
I wouldn't bet on it, but, it could definitely happen. Anything is possible in Valorant.
10-2 curse, ghost in a dream.
Yes.
More often than not, the only thing I can afford is a ghost and light shields, okay? I'm really bad.
There they are right there, look. We're back to the pistol rounds now. We're going into round 13, so again, this is where Boise State needs to make one heck of a turnaround, and honestly, they can't afford to lose the pistol round. I'm going to go ahead and say it. This is a must-win round for Boise.
No arguments here coming from that. Cap is not capping right now.
Thank you.
Firmly say that. We've got Spazzy backing off towards tree. Haru forced to use KO, and both Haru and the KO got flash. Spazzy goes down. Darius found Master, but we've got 3 outside the smoke. It's a 1v3. Rihanna finds the kill. Haru finds 2. Skelesis finds Haru. It is a 2-on-2. KJ and Jet or KJ and Sova. CU Gold, who is going to be able to play the mind games better as the spike goes down at Jen.
It is good for Boise because now that we're in the post plant, the advantage goes to them. As they are pretty sure that both remaining players are up in heaven. They do get the read, trying to avoid the sonar dart. They do manage to take it out. And now out goes a shock dart, and Rihanna from down on low gets the right click with the classic and is able to get the elim on Sup, and now only the Sova from CU Gold remains as Ronan tries to play from up on heaven. They get one elim on Skelesis, looking to get the swing. Ronan has to reload. They have the melee.
Holy cow!
Oh my goodness, Rihanna able to come in with a 4K.
Oh my gosh. Valorant isn't always overstimulating, but Valorant definitely, as I mentioned, turns into a game of jump scares. This game gives me more anxiety than any other esport.
Oh my goodness. How did they not reload here? It was so close. They go for the swing.
The fatal mistake, the reload.
They went for the reload. And not to mention, there was another ghost there on the floor. They could have just went over, picked it up, and then went for the swing spray. Again, a very bold move and also somewhat of a confident move to just go for the melee. Would have been a cheeky elim, but that KJ from Boise, they're not going to give that one up.
CU Gold, everyone has pistols, but Haru. Haru has the Marshall. Riri, Master. Ronan falls, Haru falls. You said it earlier, the Broncos like their guns, and they sure as heck do. We've got Vandals and Guardians. That is the name of the game. There's no Spectres. There's no Stingers. They are in it to start making this gap smaller and smaller and be oppressive to CU Gold on their offensive pushes.
Now we got Darius operating from inside the smoke, does get the head clicks, but they get dealt with in kind by their doppelganger, the other KO, Prestige, able to get the elim with their Guardian. And this should be a free plant here, and it is. Down it goes, and now we're going into the post plant.
Everyone has got their backs turned where the defense is rotating from. They do see the blind come forward, though. They know Omen is back here at the minimum. The blind is successful. There is the suppress. KO knows they're both lurking back here.
And all the intel has been given away to Boise State. This should be a win for them. As you can see, time continuing to tick away. And honestly, CU Gold have nothing to lose. You got classics in hand. You have nothing to save. Might as well try and look for a frag or two. And you're not going to get pushed. It's not going to be an exit frag. You might as well just push now, but it looks like they're just going to wait it out.
My question is, when you're this far in pistol rounds, does it matter? Because you're not you're not saving anything.
Exactly. That's why I don't understand why they didn't push.
As I was either full back off or at full engage.
I'm definitely all in favor of the full send, especially in the pistol round. But oh well, there's a reason we're on the desk and they're on stage.
I will reiterate though, is it gonna come to bite you a little bit?
Well, this is going to be the round where we really find out, because this is going to be the full buy round coming from the side of CU Gold. They went down in the pistols, they lost a second, but now they got a little economy to work with here. Only 2 half shields there, but it is all rifles. 4 Vandals, 1 Phantom. This is the moment. If Boise State can come away with the bonus, then the comeback will be in full swing.
Default pushing Spike is closer to B site. I'm only saying closer because whether it's going to be a B site commit, I don't know. If we can see the Broncos get an entry frag onto A site, we could see a complete rotation. Have to wait and see. Recon Dart has gone towards Catwalk, clearing out the smoke, making sure no one is there. Shock darting these angles, trying to lock them down. Daimyo may need those later on, so not using both. Sup is going to jiggle peek main, gets flashed, the tailwind comes in. Skelesis is going to be taken out by Sup. Lots of cooldowns, little return.
And great heads-up play there by Sup. And we have seen so many mid-lane pushes coming from Boise State that, you know, KJ, more often than not, is going to lock down A or B. But locking down mid, pretty heads-up call coming from CU Gold.
KJ for the side of Boise State saw the blind come out from Spazzy, is aware that the Omen is here. Ronan is there as well. Not
30 seconds
positive
left.
if Riri is aware that Ronan is rounding this corner at tree. He's in a 2-on-1. Ronan finds the first shot. Ririana goes down. 3v5. Broncos are desperately in need of this round victory as they're going to walk into Haru, picks up 1, uses double smoke to try and live. Goes down to the pistol from Master, but it's just Master left standing with 6 seconds left remaining. Can't get the spike down, and that's a round win for CU Gold.
And they are that much closer to getting the win and putting themselves in a position to get revenge on their sister team in the grand finals. But still, they need 2 more rounds here. And I got to tell you, things are getting a little nerve-wracking right now if you're a fan of Boise.
I know. You win some, you lose some. It's about how you play the game or whatever the heck the quote is.
This is also true. But now it's a rifle round. We're going to see rifles coming from both sides. And we already know Boise State are really good at the rifle round. So let's see if they can turn the game around. As now we are well and underway into round 16.
Daimyo with the entry pick. Finds Spazzy.
You should run.
Standard placement for the lockdown. There is no Hunter's Fury to eliminate it this time. The one corner back of boat where we have this for KJ. It's Sup though, the fragger, and it's not cleared. You are fully aware that that angle is the one place they can stay on this site. Why would you not peek it first?
Well, in their defense, they were able to go to Alley, find the 2K, and then all they had to deal with afterward was Sup. So, I mean, trust me, I agree with you full-heartedly. But luckily for them, it worked out in their favor.
It did work out, but we'll see it in this replay here. you've played this game enough. You know that the only place this person can hide is here. Prestige, unfortunately, is looking down the opposite direction where someone would have actually had to have been in the lockdown to be standing at that point.
Yeah, they were trying to check box, but you're right. They would have had to have been in the lockdown in order to even be there. So, yeah, you know there was nobody detained. So they're not going to be there. The only place they could have been was Boatyard. But they still managed to get the win, so not too much love lost there as we get ready now to head into round 17. And still a long way to go for Boise State.
Slowly moving forward up catwalk, the pitch play coming in from Cat and A main. Jiggle peeking around A main. It's going to be Sup inside the Omen smoke. Is this going to be to their advantage? Sup finds Rihanna. The alarm bot went off. Definitely let them know where someone was standing. Skelesis has entered, uses their own smoke, is going to actually choose to disengage. Keep an eye on tiles, but needs to be careful. Gets the flag. Can they find the second one on Ronan? Identifies Ronan is there, has to go for the reload. Better to not be caught in mid-firefight with that. Ronan will pick up Daimyo with the help of Darius. Prestige finds Sup. Spazzy, Darius and Ronan find the last two.
And just like that, Colorado Gold are on match point. Boise State, they have their backs up against the wall here. From here on out, it has to be perfect gameplay, or they're going to be knocked out in their home arena.
I mean, you only have to do 6 rounds of perfect gameplay, and then you can maybe slip off.
No, I still wouldn't do it. Not the way that CU Gold has been playing. You have got to be flawless against their team. They are hitting literally everything, and they are being led by Sup, the killer KJ. So far, with 21 eliminations, have dropped a 20 bomb here on Ascent.
Let's see if they can carry themselves perfectly calm and poised for, at the minimum, 7 rounds, or if CU Gold sends them packing and says see you soon to their sister team.
Well, here we go. Round 18 underway. And still no commitment to either side just yet. You do see Spike lingering over towards mid, but they are going to go back into attacker spawn, and they're going to decide to go back over towards B main. A little utility has been used so far, but not much.
They know. They should know this. Waharu is. Every time.
And honestly, it should be Skelesis to try and go for the swing first, but it will be Rihanna as they do manage to get Skelesis off of point, or rather Haru. As now Skelesis does go up, and they get eliminated. Shot out of the sky like a game of duck hunt. What a play, as now only 2 players from CU Gold remain. And Boise State looking strong here as the spike does go down.
Sup goes down to Riri, who used their own bot as a decoy. Spazzy does find Riri, finds Daimyo, but Master finds Spazzy. Broncos have now reached the halfway point of CU Gold's score. Can they go the rest of the way?
And you know it all, it's just, you just got to take it 1 round at a time. But I got to see, I hope they show this again. When Skelesis goes up with the Bladestorm with the updraft, and they just get shot out of the sky. Granted, you know, it was a good distraction tool because they drew all focus onto them, and then they were able to find the limbs in the crossfire. So again, you got to give one to get a couple. And that's exactly what we just saw coming from the side of Boise State. They managed to get the round win, and now they got some economy to work with. And it looks as though CU Gold are in a save round.
We do hear Null Command has been instigated. Bladestorm from CU Gold has been used. 1 ult on each side. Null Command for CU is still alive. Prestige gets Spazzy. No more Omen. No Omen ultimate, but not really something you're going to use unless you're using it to get the heck out of dodge. Darius taking down Door.
No charges.
Ooh, Haru almost fully unloads into Daimyo. Rihanna finds Darius. Haru is going to go down to Skelesis, and now it is just the KO, well, KJ and Sova standing both with 1 hairline of health, the other about a third remaining.
And just a classic in hand. You know, they're going to have to work with, you know, basically a pea shooter. As Rihanna does get gunned down by the Sheriff, and not bad. It was a save round, not a bad performance. Boise State will stay alive, though, get another round win. But CU Gold, they did manage to get at least 2 elims, so that's going to be a guaranteed 2 rebuys coming from Boise State as we get ready to head into the next round.
At least Boise State is not looking as broke as they had. First half of the game, their economy management was about as bad as my own in real life. The second half, they're doing much better. Someone took over the checkbook and said, no, 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 no. We buy from the bargain bin to begin with, and we stick with it until we're stabilized. Now, the question is, are those two that they have to rebuy really going to fully impact the team's economy to an extent where it starts to get painful? There's no room for mistakes, though, so I mean, you got a full buy every time now.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it is going to have an effect, but it's not going to be disastrous. It's not something that you can't come back from. And we've already seen Boise State do a lot more with a lot less. So, again, I don't think it's going to hurt them that much, but it's still going to give a still small advantage going to CU Gold because now they should be able to come through with a full buy round for their side.
Yes, and we'll have to see how this full buy round shakes out. You heard me talking about it, though. It's the predictability that we're seeing coming out, and I really hope in this timeout we have CU Gold say, okay, we got to start changing things up because hopefully also during this timeout, the Broncos are like, they are in the same spots every time. Why are we not reading this? It is being handed to us like a textbook. We need to memorize it so we can pass the quiz, and right now they are failing it. Right now, Haru, though, is going to do exactly what Haru did during the last time we saw them on Ascent, which is fine. Swing into market with the operator out, but the spray and pray of the Odin might deter anyone from wanting to engage in this area to begin with.
And you would think if they're going to go for the Odin spray that you would set the op up either or towards mid and maybe try and catch them out of rotation, but they're going to go for, you know, the 2-stack there just to deter B. And you know what? In that regard, it is working because the full rotation, every single player from Boise is now going to A.
I mean, two of the most painful guns in the game, the one that can kneecap you and kill you, or the one that turns you into Swiss cheese, and if you're lactose intolerant, you really want to avoid it, both on one site, nah, go the other way.
And that's exactly where they're going. But look at the util that they're already using just to clear out wine. So that's already a nade that you don't have to worry about if you're CU Gold. Meanwhile, they are going to be throwing out some of that utility and possibly going to try and entry their way in, and Skelesis is already down low in health.
There's no command from Darius. And Hunter's Fury. However, Hunter's Fury is being used to destroy the KJ ultimate, but does not get the lockdown. Instead, Sup comes through, swings onto Master and Riri. Skelesis goes down to Spazzy. Defuse has begun. They need to start pinging the spike and getting in and defuse and stopping the defuse. But with that, CU Gold walks away with a 13-7 victory.
That is an insane win for Colorado Gold. And I even mentioned before, previously, when they went up against Weber, I said, if I were Boise State, I'd be nervous about going up against CU Gold. They played phenomenally, and they did so again. And just like that, the defending champions of the Rockies Regional Campus Clutch has been defeated.
And I respect where it is due. CU Gold played to their strengths and they played it well, and they weren't able to be dismantled by the Broncos. However, I think the side of CU Black has the advantage of always screaming this team. I mean, of course, they're in-house buddies. They're siblings. And I think that is why CU Black had the upper hand previously. They know the playbook that CU Gold has, and CU Gold relies and plays to it like it is the word of law. So, is it going to be CU Gold? Is it going to be CU Black? We don't know. But for now, here is our leaderboards. Sup coming in, dropping the 24 bomb to top the leaderboard in this game.
As a KJ, I believe in KJ's supremacy. I still think to this day that KJ is the meta sentinel in Valorant. And when Sup gets a hold of this player, they are phenomenal. Look at the ratings here. 334 average combat score, 104 econ. They were absolutely cooking. And then not only that, were they able to go gunny and get a lot of those limbs. But I want to take a minute to look at the assist. The assist often gets slept on, and when you're looking at the comparison between the two teams, you had more assists coming from the side of Colorado Gold from their KO and from their Omen. They were bottom fragging, but their assists were incredibly high. You know what that's telling me? That's telling me that they knew their KJ, they knew Sup was cooking, and they just fed them. They threw out the blinds, they threw out the smoke, they gave them all the support that they needed, and sometimes that's what you have to do. You have to let your teammate cook, and you got to let them eat too.
Most definitely. I mean, okay, so I'm still gonna be sad until I see a Sage, which I'm not gonna get at all today. So I'll let you enjoy your KJ kills, and I'll feed off of your KJ kills in this instance, because I'm just gonna silently cry about it. Nonetheless, though, I have to agree. If you facilitate your teammates well enough, and you know someone is dominating, I mean, Sup was being oppressive in the best and most horrifying way ever. You're taking an agent that is built to be played one way, and you're saying, no, I'm playing entry.
It was the last thing that I expected. And, when it comes to Ascent, it's pretty understood. Like, the meta has been decided for a long time. That's why we saw the mirror matchup in comps. But it's the way that you play the composition that really makes a difference. And Sup, they simply played KJ different. And literally just said it, KJ diff.
Yes. You didn't cast or curse it, but with that being said, we're going to send it over to Jacob and Colin inside the studio to talk to a few of the players. Jacob, Colin, take it away, guys.
Welcome to the studio. We have got Fizz here from Weber State, who competed today. Unfortunately, their road ended, but we wanted to get a little bit of insight of what it was like to attend the event. I understand this is your first LAN.
Yeah, this is my first LAN. I've been playing for Valorant for probably around 2 years now. Back in 2021, I started in 2020 early in the beta phase. But yeah, it's my first LAN after competing for quite a time, and so it's been a wonderful experience.
So kind of reflect just a little bit on your experience with Weber State. Obviously, even making it to your first LAN's a big achievement. How do you feel overall about the team and the journey you've taken so far?
You know what? The journey's been quite amazing. I had a lot of teammates and a lot of friends come and go, and just building a new team around a whole new center has been awesome. Not only that, but like the whole experience as a whole, being able to compete in my own LAN. It's been a dream of mine since I played back in high school, because I've always wanted just to put my name out there and have that chance.
Well, we're really happy to have you here. You really gave the teams a run for their money. A lot of the games were very close. Take us just a little bit through those games. I mean, you came out to a huge start against Boise State when a lot of people, had considered Boise State to be the favorites. You were matching them shot for shot. So how did that feel throughout the game?
That was all me. Not all me, but as a team in full, we were talking about everything we wanted to do, and we knew that everyone kind of doubted on Weber to come, because we're not a big college state that's been in the scene before, like last year, and we've just been trying to play the game to have fun. And not only that, but in order to exchange with Boise, I basically had to sit them down and say, hey, we've been playing this game as long as they have. There's no difference in between us. We go and play the game that we wanted to play, and that's what we're going to do. And by me calling and stuff, I was able to help a little bit. Everyone was talking. I helped make sure that we were on set track, and other than that, in order to exchange rounds, it was really just bang for bang. Like, everything was unexpected, It either worked or it didn't work, and then from there you had to make another plan. So, I mean, it was a really unique experience.
Well, we were very happy to have you. We are going to go to some replays and then talk to someone from Colorado University, but I want to get you out on this question. This next round is going to be the only best of three we have for the day, which means that there are going to be picks and bans in terms of maps. Just in terms of your personal favorite, this is your wish list to see your personal favorite, what stage do you want to see in the grand final?
The grand final, I would definitely love to see Haven, because that is just a good team-oriented map. Not only that, but I'd like to see Breeze as well, because that just barely came back, and I feel like that's more of an aim duel, so we'll actually be able to see some good fighting and see who's actually the better player in these duels. But again, I think that Haven and Breeze is something I'm looking forward to.
All right, we'll see if your predictions work out. Thank you so much for joining us, Aaron. Thank you for coming to the regionals. You did a great job, and we look forward to seeing you in the future.
Thank you.
Well, as we said, we have some replays we actually want to throw to kind of go over the previous match and everything that has happened. So far in this match, Boise State just faced off against Colorado University. We are going to have an all-Colorado final going forward. We're going to see who ultimately gets the victory. Is it going to be Colorado University Black or Colorado University Gold? The real question is, what is this university thinking? Are they overall, I'm sure both of them are rooting for each other, but I want to find out a little bit more about the team dynamics going forward, and that is where we're going to be bringing our next player in. Is going to be a Lil Fire from Colorado University. While we're waiting for him to swap in, let's let's just take a look at how things turned out earlier in the day. This was the first match, actually, that we saw between Colorado University and Weber State. They started out on Lotus, so we saw one three-point stage. Hopefully we can see the other. Weber State gets their wishes, but we're going to be talking with Colorado University just about how this match went, because that match on Lotus was actually the mirror match between Colorado University Gold and Black. So always interesting to see how the team dynamics work out. And I do believe we have Lil Fire now here joining us, Colorado University. It's great to be having you with us.
Well, it's great to be here. I mean, honestly, this whole event, everything that's happened so far, our journey to the event, getting here, the welcome to the event, the staff, everything has been amazing. So I'm just excited to be here.
Well, you have right to be excited with an all-Colorado final now playing out. I want to go a little bit into kind of the relationship between the two teams, because I was speaking to one of the people invested in your team earlier, and they were saying that, you know, some of you used to be on the same team, then new rosters came in. So what's kind of been that dynamic of like playing against old teammates? And obviously only one of you can win, but it's great that Colorado University will be going forward.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's awesome to see that one of us is going to qualify no matter what. But it's pretty fun to have the beef. I mean, like, you know, it's your homie, your old homies regardless. I mean, like, we're all Valorant players here, right? So there's always going to be beef regardless. Like, whether it's like your team or like some other team, like, you're always going to want to be the top dog, right? So there's always, you know, always a lot of smack talk. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to see my team completely dominate Gold, honestly. But I mean, we'll see what happens. They're doing great. Their Sense looking really strong. I know their Haven's looking really strong. Like he said earlier, he really wanted to see Haven out. But we'll see what happens in the upcoming match, man, honestly. But like you said, I'm ecstatic. Colorado's making it regardless. So.
Well, I wanted to talk just a little bit about what do you think is the biggest challenge that you'll face from Gold in the next round? And then what do you think is your team's biggest asset that can lead you to victory?
So I really think that Gold's strongest points are like their individualisms as players. I do feel like they have really strong individual players. But overall, I think we have a little bit more of a consistent crew, and I think that our team dynamic is just kind of better. The way that we mesh and mold together, the way that the team like kind of just flows through the rounds and adjusts is just kind of incredible, honestly. It's really been amazing to see this team play this tournament.
So take us through the matches that you've been through today. Obviously, you started out with the mirror match, and that automatically kind of puts, you know, the possibility of an all-Colorado final at edge, because one of you automatically has to go down to the lower bracket. So tell us about rounds 2 and 3, how you felt going in there and slowly realizing that you were making it to the finals.
Yeah, so after the first round, we were all obviously really hyped, right? But we were going against Boise, right? And that was like the favorite for this tournament. Everyone was kind of worried to go against them. We just watched Weber play against them. We took some notes and stuff, but I mean, ultimately it ended up not being the exact same map. But yeah, dude, honestly, I was just really happy with our performance against Boise. I was ecstatic. We all got up and we were cheering. We knew.
Yeah.
After that, we were like, guys, we made it to finals.
I know.
Like, we got this. We can win the whole, like, because honestly, coming into this, I don't want to say we doubted ourselves, but a lot of us, like, you know, we didn't think it was, like, entirely possible, like, this easily, right? We 2-0'd. Like, we didn't expect that. But it was awesome. Like, just being able to completely just, like, especially because it was a 12-14. Like, the Boise game was a 12-14. We were up 9-3 initially. We thought it was going to be a stomp. They came back. We made some mistakes. We adjusted to those mistakes. And overall, that second match was just an insane match.
Especially since, you know, you came into hostile territory,
Absolutely.
as it were. There were, well, I don't want to say hostile, but
Yeah,
you know what I mean. There were a lot of people cheering for the Broncos, and so for you to keep calm, cool, and collected under those circumstances and get the win, I'm really going to be looking forward to see how you fight against Colorado Gold. Again, I also like just kind of the playful beef you have with each other. I know the saying, you know, you treat your friends well, you mock your best friends mercilessly when you know.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just kind of how we do things, especially in Colorado. We're a playful school, we're playful teams. I mean, but when it's tournament time, we get down to business. So we'll see who the best player is coming up.
All right. I would ask you the same question that I just asked Fizz from Weber of your favorite stages, but since you're actually going to be picking and banning stages very soon, I think we'll find out the answer to that soon enough. So you are not going to want to miss the grand finals. It's Colorado University Gold versus Black. We'll find out who is moving on for a chance at nationals in the East-West Online Finals right after this break. Don't go away. Best of 3 grand finals after this.
people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through. Claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance. Show me that you mean it. Won't feel some type of way. Why do you keep chasing clouds? Believe before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind. I said, why do you keep chasing clouds? Believe before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind. Something must be way wrong with me. Keep wanting just to see you show up at my door. Et même quand je suis froide, un peu indifférent, tu continues tout de même de montrer tes
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena, and welcome back to the Red Bull Campus Clutch Rockies Regionals. Today we had teams from Idaho, Colorado, and Utah all come here and throw down for the opportunity to continue on their journey to hopefully make it to nationals in Chicago. Of those 3 represented states, only one remains. It is the battle for Colorado victory here. It is going to be Colorado Black taking on Colorado Gold. I'm still your host, Artie Rain, joined on desk by Cap. And Cap, we've got a little bit of sibling rivalry happening here on stage, don't we?
Oh, that we do. I mean, we already got to see them in the interview. Colorado Black managed to come through, and they had a pretty dominating performance early on, and now they made it all the way to the grand finals. And Colorado Gold, they had to drop to the lower bracket and then earn their way back to get some revenge. So not only do they have a long-standing rivalry with one another, they scrim against each other all the time, but now there's even a little bit more intensity, a little bit more of a rivalry to it, because now this is going to be for a spot in the East-West Online Conference qualifiers. So there's a little bit more at stake than just saying, ha-ha, I beat you.
Yeah, but it's also they can come in with the confidence knowing that they can kind of, this is a scrim. It can remove some of the pressure. It's an in-house and make it a little bit easier on themselves. Yes, they're, of course, looking for that opportunity to make it to nationals. Everyone wants to go to the big Windy City and compete for the championship title. However, being able to take a step back, relax a little bit, take away some of the pressure can be very important to these teams. If they start to get shaky, if we start to notice some things that, they are elementary level mistakes for most Valorant players, they'll have a problem. And we can see here our maps, and you can hear Cap over here saying, no way, Haven and Breeze.
Let's go. First of all, Haven, just because we haven't seen it today. But Breeze, I'm all about Breeze again. My favorite agent is Viper. So anywhere Viper is viable, I love to go there. And Breeze is one of those maps. And I love the reworks that they recently did to Breeze as well. So I really love this map so far this season.
I love baiting my friends on Breeze, saying, yeah, go ahead, take her up to tube.
Yeah, see what happens.
One of my friends was like, what am I supposed to do? I'm like, it's under construction. It doesn't work anymore. And then they have to backtrack. So that is one of the many changes that happen to Breeze. We all adore it when they actually do map reworks that benefit everyone in the competitive ecosystem. But with that being said, Haven, our 3-point map, really excited to see how that works out. And we're going to take a quick peek at some of the pop-up plays and moments that we had coming in from Colorado Black, our currently undefeated squad. Their first match was against the gold team on Lotus, and they came out victorious.
And again, that's only going to bode well further because, yes, this is a rematch, but Colorado Black, they won the last time these two teams went head-to-head. But if we were paying attention to the interview, we would have seen that even Colorado Black had to admit that Colorado Gold on Haven is really strong.
And they are starting. They are giving the opportunity for Gold to come in on Haven. This is a best of 3 series, by the way, not one map. We'll minimum see 2. We could go the distance and see all 3. Either way, in the words of one of the coaches of the teams that got eliminated, Doc, he said which team has the best 3 maps is going to be the team that's victorious, and he thinks Gold is the one to watch. Honestly, I have to agree, especially on Breeze. It may not be their strongest map, as Haven is their strongest. I feel like Haru on Breeze is going to be a force to reckon with.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? Honestly, I just can't wait to get to that. But before we can get to Breeze, we got to go to Haven. And we've already discussed that Colorado Gold, they seem to be the favorite there on Haven. So this is going to be interesting. And you know what? I am expecting some interesting compositions. I definitely want to see an Omen. I'm a big fan of Omen on Haven. But also at the same time, I want to see a KJ. I have my KJ biases, but with that being said, I do think they're a little bit more viable in the Sentinel role than, say, a Cypher. I have been seeing more Cypher picks being brought to Haven, and honestly, I'm not the biggest fan.
Well, we'll have to wait and see and cross our fingers for that to happen, but we can see here just the Gold replays from the perspectives on Lotus. Couple of pot shots inside of tree, and then as well as the swing out of a main tomb ends up picking off Sup, the KJ on KJ aggression. Very strong KJ players on both sides, but as we go into Haven, I'm actually going to be really focusing on the Sky players because I feel like if you get good dogs as well as good hawks, you create a lot of entry opportunity for your team, plus you get a lot of information, and information is power in the game of Valorant. And here is some of that domineering operator play that happened earlier today as well. All of these teams have been pulling out ops and doing fabulous work with them.
Oh, absolutely. And you're really going to have to watch out for Haru. Again, they are a high-risk, high-reward player. So, again, they can put themselves at risk, but at the same time, they could be absolutely devastating to any defense. And they are really the spearhead for the offense coming from Colorado Gold. So, again, if you're on the side of Colorado Black, I'm pretty sure they know that. So, I think an objective coming from Colorado Black is to kind of bait and switch Haru out to get a cheeky pick there early, because we've seen so many times, even against their match on Boise State, Haru got caught lacking a lot of the times that they decided to push up. And again, I think Colorado Black, they're a little to the wiser, and I think they're going to use that against Haru.
Yeah, those situations where you know that player is not going to full peek an angle or not full clear it. You wait for them to full engage, you play the trigger discipline game, and then you punish them for overcommitting on the engage without having the information, rushing in. If your team disengages and then re-engages, there was a bunch of util that had to be utilized from the team that's in the offensive position to get that space regardless. You're always going to dump util to get in. Not always everything you have in your back pocket, but a chunk will be spent, and then the opportunity for the defense who did not use anything to re-engage using their own cooldowns definitely can be very strong, especially on these 3-point maps. You all set up, you wait, you figure out where they're coming from, you disengage, and you wait for your team to come back, unless it's Seaside and is planted for long, in which case you might need to actually try to make a hero play.
Yeah, and you know what's really interesting is, again, going back to the map selection, the fact that we have Haven, which is like the tried and true of Valorant. Everybody, I think, has probably the most playtime on Haven. It's where you spend a lot of your scrims. It's where you spend a lot of the times, trying out new metas. But the meta for Haven's been decided. It's been decided for a very long time. The compositions usually don't change. However, on Breeze, there is a big difference between old Breeze and new Breeze. So, again, we have our compositions that we really like to see, an example being the Viper. Having Viper on Breeze is always a thing. But with that being said, how are the compositions going to change with new Breeze? The map reworks. It is going to be a difference in the composition. And you know what? I think that composition still hasn't been decided yet.
There's a little bit more flexibility on Breeze, and I think possibly with these changes it kind of intentionally allowed for that type of behavior. However, just based off the research that I've done and creeping on some teams that I am close to, I still see a lot of the double smoke play. There is often a Viper and an Omen, or a Viper and a Jet, and then some teams I've even seen go Viper and KJ as well as a Jet on top of that. Sometimes you'll throw in the Astra. Sova, though, is still a very much so heavy trademark on Breeze. Lots of teams like to run the Sova. That recon dart plus the arrow, the shock darts are very powerful for locking down angles and getting information. So with that in mind, we could see any variation of those characters being looped into whatever compositions these teams come up with. But earlier, we did notice both teams ran double smoke.
And then, you know, where I'm hearing right now that we are having a little bit of a tech issue. So again, we have our amazing tournament administrators taking care of that. Again, you know, they're doing the actual work while you and I are up here, you know, doing the easy stuff.
Do not expect me nor tell me to pick up a multi-$1,000 device and put it on stage in these heels.
I wouldn't, no, absolutely not. And also, don't ask me to do it either because I got really fat fingers. You know, it's not going to be able, you know, to really secure $1,000 piece of hardware. You know, so again, big hats off to all of our people really doing the legwork here at the tournament. So again, you know, just big kudos to production, to the tournament organizers and the tournament admins.
Well, a good question now is this change of hardware or the issues that are being had, if they're not fixed and yet we continue, is this going to give Gold an upper leg because Black is currently the ones having this technical difficulty?
Now, you see, that I don't know. That will remain to be seen. I mean, don't get me wrong, tech issues, they happen. As a matter of fact, I actually have a theory that if you go to an esports event and you don't have at least one tech issue, the event's not going to be any good.
No, it's not an esports event. It has to
Exactly.
happen. There at least, you know, either there's a disconnect because so many people from so many different locations are logging on at once. The entire IP, like that server, gets blacklisted, and so you have to contact either Riot or Blizzard and beg to get it back online. They're like, but that looked like a DOS attack, and you're like, no, we're an esports arena, and there's people from all over the place logging in, so please let it slide just this once, and you wait 20 minutes until they get it back on, or there's a blackout.
You know, I've actually been a part of esports events where someone has literally tripped over a cord and just completely shut down the entire event. It could be so simple and so mundane, but it still happens regardless. And like I said, if you don't get at least that one technical issue, then your event's not going to be any good. So you already know that here at the Rocky Regionals Red Bull Campus Clutch, we got a solid event.
We do, and it looks like that computer is almost done being swapped out. And the funny part is there's even a camera crew over there that's getting all of this all of this as it's going down, breaking down the story, making sure the narration's going to be there for the B-roll. And this can be a moment of like Black being like, yeah, even despite the technical difficulties that we are having, giving us a bunk PC to start, we still came out on top. If they do manage to come out on top. If they don't, then they can just sit there and be like, you see that? That's the whole reason why we lost. Blame it on the controller.
I mean, currently, you got to give them credit where credit is due. They are currently undefeated, and they beat the two favorites already, which was Boise State and Colorado Gold. So I think they have a lot going their way, especially considering that they won against Colorado Gold in their last matchup. But one thing I want to point out again is going back to the maps, I want to talk about Ascent, because Ascent, like I said earlier, this is where disputes are settled, and I can see this series going to a Game 3, and no better way to settle this sibling rivalry between Colorado Black and Gold than to settle it on Ascent.
I agree with you, but in my heart of hearts, I would love to see something like Split, or, you know, I'd love to see Bind again. As much as I hate Bind, I do also enjoy it. But this is what the teams are currently playing for. Not only to punch their ticket to get closer to getting to national championships in Chicago later in November, but for this very, and honestly, this is the only trophy that I know of that is this colorful in the collegiate space.
Yep.
This beautiful trophy featuring Chamber, Cypher, and my personal favorite, Fade.
Front and center, too.
Oh my gosh, Fade is gorgeous. There's a Fade poster over here. Gorgeous.
And the Fade is front and center. Oh, by the way, if the trophy just happens to go missing later, I don't know anything about it.
Of course.
Yeah,
Your name will not be on my list of people to talk about, to ask, have you seen this?
Yeah, no point in purpose, because it's clearly no chance that I would ever, you know, take that to my home in New Orleans. Yeah, no way.
No. Dox this man.
No, don't do
Get
that.
the trophy back.
No, don't do that. I mean, just because I'm bald, it doesn't mean that I'm a villain. You know, it's not like I have a hairless cat. You know, I'm not the villain here. I'm not going to be the one to steal it out
Mr.
loud.
Bigglesworth.
Mr. Bigglesworth, yeah.
I don't know if everyone has seen that movie, but if you've seen it, I adore
There's
Mr.
3 of
Bigglesworth.
them in
Yeah,
my defense.
there's quite a few, more
Yeah.
than there probably should have been. But I digress. Even if you have a hairless cat, I have 2 normal cats, and one is named Mr. Business, and one is named Schrodinger. So I also could be an equally large suspect if that trophy goes missing. But nonetheless, we'll take a quick look once again at the maps. You can see they've actually banned Bind and Sunset and Split and Ascent and Lotus and decided on Haven and Breeze.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the ban on Sunset goes without
Yeah.
kind of goes without you mentioning.
That is one heck of a Hail Mary play if you're going to play Sunset during a LAN.
I was expecting it too, just because like I feel like there could be that one wild card instance where again you go for that high risk, high reward play because Sunset is so new. If you focus like a lot of your time on your scrims and on your warm ups on Sunset, and you try and understand and study the map, you can pull that map out and catch a team off guard. But again, it's very, very risky. So I understand why it's just been universally banned today.
I'm always a strong proprietor for that type of gameplay. Be the team that picks the map that is against the status quo of everything. Because if it's universally hated, then that means it's universally probably scrimmed less. But that being said, we're going to jump into our first map anyway, and it's going to be the map that everybody kind of loves. Our first 3-point to ever exist in Valorant, and that's going to be Haven. Gold is the favorite in this matchup on Haven to come out victorious. The question is, can they follow up on these expectations? Or is Black going to set them in their place very early on, get the first victory, send us in the breeze, and have themselves at series points already? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Now, you see, Gold might be the favorite, but I still think Black is going to definitely go the distance. I'm not sleeping on Colorado Black at all. And like I said, they have the past performance to back it up. They have literally beaten this team once before already today. Who's to say they can't do it again? And now we're going on to Haven. Let me put it this way. If Colorado Black come out on top on Haven, which is Colorado Gold's go-to map supposedly,
oh, it's done.
Then they're going to go the distance.
Yeah, it's done. They're definitely, I agree with you on that. No capping there. That is, I agree 100%, but I can't always agree. But again, it's not over until it's over. I have to continue to preach that until someone has a trophy in their hands. This entire land is not over.
Oh, I feel the same way. And as a matter of fact, whenever we're, casting Valorant, no matter what the circumstances, I always say that it is winnable, no matter the circumstance. Until the final round has been decided, it is always still winnable.
I also am that person who refuses the people trying to quit unless they say, hey, I got to go to the bathroom. My mom's calling me. I have to go do laundry. I need to let my dog out. But if someone's just like, oh, it's 10-2, I wanna surrender, I hit the no.
Oh, yeah.
You keep going. You sat down for this. You better be ready for a full hour-long game.
Mm-hmm. And usually, you also get the warning, if you leave the match, well, guess what? You might have to take a timeout because once you commit to a game, you've got to commit to it. And it's the same whether you're playing unrated, whether you're playing ranked, or if you're here at LAN at the Red Bull Campus Clutch Rockies regional qualifier. So, again, a lot on the line here as we get ready to head into this Colorado v. Colorado matchup between Colorado Black, Colorado Gold, and now we get our first glimpses at the compositions.
And we can see that Colorado Black is currently the ones on attack. They're going to have the Astra and Breach for their side, whereas the other team is going with the Omen and the Viper.
And what's interesting is that you were talking a lot about the double smoke, but we're not seeing that from Gold. They're going to go with the double initiator. They're bringing Sova and Breach, whereas Colorado Black, they are going to go double smoke, and they're going to go Omen and Viper. And those were the two controllers that I had picked out in the pre-show, saying that these are the characters that I like to see. Now, with that being said, I didn't mention Viper on Haven. I do feel like Viper is viable, but only on Haven when you do pair them with that double smoke.
Also, I will say, it's not true controller double smoke, but they do have the Astra and the Jet, which both do. We've got Cloud Smoke, and then we've got the Astral Smokes that come out from Astra. Mm-hmm. They do provide a level of cover. Gold, of course, than the other smokes that you're able to place out. They're a little bit more touchy, I feel like, than the other smokes. So they do still have that double smoke area coming in. But nonetheless, we'll take a quick look at some of the places that we could theoretically see said smokes. And we can see right now we're looking down at B. Crown waits out the shock on A main and is going to disengage.
Yeah, they are. And you know what? I'm glad that we started with an overview of B, just because B is literally the fast plan. If you're going to see like somewhat of a lightning strike attack, it's going to be on the B site. And it's a high-risk, high-reward area because it is going to be the place that is easy to plant, but it's also just as easy to retake.
I love the 3-point maps because it feels like in the early stages of each half, B-side exists, and then all of a sudden it doesn't exist anymore, and randomly someone decides midway through second half, we're going to plant B. No one's touched B since round 1.
And honestly, there's always that quick rotation again, because just by going through Barrage, you can either rotate to C or B, but it does look like we're going to start things off on a B push. As you can see, Darius trying to plant the spike, although trades are now beginning to be made, all in the favor of Colorado Black on the defensive side. And now the spike is forced off of sight. They're going to have to back off and come up with a different strategy.
30 seconds left.
You can hear the in-game voice tell us that there's 30 seconds remaining. Haru swings a corner. Crown finds the headshot. CU Black currently double the number of agents as CU Gold. Except for Omen is bleeding and is in need of triage. There is no Sky, there is no Sage to keep you alive. It is up to you, your gun, and your accuracies. We have the, looks like it was the recon dart into heaven.
Standing.
Darius finds one, Toon finds one, Darius finds another. Now it's a 1v2.
And that it is, nearly making it a 1v1. There's some good right clicks, but eventually they will go down, and there is plenty of time left to get the defuse. But again, not a bad round one for Colorado Gold either, even though Colorado Black will get the dub, the first round win. Colorado Gold still was able to take out 3 of their opposition, and they managed to get the spike planted. So that's a little extra economy.
We can see the early engage on B site, kind of the little bait and switch that occurred. They wanted to see how much util they could get out, how many bodies they could. In the ground, Crown versus Haru. Haru ends up losing that duel. Then waiting in the corner, fortunately, didn't get the opportune crosshair placement in the 2v1. Might have been able to pick up the KJ, but was unsuccessful.
And you know, it wasn't really anything too spectacular there. It's for the just for the pistol round. Again, Haven is a very retake-heavy map. When you're on the defensive side, that's how you want to play. But look at Freaksy already off the rip, getting a collat with the Marshall. We talked about the Marshall earlier. Well, there you have it. It is a 2 for the price of 1, starting things off here in round 2.
And not to mention, if you die with the Marshall, what? It's a $400 buy as opposed to the 4K. It's cheap.
Oh yeah, it's worth literally every penny. As now, once again, we are in round number 2, and look where that Marshall is. Went right back up to heaven there. On to the A site. Meanwhile, Toon lurking there in garage, able to get another cheeky peek and get in a limb in the favor of Colorado Black.
Ooh,
Player standing.
Haru dashing through the smoke with that tailwind gets punished.
Dashing through the smoke on a jet dash all the way. Does get gunned down, and that's going to be another round win going to Colorado Black. But, as we have seen oftentimes and time again, round number 3 could go the other way, as it will be Colorado Gold to have themselves a full buy. But I got to tell you, we have seen an impressive amount of bonus rounds today, going all around. Literally, Colorado Black, Gold, and Boise, I think, have all won at least 1 bonus round today.
Now this one's the deciding factor. Who comes out on top with the better ratio of bonus round victories? You can see the scrappy mixed bag buy coming out from CU Black. They did lose a couple of people last round, but they're bonusing. They gotta keep it cheap. Be frugal about it. Haru is not playing as blitz heavy as we've seen in the past, waiting. Buying time patiently. Toxic screen goes up. That's going to force back the attackers. If they press through this immediately, they're vulnerable. And they were punished in the past walking through the Viper wall.
Yeah, and this is why the Viper wall is so viable here on Haven, because it literally closes off both the A and B site. And now you can see the push is coming from Colorado Gold. They are dumping the util and now going for the wall bang, but they get read out by Haru, who is able to pick up the elimination on Leaf. And now the spike will be planted here on the A site.
Planted.
Spike is down. Hispanic's gonna rotate down out of heaven, looks to drone out. 4 members all congregating outside here from defender spawn. One's finally in heaven. It's going to be the Omen. Drops out the smoke. Drops out of blind. Spazzy from Hell finds one. Sup finds one. Hispanic finds another. Crown gets one.
Last player standing.
As I was about to say, they got the trades. They did not. Haru finds 3 in total, and that's the first round victory for the attackers. Of course, it was their buy round.
Yep, that it was. And, you know, like I had mentioned earlier, Haru Haru is going to be a problem for Colorado Black. Again, the spearhead of the offense. They walk away that round with a 3K, but also got to give Colorado Black some credit. They did manage to get at least 2 eliminations, forcing 2 rebuys, and now we're going to see Colorado Black with their first full buy going into the next round.
You mentioned Haru, and I'm not trying to pick on Haru in the slightest. They're a fantastic player, but I think Colorado Black, you know, it's your teammate. Might be on the other squad, but you're still one big team. You know their bad habits.
Yes.
And you can start to make those bad habits your own strength. Haru is having to adapt. We've seen Haru be very blitz heavy, forward pushing, taking a lot of space early, not waiting for information, and getting punished. They're trying to avoid these punishment phases now. They're not going to allow the side of CU Black be judge, jury, and executioner of their gameplay.
And look how cheeky that Freaksy is already being. Immediately going into round 4, and they pick up the op. They literally wasted no time. And Jet on the op is, again, probably the most dangerous combination in Valorant, and I love to see it. Although they did give the game away a little bit early because they went for the op shot, they missed. Now they know the op is on A.
Rounding the corner, Spazzy finds Crown. Frixzy is gonna find Spazzy. It's a trade. Can we find this other one around the corner? No. And you've lost the op. A round 4 op buy, and it's already gone.
And you gave it to the other team. That's going to be scary because now you're going to have the Jet on CU Gold who has an op in hand. Meanwhile, Hispanic J now going for the retake. It's a 2v4, and look who's around the corner. Ronan just waiting to go for the swing. Toon going to be throwing out a little util. Not much doing there. There goes the swing, and down goes Hispanic J. Now only Toon remains, and I think they're just going to try and elect to save here. But no, they're going to go up in heaven.
Toon, what you doing? Are you going for the hero play? I think saving might be the better call. We've got Sup rotating out towards B, and probably anticipating that Toon would evacuate this area and go for the save. Oh, the shoulder came out. Took too long to swing peek, and Haru will manage to find Toon.
Well, here we are, a 2-2 even game so far, and now an op in the hand of a Colorado Gold. And if this is a pre-ledger to anything, it's that this is going to be a very even matchup. And again, we got to see a little bit of the op play so far coming from the Jet there on the side of Colorado Black, but they were punished immediately, only being able to get 1 elimination with it so far. But let's see what the op can do. Actually, you know what? They're not even going to hold on to it.
They yeeted it off the side.
Yep.
I mean, being the attacker with op is a little difficult. They previously on Lotus, Gold Squad did attack with an operator. It was in their hands in their sky. Did not work out well. I think they learned their lesson.
Yeah, they're not going to be risking anything in this matchup because they know what's on the line. A chance to go to the National Online East-West Conference Qualifier. So here we go now. Round number 5. And once again, we can see CU Gold. They're going to be planting on A.
Spike planted.
Hispanic from Heavens looking at boxes. Oh, misses on the shots. A little too far to the right. With the Sheriff has revealed their location, didn't do any damage. Gets 1 chip shot onto the enemy. Sova is going to use shock darts. There's a recon into Heaven as well. Oh, and Crown peeking from counter spawn. Gets the head on to Darius. Sova is now gone. We're tied as far as agents.
Here comes Toon with a stinger in hand, going to be forcing themselves onto site, but get dealt with immediately by Haru, and then the rest will fall. Nothing but red shows up into the kill feed. Crown, though, able to at least get 1 exit frag on their way out, and now Colorado Gold are going to take a 1-round lead.
I can only imagine how difficult it is for your coach of these teams or your director to be rooting, and then, you know, you're rooting for the team that's currently in the lead or rooting for the underdogs, and then something happens and you switch stories to cheer for the other team, or anytime anything happens, you're chronically cheering, and it's very confusing for everyone that's listening.
Placing sentry.
I have been a coach of a team that went up against their own team.
I can understand the conflict with that, but at the same time, if I was the coach of Colorado right now, I have already won.
That is true. But, you know, you want to let your students enjoy the moment and play to their strengths and cheer them on. How do you cheer them on equally in this moment?
It's like, yeah, go Colorado. You know?
Yeah!
It's a win-win, and I guess at the same time it's a lose-lose. But here we are going into round 6, and there will be a win and there will be a loss. As you can see, Colorado Gold are going to be hovering a little bit towards A, but they also have some in mid, and that's exactly where Spike is as well. And look at the attention being played to Sewers. There's 3 stack over there towards Sewer, coming from Colorado Gold, but they're not going to push it, and there's no one there to really stop them. Meanwhile, the Spike is going to be heading back over towards A. Meanwhile, you do have that Jet. I believe that's Haru, just being a lurky turkey over there for Colorado Gold.
That is Haru, playing like a rat, and I appreciate this gameplay. So many people have called me out for calling someone a rat in Valorant. It is not an insult. It is playstyle. You like to play in sewers, you like to hold angles and corners, be in the dark places where normally rats will lurk.
30 seconds left.
Oh yeah,
Compliment.
I've already called a few players out. I called them some ratty Cathy's. I remember I did say that.
Oh, sup? Sup? This isn't. Ooh, that's come on. Yeah,
And honestly, it was a good attempt, but again, Colorado Gold here in the post plant was just so strong. And of course, the Hunter's Fury did the initial amount of damage, but it was this flank right here. This flank was mean. Nobody saw this coming, and they were able to lay waste not to 1 but to 2, especially that Sova Odin, which was literally protecting Leaf there in the post plant.
if you only identify where 2 people are standing, you need to not ultimate me in one direction. It looks like we've got a lot of defense committed towards B site to early push forward and back off. 3 were on B, and they just left Viper and KJ alone on C and A, respectively. Fricassee is actually going to engage with this Blade Storm. No other ults have been popped. CU Black trying to burn some time off of this clock by using this util early, making the side of CU a little bit more scared to push forward, and there goes the toxic screen.
Yep, that it does. And again, I do like this push. I'm a big fan of going from Garage to C, or even Garage B. And, you know, that's where we have already seen Colorado Gold get some success. And I am a big fan of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go for it until they force you off. If you find a weakness, exploit it.
Astra places down some util. Crown will find Sup. Crown, Hispanic found 1. Ronan found Crown, caught in util phase.
30 seconds left.
And now, not a lot of time left for Colorado Gold to get the plan off. But once again, they're going to go to the old reliable. They're going to go to C. This is where they have had the majority of their plans go down. And here comes another. And now it's going to be a 4v3 retake. Leaf will be the first one on the chopping block, and Hispanic J will follow suit shortly after.
Blade Storm is still online. Players still on stage trying to call where everyone's coming from, but Spazzy gets the 2K to close out the round. CU Black now trailing by 3.
Yeah, and you know, we even said going into this one, Black had even said that Colorado Gold was really good on Haven. And you know what? I can see why. They are playing phenomenally so far on the offensive side. But let me ask you, I need to pick your analytical brain, Artemis. How do you feel is the Spike allegiance going to on Haven? Does it go to the offense or to the defense?
I actually feel like offense is favored on Haven. And so I think that could be why we're seeing such success from CU Gold right now. They also play a very fast pace. The tempo that they want is always very quick. They expunge a lot of util, and they're not afraid to do it. They compensate for it with getting picks and swinging angles, having bold swings on angles. But they're not just doing the bold swings. They're doing it as a team. They're doing it as duos. They're not soloing. So for Sup and Haru, sometimes do go 1v1s or 1v2s and still come out victorious.
Well, it's working out for Colorado Gold as they get another spike planted here. This time it's going to be on the A site. You do have Crown up on high in heaven, who has already proved themselves pretty useful with that Sheriff in hand, but they are going to get smoked out, and I don't blame them. Even with a Sheriff, Crown in heaven can be extraordinarily dangerous. So again, good Astra smoke coming from CU Gold, and now they have to protect Spike as the retake is underway from Colorado Black.
From heaven, we do see Darius get the pick onto Crown in heaven. Sup is going to find Fricassee. Leaf goes down. Ronan finds one, and Spazzy finds another. 2-6, favoring Gold.
Not too surprising there. Again, we do know that the side of Colorado Black can do a lot with a little. They can work with the Sheriffs, but at the end of the day, you got Colorado Gold with the bye advantage, and they're going to make the most of it. You know, this is a team that knows exactly what they're up against. They know. They literally go to the same school. They scrim all the time, and I don't think either of these teams are going to show any mercy to one another because they know if they even give up just a little bit of slack, if they give up an inch, the opposition will take a mile.
Flash goes down into sewer, which I always called spoons because that's what my friend group refers to it as. Some people do, but it's sewer. Rounds corner, Haru, make sure we got the early shots into those areas, zone people out, make sure no one's there, no one is. Disengaging quietly. You're pulling so much attention, allowing the team to entry through garage and KJ to lock down C main. No one's gonna be looking directly at KJ, but this Viper wall is gonna go up soon. It's gonna make things a little difficult. There it is, right on you.
And again, this is why we love to see Viper here on Haven, just because you can section off so much of the map. But again, the way CU Gold have been playing, they've just been managing to maneuver around that. And you know what? I think that really goes to tell about their map knowledge here on Haven. Even when you section off a portion of the map, they seem unfazed.
We had the lockdown instigated by CU Gold, and in contrast to this ultimate, Viper on CU Black popped the Viper's pit and said, if you want in, you have to go through this, and everyone just disengaged. An ult for an ult with Viper to stick on that site until it's secured that A is going to be the new plant point. It is. KJ lurking in through B side, might have a quick engage and spat with this Omen, who's going to come out on top. We'll see in the kill feed, but right now Spazzy coming out, swinging from hell, and there's an operator coming from CT. Toon finds Sup, Darius finds Hispanic.
And now it's a 4v4. As we did see, like you said, Darius was able to find one, and now look at Spazzy through the smoke, gets dealt with, and Freaksy going from the op to the classic, able to come through and get 2 limbs, buying enough time for Colorado Black to get the defuse, and they're also going to hold on to that op as well.
That was, you can't see me, but I'm making the Italian, that was beautiful. Holy cow.
Yeah, a little chef's kiss there at the end. And you know what? That was just that was off the rip, right click with the classic. Instant. That was, oh, there's somebody here. Hang on, let me switch. They took the op shot and then immediately switched to the classic. Again, just a fantastic play. And again, that's why Jet is so dangerous with that operator. Even when they have to put it down, they can still make use of the classic in hand.
Also need to point out that there was a Hispanic was lurking in the angle. But Jet also tailwind slightly and half back into the smokes. You couldn't see fully from the attacker's perspective the swap over to the classic. That was calculated.
And now CU Gold are going to have to operate without 2 of their players. And the rolling of thunder comes in on B, and Toon in the kill feed, able to come away with even more limbs. This could be a round here for CU Black. And as a matter of fact, it very well should be. If somehow they clutch it, they don't. It's going to be a flawless victory now for Colorado Black.
4-6, still very close game. We can end this 6-6 in favor of neither squad. We'll have to wait and see though. Colorado Black, if they want to equalize and send us into overtime, almost perfectly into overtime, they have to get these next 2 rounds. And we are taking a quick pause, tactical moment for these teams to discuss what's going wrong, what they need to fix. I mean, the sign of CU Gold was very dominant in the early rounds. And then things started to change. So the tide started to shift in favor of Black away from Gold. Now they need to start pulling things back in their favor. What's going wrong? Are they getting too overly excited, getting too far forward too early, and their clicks aren't exactly landing where they need to?
I mean, you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly right. I mean, we're looking at Haven, and you got to keep in mind, this is a post-plant retake type of defense, and we have not seen that from Colorado Black, at least not often. They're playing too much offense while they need to be playing defense. And don't get me wrong, I know the old adage that the best offense is a good defense. Well, I'm sorry, not on Haven, not in Valorant. That's not the case. It can happen, and sometimes it does, but not right now. Not against Colorado Gold, not in the the regional finals. Those tricks don't work. You have got to stick to your guns, do what you're good at, and do your job. And right now, the job of Colorado Black is to play defense.
Honestly, I think the best defense is the best offense. That's always what I've said, and I know it's the wrong way to say it. But if you play patient, play clean, the opportunities will present themselves to go on the offense.
Get out of my way!
We do hear Blade Storm after the initial off shot was taken. The Astral Divide comes down as well. Hunter's Fury from Darius will find Leaf, so down goes that Viper. Hunter's Fury is now completed. Viper Wall is still up, Astra Wall is still up, dividing this area. Darius in the smoke, goes for the plant. It is stuck and done. We have one person lingering over by C main entrance with no one coming in line of sight.
Gold cannot afford to give this round up, and I don't think they are. They're playing phenomenally, but they invested 3 ults into taking the site alone and getting spiked down. So no big surprise that they're taking the dub, but they do not want to give away any exit frags simply because of how many ultimates they have invested onto this plant. And now the spike continuing to tick away, and it is ticking away here for Colorado Black in round 11.
There is at this point not enough time to get a defuse, so it's time to disengage. Hispanic is actually going to be able to get the op from Haru and walk back towards spawn safely.
And why not?
And Sup goes up in smoke with the spike. And you say why not, but I say to that, stop it.
I mean, it's
this is the stuff that's going to bite you.
Well, that remains to be seen. We will see. But at least, you know, we got to see Hispanic J come snag the op, get away with it, and then they got an exit frag on their way out. So, you know, they got to take a little party favor on the road.
Getting close to the end of the first half here on Haven, with currently Gold in the lead, the favored on this map, but in the lead only by 3. This is the last round in the half. And we do see Jet with the operator gets the first kill with the candlestick in the library.
And that's exactly why we saw Hispanic J snag the op, because again, Freaksy has just been doing some absolute work there with the operator, and you got to let them continue to do work so that way you can salvage the rest of this half. I mean, right now from this point, the best scenario for Colorado Black is ending it on a 7-5 split.
2-round differential is much more comfortable than what we've seen some of these games turn out as. And keep in mind, Colorado Gold lost to Black on Lotus and was sent into the redemption bracket. They are on their Zuko arc right now. They are experiencing the fever after being down in the sewers of Ba Sing Se, and now they're looking to join the Avatar gang. Let's see if they can do it here. Clutch this up in their favor. Send us to map 2 at match point, because right now Haru is looking for that chance for their team to take down their sibling squad.
And you know what? They're doing a phenomenal job. Haru, again, being the spearhead, leading the way onto the B site. They managed to get the spike down quickly, and now they can play more zone offenses. They will find themselves eliminated at the hands of Freaksy again, thanks to the op combo onto the Jet. Time continuing to tick away. Sup, able to get the swing to find one. And now you can see the Astra Util just pulling them away from Spike. And finally, Sup is able to put an end to Freaksy, and only Hispanic J remains until they are no longer. It will be an 8-4 split going into the half in the favor of Colorado Gold.
It was very interesting. The Sova looked like they literally shook their head at their enemy teammate in the final kill cam, like, please don't kill me, and their teammate killed him anyway, which of course, you know, it's supposed to happen, but literally I saw this action happen with the gun, the back and forth, left and right, and I was like, did you really just ask your enemy teammate not to kill you?
Yeah, to me, I was looking at it, and I just got a dramatic, no, don't do it, towards the end there. But
yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Because
I
it
mean,
wasn't needed. Send them packing.
Yeah, again, I'm going to chalk it up to why not. that's I think my favorite go-to there. I mean, you see the final limb, you might as well get it. It's not going to give you any bonus in economy going into the next round, but at the same time, you know, we're not pulling any punches. This is the regional finals. They know what's on the line, and they're not going to show any mercy, and I wouldn't either.
Well, Sup has been seen by Hispanic J. Haru swings out, disengages. Toxic screen has gone up. Haru's gonna lurk just on the opposite side of it. Be careful, don't touch it, it bites.
And once again, we see Haru playing so far up, and this is something that we pointed out. If they can find this early pick on Haru and start to punish, then they are going to get a huge advantage, and that they do. They call it out with the paranoia, they find Haru lurking, and they're able to get an early pick, and now they have a huge advantage here for the first round of the second half.
They also got Spazzy and Spoons. But everybody, full rotate to C site after the dump of the little mini dump of util on A site. You see the nano swarms go out. They're burned. They walk through them. Don't take any damage. Smoke's put in garage
30
doorway
seconds
as
left.
well as CT. Spike is getting planted for the long sight line. So that means Hispanic J can back off and keep an eye on that entire back area. We have the KJ on KJ about to pinch into each other. And did they miss each other? No. Okay. I really thought Toon was going to turn around too late.
And Toon now here and towards mid. Looks like they're keeping a close eye on the flank there, but it's Ronan here coming through garage in the smoke, operating from within, and they're just blind firing on the inside, not able to connect. Ronan taking their time here, I guess trying to get an exit frag, but they come up empty-handed. That is going to be the first round of the second half going the way of Colorado Black.
Like I said earlier, I think Haven personally favors the attackers, especially if people are positioned too far forward, don't know how to disengage properly when you're on the defensive side. If you go down one before the spike is planted, before a site is confirmed to be where you need to egress onto on defense, if you're already down one, it is a heck of a lot harder.
And you know what, again, Haven is that retake map, so there's really not too much of a reason to push that far forward. We even saw the same thing from Colorado Black when they were on the offense, and they took a timeout because they need to reel themselves back in. So honestly, if CU Gold isn't careful, they could really give up their lead here.
I also say it's an attacker-heavy map because you play for the attack for the post-plant retake. You become the attacker. So if you're good at that, you're solid. If you're not good at playing retake, you're going to have a problem. That is why it's attack. If you're good at the attack, you're good at the retake.
Oh, and look at Toon from the flank, able to find one, using the burst shot on the Stinger as well. Now they look to get another with the spray.
Toon? How are you not checking Toon? Toon got two. No one turned around.
Even though you saw the first elimination go down, there's a hint that someone's behind you, but no, they don't even bother to look. I'm not sure as the reasoning why, but it happened. Look, you're going to see it again. The initial shot, that lets you know that Toon is behind you.
Yeah, plus it's not like it's not like Search and Destroy in Call of Duty where you can't talk to your teammates after you're dead. You can talk. So someone should have said, Toon is behind.
It's like watching a horror flick and you're yelling at the person on screen, they're behind you!
Don't go in the garage!
Well, here we go. Now this is going to be a full buy, or almost a full buy, coming from CU Gold now as they have an opportunity to get the rifles in hand, but Colorado Black, they got a couple of rifles of their own here.
Some quick shots into garage. No one is seen through window. Playing patient, gets sighted ahead of Jet. Gonna back off instead. Calls out there's two garage. Runs away. You don't want to take that 2v1 duel. Never take a fair fight. So if you're that two-man squad, you are looking for that engage on the solo. 2v2 looking towards a face-off in garage. Both defenders in garage have chosen to back away. One's rotated into the cheeky corner right side of the doorway, but is not going to see any firefighting just yet as that Viper wall goes up towards Spoons on A site.
And this is a good call from the offensive side of the spike here. You know, again, utilizing that Viper wall to really cross through one of the most contested areas of Haven, and that's through sewers or spoons, as it may. And they are using it so that way they can push even further forward and then have a much better access to the A site. But now it is CU Gold that is fully aware, and Sup able to find two back-to-back limbs, and Darius, thanks to the kill feed, able to find a third until finally only one remains. Hispanic J has the spike and is now retreating back towards attacker spawn.
Haru and Spazzy going forward to attacker spawn. Hispanic with the spike and a dream. Scanning every possible area. Trying to just make it out alive with the weaponry in hand. Defenders walk away with a round win. That's fine. Hopefully Hispanic makes it out with their life. And they do.
Now, because they didn't get the final limb on Hispanic J, it doesn't count as a flawless victory. But to me, it was a flawless victory, especially when you're talking about the defense there. They literally gave up 0 ground. They didn't even have to play post plant. To me, that is flawless. You just played perfect defense.
Cap says I don't care about the semantics. It's about what I think is a flawless victory.
Yeah, pretty much. That's why I have the qualifier, or rather I put in quotations that captain be capping. Because even if I feel like I'm telling the truth, chances are probably not.
You know what? I'll take it. Wall goes up again. We see drone go out. Round.
Cover going out.
Going to blind down spoons. Sends the smoke in the window of garage. The recon dart got destroyed just in time, but we did expend a cloud smoke at the same moment, just in case. If he's going to choose to back off after getting dangerously close to a couple of bullets from Sova.
I'll be honest, when I see a smoke, I might as well just be seeing another opponent because I'm just shooting it. Doesn't matter. I'm trying to put the smoke out, you know? So, again, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't try and go for at least one cheeky blind fire. But regardless, they're still in control. All players are still left standing. And now Spike heading over to C main.
Three about to swing peek this angle together. 2 have swung. Third is now out. Smoke is down from Jet. Smoke is down from Astra. Jet jumping onto Tetris with the 2K. Blind comes out from Spazzy. No one acknowledges it. Nope, never mind. Jet did. Jet took care of Spazzy.
And this is looking
Last
really
player
good for
standing.
Colorado Black, as thanks to the kill feed crown, able to find another limb. And then it will be Hispanic J to turn on Haru to get the final elimination. And now Colorado Black are within 2 of equalizing against CU Gold.
And so we're about to jump into another tactical pause. And one thing I want to say is, I don't always get this, but I can hear on stage someone using first names when talking about the position of someone else on the enemy team. And I'm just like, wow. That is not something you experience very often in the realm of esports. People dropping first names. If we got to get this person, that just shows you that, again, this is a very unique experience. It's a battle for Colorado.
Maybe it's just an effect of playing here at the Boise State Arena, because this is the first time where I've been at a LAN event and my real name was displayed underneath me. Normally,
you don't normally have that.
No, normally it's just Captain Etsoka, but no, they put my real name underneath me. So it's the first time for me too. You know, they're using the real names on stage. We're using them here on desk.
Yes, but we get the advantage of no one has to know our middle names.
True, but I mean, it is what it is. For all intents and purposes, my middle name is Captain Etsoka. Juan Captain Etsoka Acosta. There you go. That's my full name from now on.
You heard it here first. The birth certificate's about to get changed.
Yeah, if I actually get that legally changed, I think that would be quite the power move right there. I mean, who can say they have legally changed their real name to their gamer tag?
I don't know, but I think there is a law in place that says involving of a title, so Captain might not actually be allowed.
Yeah, probably not. Oh well, my dreams have been dashed before I can even achieve or even attempt them, but oh well. Let's see who dreams are going to be dashed here in the first round of the Rockies regional final between CU Black and CU Gold. We are now underway here in round number 17, and it looks as though Spike will be heading to A main.
We did just get some, someone Googled it for me. You can name your child whatever you want. I was actually thinking it's a law in Australia, you can't use a title. So, you can do it legally.
Faith restored.
Leaf, oh, Leaf, be careful. Blind went out on both people with spoons. Paranoia goes through. You didn't check your angles, which hurts my soul. And you got punished for it, but Crown comes in. That's the 2-piece. Toon also picked up a 1. Black, 3 agents standing. The Jet, KJ, Omen. Whereas for CU Gold, we only have KJ as well as the Breach left online.
And now the Breach will fall down thanks to Crown, and finally Sup goes down as well. Colorado Black able to answer back, but again, I have to go back to what you were saying when they didn't check the angle. It was somewhat of a checked angle, but it was the laziest angle check I've ever seen. That's like when you roll up to a stop sign, you don't actually stop, you just slow down and go.
It's called the California stop.
Yeah, the California stop, well, that's what we just saw, a California angle check.
Angle check.
Yeah, that's what we just saw. Look, it's just lazy.
You didn't fully swing it. You even had the smoke cover on the other side. You could have taken the extra, what, quarter, if even of a second to just do the 15 extra degrees you need. Now you know to do the full sweep.
Oh yeah, it just goes to show how the smallest amount of effort can make the biggest difference. Well, here we are now, going into round 19. Freaksy already able to find the first limb.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
And just to remind anyone, or if you're just tuning in, this is our grand finals best of 3 series. It's not winner take all on one map. However, gold was at the start of the half at 8, and black only had 4. So far, black on offense has been showing why they're here and why they sent gold down to the redemption bracket, saying, no, you gotta earn your opportunity to join us up in the grand finals. And Toon saying, Spazzy, you didn't check your angles, you don't deserve it hard enough yet.
Also, I think it's an interesting change that, we didn't really point out when looking at the composition. Spazzy went from playing a controller, playing the Omen, and now they're playing Initiator. I'm wondering if that change is having a significant impact to their composition here on Haven.
I do think it's one thing to go from like a controller more to the Sentinel role, but to go from a controller to an Initiator role, very different style of gameplay. Unless you're sub.
Yeah, true.
Unless you're sub. In which case, you're playing the same type of agent, just a new skin.
Pretty much. And you can see now that all the advantage is going the way of CU Black. This should be the equalizer round, no problem. You can see Ronan there, possibly looking for an exit frag, maybe even some type of miracle, but as the spike now ticking away, they're just going to save the Vandal, and I don't blame them because the next round, more than likely going to be an eco round for gold.
There's some very silly onomatopoeias that I am hearing from stage. But with that being said, we're equalized. Might as well be at the start of the game with just a bit more stress and a little more money, depending on whose wallets you're looking at.
Yeah, except for unlike being at the beginning, there's still going to be some rifles going around here.
Oh,
even though I'm pretty sure we're going to see somewhat of like a half buy at best coming from the side of gold. Right now, Colorado Black, they're going to have the full advantages of the power of the purse, being able to buy up and being able to get the rifles in hand. And there you have it. We can see Spazzy and Haru looking to deal some damage here. You know what? I think they did have enough to actually come through with a full buy.
Haru bought an op. Not sure if everybody bought full buy, but Haru has 10 health. Haru ran away. They're going to hear the spike get picked up if someone grabs it, but they've picked up 2 kills thus far. They're going to send out the recon dart that got destroyed and the shock dart. Jet is still camping over here, picks up that spike, is rotating. Sup is here, looking at that left angle. And there's no one else with Sup. Util's getting burned by Crown. Crown's going to choose to use the blind. Doesn't even need to. Hispanic Jake came through. Down goes Sup.
And really, when you're at a player disadvantage, every single swing should be a 2-player swing every single time. And that's exactly what we just saw coming from Sewer onto site. And now, bare minimum, they should be able to get the spike plant. Meanwhile, the Hunter's Fury forcing them off of site, not being able to track down those players. And finally, Freaksy should be able to get the spike plant, but Crown with a 2K. And now the advantage swings back into favor of Colorado Black as it's going to be a 2v1 in the post plant, but now it's a 1v1 to Darius with a huge health advantage over Freaksy. There goes the peak, and Darius will come out on top as it will be Colorado Gold to be the first team to go into the double digits.
Can you hang on to it, Colorado?
Oh my god, I love the way you just folded your arms so disappointingly. Oh, the expression said it all.
I actually think we might be able to see it in this replay when we get closer to the end of this reel. What happened was, when it became the 2v1, Jet didn't peek with Sova right here. Sova peaked first, and you said it yourself, when you're at the man disadvantage, but I think even so, when you aren't at the man disadvantage, but you're the one with lowest health, you need to be peaking first and in front of your teammate.
Oh, absolutely, but at the end of the day, you got to learn from your mistakes. I'm sure they're going to learn from that one because they're going to want to have that round back because that definitely should have went into their favor. But now, CU Gold have a round advantage. They're up 10-9, and they're going into this next round with even better economy. So here we go. Hispanic J now looking to plant here onto the C site. Now let's see the retake from Gold.
If only getting spikes planted down would actually equate to real world money. I think you and I would be in better financial situations.
Oh, much better.
But we digress. We've got Ronan who's about to swing into the jet. Toon with the two-piece.
Last player
Crazy got
standing.
one. Darius got another. Hispanic got one. Crown got one. That's everyone on the side of Gold gone. 10 and 10. We're tied. Might as well be 0-0 on the scoreboard with everybody having a little bit of extra cash.
Yep, just a nice little chunk of change there going around, but, you know, we've been calling it all day long. It is yet to happen, but that OT is looming around the corner. 3 more rounds for one of these teams to take the dub here on Haven. And here we are, going into round 21. And I wouldn't have it any other way. These teams literally are neck and neck.
I mean, they're sister teams, you would assume. Sister, brother, sibling, cousins. I don't know what you want to call it. They're from the same Goshtard school. They were one squad, then had more people get added, so one team got broken up into 2, so some of these teammates have played together, and now they're forced to play against each other. It creates great bonds, opportunities for rivalries, and for you to be like, hey, remember me headshotting you on Haven? Don't forget it, it'll happen again.
Oh, my goodness. Well, here we are again. The Blade Storm gets popped from Haru. And take a look at this. We're seeing Colorado Black over towards Sewer. The lockdown goes out. And that is going to be a huge deterrent, but not for Freaksy, who is able to find an early limb on sub.
Oh my gosh! Haru with the Blade Storm picks up 2. Leaf got Haru. Both the Jets got Blade Storms and died in the middle of the eye of the storm. Crown with the plant, Tomb with the Elim on Darius.
One enemy remaining.
Leaf will find Ronan. We've got one swinging out. It's the last one. Spazzy. It's gonna go down to Leaf.
Yep, that they do. And it was kind of feels bad because they only had the bottom of the bargain bin again. And there's really not much they could do. We have seen some miracle plays happen, but this late in the tournament, I think we're going to see less and less miracle plays. There's not going to be that much magic because this is not Hogwarts Legacy. This is Valorant.
This is when you start saying, why am I broke? I don't like being broke. And that's when your teammate says, well, get kills.
Go
Click
Gunny.
heads.
Yeah, you got to go Gunny if you want the money.
And remember, after this, we go to Breeze, which CU Black has posted up to try and make that be their map. Taking away Gold's map would be quite the intriguing storytelling elements, to say the least. Right now, Gold trailing by 1. As we have Haru post up, looking out window, finding the first kill onto Toon.
Oh, I love how the Jet just took the shots from the bot just to draw out the KJ. Smart play. Again, you gave a little to get a little. They gave a little health, and they were able to take a whole life in return. Now Leaf will get the trade out in Garage as Spazzy manages to find a 2-piece, and now Colorado Gold looking a lot stronger here in round 22.
We've seen situations like this before, 2v4. The math is both players has to get 2 kills for this to be successful. However, one person getting a 4K, it's doable.
Mm-hmm. How many 4Ks have we seen today
We've seen
alone?
quite a few 4Ks, actually. We've
Yeah.
only seen one ace, and then one that got stolen. With my approval, not Captain's approval.
In my defense, I always like to let the homie ace. That's just me, though. Clearly, it's not everyone. But regardless,
30 seconds left.
you can see the spike now going to be going down on towards the A side as the Nanoswarm does go out, but it's not going to deter the spike. It does get planted. Great shock dart from Hispanic J. Is now they have to go quick, but they will be gunned down in turn, and that will do it. CU Gold get the retake, and once again, we have a tie game.
I know that you are not the ace stealer, but I definitely steal aces left and right from my friends. A, we're at a 5-stack already, and B, they get enough aces.
Regardless, I mean, I would say do it for the clips. You know, you got to have something for the real.
Well, okay, also hear me out. My friend group is not the Valorant, like, esport players. They're all Overwatch players. Valorant is the let's go be goofy game.
Fair enough. You know what? I had to fight myself from saying ew when you said Overwatch, but it's okay. Everybody has their game, you know, but this is Valorant.
Yeah, you're a Rocket League player.
Hey, I come from Rocket League, but I'm here for the Val. I stay. I come from Rocket League, but I stay for the Valorant. That's right.
So we're tied 11 aside, OT guaranteed. Haru with the intro frag, taking out Hispanic J. Once again, Spazzy, Fannin. Oh, and the Odin is out in garage. I don't think anyone's going to walk in through double doors, no, my friend. If they do, anticipating how you play, well, you're already spray firing. They should not. They need to know better at this point. Don't go. You're going to get turned into Switch Tees. No one needs it right now. We already had enough with Chipotle.
There's really no point in going for the ego challenge. Honestly, had they challenged it, it literally just would have been ego.
Which isn't worth it. I get it. They're your friends. You're all on one big team. But don't ego it.
Yeah, especially when you, again, want to go further into the Red Bull Campus Clutch. Again, the winner of this is going to be going to the East-West Online Conference qualifiers, and then you get the opportunity to go to Nationals. You don't want to scrub that even against your best friend.
Here.
You want to make sure they have to earn it.
That's right.
We're ticking down. 35 seconds remaining. Only one kill, and it was on CU Black. They've lost
30
their Sova.
seconds left.
Now they're checking the corners.
Yep, you've learned your lesson. Nicely done.
Welcome to my
Oh
world.
no, 2 ults being used here. The Viper's Pit and the Lockdown, which is interesting because that Lockdown is going to force them out of the Viper's Pit.
Darius is going to find Crown. Viper is locked in the Viper Pit, but no one's looking at them. But Spazzy with the Odin's able to spray and pray and find Leaf. 2 left standing for Team Black. The wall is up, and that is going to put the side of defenders actually win because they got the spike defuse. Everyone was strapped in the lockdown.
And now CU Gold are on match point. If they win this out, they are going to be on tournament point. And I know Colorado Black did not want to give this map up because if they were able to secure this map, they all but secured their victory. So again, a lot is on the line going into this next round.
But hear me out. I think really the long goal here needs to be for Black in this instance. It's, okay, we take it to the wire on Haven, but if we don't win it, it's okay, our map is Breeze. Whereas Gold is like, we need to win it on Haven because this is our map. Both teams have their map choice in the first 2, no matter what. They get to play to their strengths in those 2 instances. So it's a 1-to-1. The decider here is really going to be who has the secondary map pick that is the strongest for map 3.
Correct. I couldn't agree more. And now you can see that it will be Colorado Black to have an advantage here.
Oh boy.
And again, this has the makings of OT. It just depends on what they can do with this advantage. But Ronin able to get the first elim, and we are back even at 4 apiece. But hold on, another elim. Nearly taken, but they managed to avoid the danger. We're going to stay at a 4v4.
Hunter's Fury's procced from CU Black. They only used 1 arrow and let it time out after.
If you call in a Hunter's Fury on C main and you ping nobody, that should be the automatic bell that goes off in your head that says they're rotating.
Yep. Absolutely.
Spike planted.
Poison orb emitting.
Sun Punch Pro.
Poison's off.
CU Gold with the advantage, but 3 swinging into heaven, and I think Sova should still have the Odin. Never mind, Hispanic J is dead. As I'm speaking, but Leaf off the flash finds 1. It is now just Toon left standing.
Turrets destroyed.
And they also have the one up in heaven, Spazzy, with the Odin, who again switched from controller to initiator, able to get the final elim, and the first game win going the way of Colorado Gold.
Congratulations, Colorado Gold, walking away with the 13-11 on Haven, but we are not done. We didn't do best of 3s all day, but finals, of course, is going to be best of 3s. Our next map is going to be Breeze. However, we're going to give everyone the opportunity to take a breath of fresh air. The doorway is actually not too far out if you really need to go get... There's no sun. It's raining today. But if you need to go in actual fresh air, but you can stand up, walk around, stretch your legs, we're going to let everyone have a quick break, including Captain and myself. So don't go anywhere. We're back here in about 10 minutes with some more Valorant action. Red Bull Campus Clutch Rockies Regional. Teams from Idaho, Colorado, and Utah all threw down today. And the gauntlet has been picked up by 2 Colorado schools, both Colorado University Black and Gold. Currently, Gold is leading in our series. They walked away from Haven 13-11. Black was the ones who sent them to the redemption bracket. And so far, Gold is showing that they proved themselves to deserve the opportunity to play for the championship title. I'm Nerdy Bird. That's Captain. There's our real names. Don't dox us. With that being said, we're about to go to Breeze.
Yeah, that we are. And honestly, I'm really excited to go to Breeze, not just because we haven't seen it so far today, but because after the recent reworks, it has been added back into pool play. So this is going to be interesting because we all know the meta and the composition coming from old Breeze. But I think for new Breeze, it's still being figured out. So I think this map between these two teams is kind of a wild card.
Well, I think Black knows what they want to do. They picked it. They let we'll call them the younger siblings simply because they were the ones that had to go through the redemption bracket, which is what it always feels like when you have a teacher after your older sibling. It's either, oh, your big sibling was so kind, or I hope you're not like your big brother is the statement that I got most often. So with Gold getting their way, getting to pick the first map, Black now has the opportunity. And we were talking about this in the first game, which is I think both these teams need to win their respective maps. Black probably anticipated the loss on Haven, whereas Gold's expecting the loss on Breeze. Like, they're not wanting it, but they're ready to have to compensate for it. It's really going to come down to whatever that third map is. So I anticipate a very dominant performance from Black.
No, I completely understand that. And speaking of, let's take a look at the roster making up Colorado Black. We're going to have Freaksy, Crown, Hispanic J, Toon, and Leaf.
And it's Jared.
Yes, it is. That's what the J stands for.
And for the side of Colorado Gold, we can hop in with their lineup. It's going to be Sup, Haru, Spazzy, Ronan, and Darius. These two squads from the same school are battling it out for an opportunity to move on to the East-West online qualifier to hope for the opportunity to then compete in nationals in the Windy City of Chicago. And for today, they get to walk away with this beautiful, colorful trophy that features Cypher, Chamber, and my personal favorite, Fade, front and center.
Yeah, they put it so close into stealing, touching distance. But with that being said, again, just a reminder, we are going to be going to Breeze. And the reason that I think Breeze is a little bit more of a wild card, granted that Colorado Black picked it, the reworks are still relatively new. So much like seeing Sunset where it's still new, it hasn't been mostly figured out yet, I think Breeze, there are still some things that have been changed that people have not gotten a lot of practice on and have made the most of just of yet. Don't get me wrong, it's still going to be an advantage to Black because they picked it, but at the same time, I think Gold isn't going to have a problem.
All right, well, let's see if both these teams can throw down as hard as they did on Haven. We got dangerously close to going into a full-fledged overtime, 13-11. Woo!
I'm honestly surprised that we have gone the entire day and haven't gotten one OT.
The man says this, and yet we're about to go into a 2020 round.
You say that, but it hasn't happened yet.
I don't know. Gonna be waiting as we take a quick fly around Breeze.
Such a beautiful map, too.
See, I like to lurk right there where that wall sticks out on left pyramid. As a Sage, I normally put the wall up and then I run back to that spot and I wait with my little ghost and no shields and pray.
Alrighty, well, as the time begins to tick away here for the bye phase, we get a chance to look at some of these compositions, and both sides going to be going with the Cypher, but you know what's one thing I find interesting? The double duel is coming from Colorado Black with the Neon pick.
I'm here for it. I like it. You get kind of a pseudo double wall with Neon and Viper, so you can shut down a little bit more of the line of sight for people to allow your team to engage. But it is very much so an explosive all-or-nothing style composition in comparison to the other comp coming out from Gold. But Leaf comes in, finds one, but Leaf goes down to Ronan there after Hispanic finds the follow-up trade. Right now, Gold is down one agent and is going to have to play for the retake, but Toon, who is lurking in mid, gets two.
That was a huge play, and now it's going to be a 1v3 retake scenario for Colorado Gold. Haru would be the one to do it, honestly. If anybody can go gunny with the Sheriff, It's going to be Haru, but again, a tall task for anybody as they do get flanked and gunned down. That is going to be the first round win here on Breeze, going to Colorado Black.
I understand that if there were someone you would anticipate to be able to take that 1v3, it would be Haru, but the issue is the size of these points and the multitude of angles that can be taken post-plant when it's a 1v3, especially when you know where that one is coming from. You knew where Haru was. Haru got tuned in mid. That really left one spot for Haru to engage from that quickly.
Yeah, and so far, Colorado Black are able to take out the pistol round at the very least, and now we get to see a cheeky little replay of ourselves. Love to see that. That was an intense play right there.
I know, right? Just see me, one try, get the cap on the pen.
Yeah, and you could see me looking over to the left because that's where my monitor is. But here we are, going into round number 2. Haru, again, trying to push forward to find a cheeky peek.
Hispanic in mid, playing around tower. Leaf with the Marshall finds one. Haru goes down to Hispanic J. Ronan will find Toon. Freaksy finds one. Leaf finds another. The Marshall squad coming in clutch right now for CU Black.
And you love to see it too, because I mean, when we talk about Neon, we are used to the run and gun. They are literally the run and gun agent, but not so often do I see a run and gun agent with a Marshall.
No, it's not something. It's definitely not on my bingo card, but it's gonna be from here on out.
And again, a solid second round because they did buy, but they didn't really buy that much. I mean, they bought a Marshall, like you were saying. That's just like a chunk of change, and it's worth every penny. But now, I think CU Black should have enough to actually buy up sizably, as we did see a lot of rifles on their side, and it is going to be another rifle buy, or the first rifle buy, coming from Colorado Gold here in round 3.
Leaf. Leaf. My friend. Are you holding down tube right now?
That's what it looks like.
Did we tell them?
I mean, you could still shoot through the gap.
I guess that's true. But then why? Why? I don't get it. You can't walk down it. Why would you?
I think you go to tube specifically to look for a gun duel.
All right. Post up.
That's where you go for the ego challenge. You go to tubes.
Oh, well, the Marshall shot was whiffed onto the jet. Playing slow. No one has started to put themselves in the line of the enemy. There is the toxic screen and the jet wall being used at the stable, the neon wall. Oh, sneaky. Cypher
30
Cage
seconds
also
left.
used. That's 3 pieces of util, but look at that mini-map. Commitment is
Eyes
not
down.
fully here.
Now that's going to be the first 2 limbs in one trade. Still in the favor of Colorado Gold. As you can see, Haru goes up on top of box, is able to find one and put it into Hispanic J. And now
10
Leaf
seconds left.
still with the Marshall in hand from the side of the pyramid. Looks like they had Spazzy in their sights but couldn't land their shots.
You have the shot. Take the shot. Oh no, looks like Ronan might be saving this round. I believe Ronan was the few eliminations that actually were put onto the side of CU Gold. Yes, Ronan was the only elimination on the side of CU Gold.
And like we were talking about, you know, being able to double up on the walls coming from both Neon and Viper. But I think we forgot one crucial element, and that is the Cypher Cage as well. Now you have 3 lanes of coverage, and it's just absolutely insane. They have literally blocked off all view from the opposition, and I think we're going to see even more of that as we continue.
That is the instance where it turns from a jump scare game into an overstimulated game. And you see that Cypher Cage go up, it ain't worth it. You turn around, you walk away. If you're on offense and the Cypher's on defense, you just don't even try. There is the wall from Neon through mid, steps out of it, gets punished by Haru, attempted follow-up kill from their own jet. Unfortunately is unsuccessful. Hispanic will have to be the one to find the cleanup, but not until after Jet had taken care of both the duelists for CU Black.
Yeah, and so far I think we've seen Hispanic J covering tower nearly every single round here in mid. So at some point you're going to have to start actually trying to play against that, maybe even trying to find an early pick if you're on the side of CU Gold. Meanwhile, you could see the spike is going to be making its way over there towards B main. But this is how you hold on to B. I've seen so many times, especially when they bring the Viper onto Breeze, that they'll stick Viper on B and expect them to hold it by
30
themselves.
seconds left.
That's not how you do it. You need to put a Sentinel there, whether it's KJ or Cypher. Viper cannot hold that spot by themselves, and this is why. You put a Sentinel, you put your best on the B site. You put the Cypher and watch them go to work. They have the utility and they have the intel, and just like that, they were able to pick up a 3K, and now we have a tie game.
Did we see a tripwire that did not get demolished here for that two-piece? Because I think they got snared. Yeah, there's the tripwire. It does not get pulled. They can't even walk through it. They don't even walk through it, and then the Cypher walks into it.
And that's the beauty about the tripwire, because it worked as a distraction more than it worked as a tripwire. They didn't even trip it. They were just too busy trying to find it and not looking at the Cypher that was lurking in the corner.
Mistakes were made. Will they learn from the issue? We'll see as Neon pops old wall is
Spike
used
down
both
A.
walls yet again. Neon finds one, but is quickly cleaned up there after. 2 left standing for CU Black. 4 members alive for
Player
gold.
standing.
1 left
down
standing.
A.
It is just Cypher yet again for the side of CU Black.
Even though the Neon went down, I still argue from time to time that I think Neon has the best ult in the game. I love their ult so much.
I don't know. I lean more into Gecko's ultimate. just because
Really?
I think Gecko's ult's cute.
Okay, fair enough.
The Thrashers are cute.
It's the closest thing we're going to get to a Pokemon trainer in Valorant.
Exactly. That, and I do like Yorus, but Yoru players are by default crazy.
Yeah, they're 100% insane. And that makes them a tad unreliable.
Exactly. You
I'm-
can't rely on crazy.
I'm also kind of surprised we're not seeing a Yaru on Breeze. I've been seeing a lot of, like, honestly, the pick rate for Yaru on Breeze has been going up lately.
30 seconds left.
I just know that everyone has like this mutual love-hate of Yoru. I love them. I love to outsmart them by sitting in a corner and staring at the ground and crouching. Because for some reason, they don't put the flash above my head. They try to put it to the side. 11 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
I don't think this is going to end well for two.
A true fortune teller you are, because most
Right?
certainly it did not go well for Toon at all.
I read the cards. I read the stars.
How? There's no Astra.
I still read the stars. Through the roof, I read the stars.
Yeah, well, here you go. It literally is going to be gold answering back in a major way. You got to keep in mind, they lost the very first 2 rounds, and then they won 2 consecutive rounds of their own, and now they get the go-ahead round as well. They won 3 consecutive rounds, so kind of in a way, they got their own bonus round.
In the early days of Valorant, when I started casting it, I thought it was really common for me to see back-to-back round losses in the beginning of each half to a team that just was abhorrent when it came to pistol play, and then they'd start bringing it back quickly thereafter. They just kind of, they defaulted to, we're going to lose pistol rounds, oh well. We got to make up for it. We'll start on bonus. It's fine.
Well, CU Gold have definitely started on bonus, and they have not stopped. That is 3 unanswered wins going into their favor. And now, this could very well be one of the, actually, no, it was CU Black that decided to save last round, so this is their bye round. And this is their best opportunity to tie up the score again at 3 apiece. Meanwhile, you got Haru pushing up a little bit forward with that op, looking to get a cheeky peek, and will be shooting through the Cypher cage, but they find nothing.
All they found is telling the world, hey, I'm here with the operator. So that tells everybody else, let's not go that way unless we can bait another op shot early if Haru gets overzealous. Darius looking down towards mid, seeing if anyone pops up through this angle. Fully rotating. You can see the mid push is disengaging from the side of CU Black. They're going double doors into A site. Frixie finds Haru.
30
That is
seconds
the
left.
operator down to a Vandal.
I
Leaf
know
finds
exactly.
Spazzy. There is the Neuro Theft. Toon is going to take down Darius. Hispanic J is currently getting the plant and Cypher
Spike planted.
from CU Gold with the Neuro Theft. Knows everyone's location.
What's surprising to me is that they, on the side of CU Gold, completely allowed Colorado Black to take full control of mid with no opposition whatsoever. To me, if you know clearly that the entire team is going up mid, where's the pinch? You're literally asking for a pinch to occur, and we haven't seen that from Colorado Gold. And now, once again, Colorado Black are able to even the odds.
If you There's a phrase that I use very sparingly in this instance, but you need to make people pay for the space that they want to take. And by not pinching, by not engaging even in the slightest, make them give up some health, give up util, you are giving up all of the middle space and letting them choose their own adventure for free. Think like a capitalist.
That is a pretty good analogy there when you're thinking about Valorant, because there is clearly an economy to go around here, and right now that economy looks like it is favoring the side of Colorado Black after that win, although we do see a full buy coming from the side of Gold, and they're making the most of it as Haru, with their purchase of the op, is able to find the first limb.
Neon, playing entry, of course, gets the first, is the first one to be on the receiving end of that operator. We still have Hunter Fury online and Neurotheft from the side of CU Gold. Now the question is, are we going to full commit over to an A site push again? There's been a lot of success right now for CU Black on A site. We do have the Cypher lurking on B, but this could just be to pull the other Cypher's attention.
And it's a good Cypher cage over there towards B, but now you can see the focus is once again at mid, and good on Colorado Gold just for being able to find a couple of peeks out of pocket, catching them in rotation, and now the spike still lingering over here towards mid, and not much doing. They're going for the slow push, but they're eating up a lot of the clock.
42 seconds is enough time, but you got to start committing to a location when you hit into this 30-second zone. We've got defense posted everywhere right now, but A is the most locked down. Darius is going to find Freaksy. 2 left standing, 1 with their back towards A site, looking down towards B, seeing if anyone is bold enough to peek this corner. I'm not positive if the KO from McDonald is going to swing all the way towards mid, and instead it's Sup to take the duel, and Crown is going to be the one getting eliminated.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, now there's literally no time to get the spike planted, but it's okay because I think Toon is looking to save either way and maybe even look for an exit frag. As that will do it, and CU Gold will once again take a lead.
Oh,
no exit frag for you.
Nice try, Toon.
You see, this time it was a much better showing coming from the Colorado Gold defense. They actually sent Sova mid, and Sova managed to find an limb. And not only that, but they forced the Viper to push up over towards B, and then sure enough, they were able to catch Viper out of pocket, out of position, in mid-rotation. Those are the best times to get free picks, is when you're catching the offense in mid-rotation. Last time they just gave mid away for free. Now they're actually starting to play defense on it.
Exactly, you gotta make them pay for it. Leaf, yeah, Hispanic made up for it.
Did they?
Kind of. Hispanic at least got the kill, but Leaf made a lot of noise and got a lot of people killed.
I was about to say, there's still a discrepancy there. You know, you got a 4v2 still in the favor of Colorado Gold, and don't get me wrong, you know, Spazzy, they weren't able to pick up the limb, but they definitely did a good bit of damage and was, you know, able to, at the very least, give intel necessary to Colorado Gold to know exactly where these last 2 players are.
Hey, I wasn't saying that Sova found the equalizer. He at least got the kill.
Down mid.
Well, now only Crown remains as the swing comes through, and Sup with the right click, able to put an end to Crown, giving a 2-round cushion to CU Gold.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Speedway, slide, the other slide.
And again, that's kind of like that double-edged sword with Neon, just because they are such an aggressive character that they're often going to be the first ones in to kind of jump, push the initiative. And because of that, they're usually the first ones to get eliminated. Like the same with Haru. It's a double-edged sword. The first one that goes in, more often than not, is going to be the first one to go down.
Very glass cannon.
Yes.
But Haru finds Leaf, the other glass cannon, and sends him to the Shadow Realm. Enjoy observing for the next minute and 20 seconds.
And look at the spike. They literally left it there in mid. Not much doing there. If they're trying to plan on a long rotation, maybe. But you can see Hispanic J. Perfectly placed shock dart. The null command comes out, and out goes the KO. But Sup will be there to get the elimination. And now it is a 5v3 in the favor of Colorado Gold. As Haru is there on the B site. And finally, we see Colorado Black rotating back to get Spike.
I completely understand leaving the spike behind. It's a default push. You're trying to force out util ults, possibly get a pick. But if someone dies and you need to make sure it's not the person with the spike. And the best way to guarantee that, nobody has the spike. You drop it closer to where you want to go. They forced util, but now there's only 2 standing. And during rotation, they lost another teammate who was actually already at the site. However, plant is confirmed. Crow and Toon are here. Crow finds one. Crow goes down to Darius. Their Jet is very low on health. Theoretically, we could see this work out in favor of Toon to get at least the Jet kill, but they don't find it.
And again, just making the most of the econ round. Your whole point whenever you have the buyer's advantage against a team that's in eco is to get the win with as few eliminations as possible. And that's the best way to get the bang for your buck. And that's what we just saw from CU Gold. They managed to get the win, and it only costed them 1 player. So again, that's only going to be 1 rebuy, and it's only going to do more for their economy.
But again, what is this going to do to their Roblox skin economy? It looks like Spazzy, everyone's full buying. Haru again, still with the operator. Everyone on this, ooh, Toon is broke. Time to go to the dollar store.
Absolutely. You know, hey, sometimes you can find some good things at the dollar store, but one thing that drew my attention is that, yes, Haru, once again, is going to go with the op, and they still had like 7,500 credits to retire on.
They're not hurting. That is for sure.
I'm about to say, can I hold a couple of credits? Please?
No default push this time. We're pinching off towards A site, 2 through double doors, and the rest through A main. You hear Hunter's Fury get procced as well as Viper's Pit. During Viper's Pit, Darius goes down. Leaf is going to find Spaz. For the first time in a while, Gold is at a disadvantage. And Ronan in Viper's Pit goes down. There goes the pit as well.
This is definitely the round that Colorado Black needed. Not only were they able to come through and clearly take full control of the A site, but they managed to call out and bait out a lot of utility and the Viper's Pit. That is going to be one of the biggest wins that they get in this round, is now they don't have to worry about that Viper's Pit for a while.
It is Sup and Haru alive. However, if there were 2 players I'd want to see still alive on defense, it would be those 2. But at the end of the day, they are going to go down. Gold still at 6, leading by 2. CU Black getting closer to the scoreboard of CU Gold, but they need to win these next 2 rounds before this half ends to equalize us. We have yet to see a tied 6-6 game at half.
Honestly, that's a rare occurrence in and of itself. It's very rare to see it go directly to that 6-6. And more often than not, when I have seen that happen, it's always been on Ascent.
Really?
Really.
Huh. I feel like I've seen a lot more 6-6s.
Where, though?
It was... I mean, they have been organized broadcasts. Not me playing, legitimately me casting, ironically enough, Prestige, one of these players. I've seen him in a lot of 6-6s. I've seen the Broncos in a few of them as well.
Enemy mark.
Ooh, goes through the wall, gets the decay, ends up in the poison orb as well. Spanik gets Ronan. This is overstimulating. Frixie finds Spazzy. Apparently the Spaz does not flourish in overstimulating environments. Major shock to everyone.
And Haru gets baited out there with the Jiggle Peek coming from Jet. And now they know exactly where Haru is. They're over here towards yellow. And not only that, but how about a Neuro Theft as well? But take a look at this Sup coming from around the corner to find another limb. We have a 2v2, and Spike hasn't even been planted.
Spike is in front of Sup, and Sup with the Neuro Theft means he knows where everybody is. They're looking. Cypher is ready. The bald man is out.
Let's go!
Got the better of the peak against Leaf, but not against Sup. Baited the first op shot with their teammate. You were op bait. I'm sorry, Leaf. Ooh, using the Cloud Smoke in order to swap over to the Phantom close range combat. However, Haru, when you swing this angle, are you ready? Yes, Haru is ready.
Oh my goodness. You see, I was excited because I'm thinking, yes, we get a 1v1 sniper battle. It's going to be the battle of the ops, but then all we saw, Haru drop down, grab the Phantom, and then all of a sudden, you know, we were looking at the opposition, and it's like, well, if they did it, I'm going to have to do it too.
Frixie should have heard the drop of the op. I don't know. Maybe the in-game sound effects aren't turned high enough. Maybe they're too zoned in, didn't hear the sound of the gun hitting the ground, and were unprepared for the close range combat.
Well, here we go. The last round of the first half. And still a respectable buy coming from CU Black here. CU Gold again are going to be sticking with that op there. On to Haru as Hispanic J is going to send out the owl drone, and there goes the Viper's Wall. And here we are. It is going to be yet another push onto the A site.
Double molly down main on A site. Leaf is going to use their ultimate, find Spazzy. 2 went down for the side of CU Black. Hispanic J is going to find Ronin. 3v3, 2v3 as Sup finds Crown in the Viper's Pit. Tank goes down. Knives are expelled completely. Freaksy dies to Darius. And Sup gaining space through the cage. Swing peek. Down goes Hispanic J.
Down they go, and up goes the lead for Colorado Gold. As now they're going to be going into the half at an 8-4 split. But need I mind you, the comeback that we have seen on Haven before, that was exactly split at the half, 8-4.
It was, but again, it was Black that was at 4, and they didn't successfully bring it all the way back.
True.
So if we follow the storyline, well, the setting is different. We are repeating the same anime arc.
It does seem that way, doesn't it? But at the same time, we have definitely seen a lot of 8-4 comebacks, though. We have seen the success of the 8-4 curse.
It's not impossible. I believe in the 8-4 curse. I believe in the 10-2 curse. I don't believe in the 11-1 curse or whatever the heck it is. I don't believe in that one.
Everything, all the disparities, all the differences in rounds are all curses.
Yes.
Every single one of them. And you know what? Even the 12-1 curse, you know, that is definitely still a thing. Yeah, the 12-1 curse, definitely plausible. It's the Havada Kedavra of Valorant curses.
With that being said, we are taking a quick timeout. Like I said, we are following the same storyline. This is like, it feels like I'm watching Bleach. It's in a different location, but it always ends the same. There's plot armor, and right now Gold's the one looking like they have said plot armor. It's going to look like they're going to get defeated by the bad guy, which is CU Black in this instance, which is also their sibling teams. They're not actually bad. They play a lot. They're good friends. But nonetheless, plot armor. Theoretically speaking, Gold's going to come out on top. Just based off of the history that we have, which is all about one game, and if you're an actual researcher, that is not enough evidence. Oh, hello, Snaky. Oh my gosh, look at the little tea party they're having.
I thought that was a worm.
Oh, that is a worm.
It reminds me of Jiminy Cricket from Pinocchio.
But worm.
But worm form, right. Well, here we are, starting the first round of the second half. We're back to the pistols. All's fair and all is square. And now it's going to be CU Gold with a chance to play a little offense.
Remember, CU Black has been historically more successful on the pistol rounds. I have more pistol round evidence for Black than I do the overall scoreline leading to a specific outcome. But yes, Black has historically been better on these pistol rounds. All 4 of their wins basically came from pistols. And as I'm saying that, Haru gets the first kill, followed by Sup. Sup and Haru are telling me to eat my words and eat crows, but Leaf finds Darius. Sup finds one, Frixie finds another, and that is a plant for Haru.
Spike planted.
Yep, and down it goes, and you got to look at Frixie already. Only 48 health to their name. It's only going to take one solid shot to the chest from a Sheriff to put them in the dirt. And there you have it. How about a headshot with a Ghost? That seems to get the job done just as well.
The reason why I like the Ghost.
Because of the pew-pew?
Well, I like it because it has the suppressor on it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really difficult for people to know where I'm at. And because I play like a rat, I need the suppressor.
They literally just had every single angle covered there on the retake. There was no way to go, and it pretty much that. You're pretty much walking into a firing squad, and now CU Gold get their 9th round win, and they have the upper hand in the purchase going into this next round. All but ensuring that they're going to put themselves into the double digits, but Leaf able to start off with a positive note, getting that early elim with the Marshall.
Ronin with the
Poison's off.
rhubarb vandal. I love the rhubarb.
Toxin screen down.
Gold 9-4. Black is hurting Leaf. The Marshall already picked up a kill, but is gonna have to fully disengage with 12 health to their name. And everyone's lining up here. A site main. Maybe one goes up the road to get a cheeky headshot, but that's going to be about it.
Do you really want to stack when you push this, though? Again, they're going to be watching main, and out goes the blind. Should buy them enough room to push forward. Keep in mind that the Marshall is still in play. Coming from the Neon, they're trying to escape, but they cannot escape Haru, as they will be gunned down, and now the spike will be planted onto the A site.
That took 3 people plus the actual kill shot. Everybody that was living on the side of CU Gold had a piece of killing Leaf on Neon.
Now only Toon remains on the side of CU Black, as they're going to have to drop back over towards Bridge. Possibly look for an exit frag on their way out, as they are going to be coming back to the door, and they only got a Sheriff in hand. Meanwhile, the entire opposition has Bulldogs. And they could just get this final LM. Spike continuing to tick away, and now it's time to give up Spike, make their way back round, and Haru with a mean flank, able to just put the cherry on top of that round for CU Gold.
CU Gold is inching closer and closer and closing things out. As a reminder, if you're just joining us, they are at series point in this best of 3. They took Haven in a 13-11 series. Now the question is, can they close us out here on Breeze, which is CU Black's pick, but CU Black is struggling, evident by the 10-4 scoreline as we are in the second half here. And Sup, top fragging, 17 eliminations right now.
No surprise, this isn't the first time they were on the top frag as a Sentinel. They did the same thing with the KJ. And you know what, Sup is definitely, you know what, I know we don't have MVPs, but I feel like this is the MVP of the Rockies Regional Red Bull Campus Club.
So when they take the picture, make sure Sup is holding the trophy. Unless Sup is the tallest, in which case go to the back as a short person.
Toxin screen down.
As a fellow short person, I also agree.
Right. Ronan comes in, gonna set down the Poison Orb, gets an elimination, gets the plant, is rooted in place by the kill animation. There's no one left standing. That's an opportunity for Black to come in and get the defuse. Finally, halfway to the score line of CU Gold.
Well, there you go. That's half the work done. You know, they managed to cut the lead in half, and now they still have a long way to go. And be that as it may, you know, Colorado Gold, they still have a lot of credits to retire on. At least that's what it appears to be as we get ready to head into the next round. But we do have a pulse, and we have a sign of life from Colorado Black.
With these signs of life, though, it really, I think you give an inch, they're going to take a mile, as you mentioned earlier. Hello, Mr. Sloth. It's a
Pirate
pleasure
Sloth.
Pirate Sloth. Apologies. It's a pleasure to see you. Now, if that is the mentality that CU Black's going to be coming in here with, every mistake that CU Gold is giving up is an inch. They need to be careful.
I don't know if Colorado Black can be careful. I don't know if that's their style. It's definitely not Gold's. Golds don't know how to be careful. I'm sorry. Colorado Gold is the most aggressive team I think I've seen here today. Normally, I'll give that award to Boise. Boise, very aggressive team. But you know what? I didn't see the aggression so much today. I've been seeing it from Colorado Gold.
They were very somber today.
They were. They needed more Red Bull.
You know how much caffeine's probably already in their blood systems? Hey, Leaf, Sup, who's gonna peek? Leaf peeks, the knee was shown. There was a little bit of ankle too, but it's not enough. Sup takes a few shots. Wall is up as well. Trying to bait Sup into thinking that Neon has ran through.
I know exactly where you
But Sup finds the Elim regardless. You can't bait Sup. And now the bald man is here.
And you know what? I've even made this argument that Cypher is the bald representation in Valorant. And someone said, no, you know, they're a robot, they're this, they're that. I was like, but do they have hair? No, that makes them bald, and so is KO.
Is Cypher fully robot? I thought he was cyborg.
I have no idea, to be honest. I thought the same thing. And these are the type of arguments that we have in the Valorant community. And they're all important.
Google that. I need to know if Cypher's a robot or a cyborg.
We need fact checking.
Yes. Please.
Meanwhile, there is the fact that is undisputable that the spike is continuing to tick away on the B site, and there's not much doing right now from Colorado Black, as they, again, it looks as though they're just trying to get an exit frag on their way out, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get any, as the spike will detonate, and that's going to be the 11th round win for CU Gold here on Breeze. They are looking strong.
Cypher is a human.
It has been fact-checked.
I will confirm, though, that likely, even though I haven't checked it yet, KO is probably 100% robot.
But it's a human's brain, gotta be, though.
Sentient, perhaps, but I think it's advanced AI technology.
Again, these are the questions that we need to be asking in the Valorant world. Meanwhile, we're going to ask the question, will CU Gold be able to put themselves onto match point here in round 17? Only time will tell. As you can see, Darius and company will be forcing their way back into attacker spawn. They were initially throwing out a lot of util on A. They're starting to back off, but hold on. A little hesitancy coming out from CU Gold. Are they going to commit or are they not?
Is this the moment where they've given the inch for CU Black to claim the mile? We'll have to see. We've got everybody alive on both sides. Bladestorm is ready to go for the side of CU Gold. Keep in mind, Neurotheft from CU Black requires a corpse. No one has yet to fall. Means basically Cypher may will not have an ult right now.
The Bladestorm is still in hand for CU Gold, though. Haru does have that Bladestorm to work with. As a matter of fact, it is the only ult, but it will be Hispanic J to put it in to Sup as they get eliminated. And now, Hispanic J will get a taste of their own medicine, but Spazzy from the side, able to find a three-piece, and out goes the null command, as it will be CU Gold to completely take control of the A site.
Ah, yes. By the way, KO is an anti-radiant robot created in an alternate universe for the battle against Radiance, and that is why he has the ability to use null command.
Can we just get a Valorant TV series and call it a day?
The lore is lacking.
That's why we need the TV series, so we can get the lore. And now, just like that, Colorado Gold have put themselves onto match point, onto series point, and onto the Rocky Regionals Red Bull Campus clutch point.
Well, at the end of the day, one of the teams wins. Technically, they both win, right?
That's what I said. Like, if I was the coach, I won already. But at the same time, if you're the players on stage, you want to be the one that's going to the East-West Online Conference qualifiers. That's you want to be that team.
We'll have to wait and see which one it is. As Neon has procced ult, Toon is going to find Sup. Hispanic J is going to find Darius. I don't know what happened, but the fire has been lit, and it is burning.
Enemy remaining.
Spazzy is going to find Freaksy. Leaf tries to find another follow-up, goes down to Haru. It is just Haru left standing. Don't let Haru get the multi-kill credit here.
They
Haru.
still got that
Haru's
blade
just gonna
storm.
hide. Try to bait through shoot. We do still have blade storm. You're right, Cap. Ooh, the jump. Yep.
Yep. It was the drop down that led to their get down, right into the dirt. And they will be eliminated. And now, CU Black once again cut the lead in half. Granted, it is a wider deficit than earlier, but it's still half.
Slowly but surely they're closing the gap, but they need to start getting closer to closing it at this point. The longer this goes on, the more tired you get, the more mistakes you're going to be making. Let's see if the side of CU Black starts capitalizing more on these mistakes from CU Gold. That is the closest that we've seen CU Black to a full team wipe in a while, so we'll have to wait and see.
Get out of my way.
Ooh, recon dart at the back of sight, not getting cleared out. Darius walking in, runs through the wall. Crown finds one, Leaf finds two, Spazzy finds Crown, Leaf finds Spazzy. Bodies are hitting the floor left and right. People are in the shadow round. This is the end-all, be-all, do or die if you are CU Black. Here's the Hunter's Fury to force up into the line of sight of Leaf. Leaf with the four-piece combo. That is another round win for CU Black.
Yep, that it is. And that gap is shrinking slowly but surely. And look at the economy. It is starting to go the way of CU Black. CU Gold looking a little worse for wear in their pockets, as this could be the time. It could be the change of comeback season for CU Black.
Are you telling me that CU Gold's looking like they're holding silver instead?
It's definitely looking that way. I mean, you still have that one half shield there and a Guardian as well, but it's going to be up to CU Black to see if they can hold on defensively as we get round number 20 underway.
And if Black hangs on, we have another map after this. Mark my words, it's not the end just yet. That puts us at equal grounds on both sides. Hispanic J holding one of my favorite vandals right now. The rhubarb swinging out through double doors. Leaf does a little bit of pepper damage and then turns and advances in the opposite direction, going towards McDonald's as we see a full mid-rotation. A Sova hiding on the other side of double doors. Not going to get spotted out just yet. Has to play patiently. Maybe some Sova on Sova action. Might be able to see who comes out on top of that duel in the upper right corner. Never mind. They're just going to miss each other.
Again, Valorant timing at its finest here. Meanwhile, you got Hispanic J on the other side of the double doors. They do get pinged out, and the wall bang from the Guardian is on target. Haru, thanks to the kill feed, able to put it into Frixie, as now it is a 5v3, and the spike should be going down on A at any moment, and there it goes. Spazzy able to get the play, and Haru finds another, and now only 2 players remain from CU Black until there were only 1.
It goes down to Toon. Toon has to make the biggest hero play, the second ace of this entire tournament in order to be victorious here and send us into another round. Let it be that CU Gold will get the trophy and the victory here on Breeze. We can barely hear the spike ticking down, but there is Darius with the final kill shot with the operator. Toon falls. Colorado Gold in this instance walks away with the gold.
Yep, that they do, and just like that, Colorado Gold did what no one else really thought was achievable. Not only did they manage to come to Boise and defeat the defending champions of the Rockies Red Bull Campus Clutch Regional Finals, but they also managed to take on what you called their older sibling team in Colorado Black. The only undefeated team today has now been defeated.
By their younger sibling, no less, and that is the mom said it's my turn on the Xbox. I would like to point out that the director of BSU, the coach of one of our Valorant coaches as well, because he doubles and wears many hats, Doc, at the end of the previous game where the BSU squad was knocked out, walked up to me and said, "I think Gold has this one."
Yeah, and they called it correctly.
And walked away.
I'm just glad that they didn't have us do predictions on the desk, because I don't know how well that would have went, but apparently Doc calls it as they sees it, and they saw it correctly. It is Colorado Gold. That will be your Rockies Regional Red Bull Campus Clutch champions.
Lots of alliterations. With that being said, congratulations to Colorado Gold on your guys' victory. You're one step closer to making it to Nationals and making it to the Windy City of Chicago. And we will be able to transition over to our fabulous, you can see our camera crew is walking up towards the stage for the opportunity to hand over this trophy to Colorado Gold, presented by Red Bull, the awesome people that have helped put on this tournament, brought it here to Boise into our hometown, gave us a lot of caffeine because it's 100% necessary, gave us the atmosphere, set everything up. They're going to walk towards the stage and get their trophy. Hopefully, like we said, it's going to be Sup holding that one up, because Sup, you deserve it unless you're above 5'9", in which case go stand in the back.
Well, you know, in the meanwhile, while we're waiting for the trophy presentation, I would like to take a moment to give a lot of appreciation to everybody in production, our TOs, our admins, everybody that's flipping the switches behind the screens. Get their deserved credit, of course, and not to mention we also should give a big thank you to Dr. Marlene Tromp as well. Just another reminder, whom without this would barely be, if not possible at all. So again, another huge shout out, and just a big shout out also to Boise State for letting us put this event on here in their amazing arena. Again, I have been to several, and this is definitely the best collegiate arena I have ever been to. And you know what? I had to take a moment to look at production again just to give them the wave. I love this group of people. I love the community here, and I got to say, I hope this is not the last time that I visit Boise State.
We will definitely love to have you back, and I also want to give a thank you to Jacob and Colin for handling not only interviews, but our quick game recaps as we were transitioning in and out of games, and for covering on the tail. And that is our Rockies regional champions for our Red Bull Campus Club. Congratulations to Colorado Gold. You guys walk away with the victory.
And hold that trophy high, show it to the world to let them know who the best in the Rocky region is. It is Colorado Gold, who will be moving on to the East-West Online Conference qualifiers.
Congratulations to all of you, and congratulations to everyone that competed today, whether you finished in second, whether you finished in third, or even fourth. The fact that you made it here is success in itself. It's only onwards from here. There's other opportunities to qualify. With that being said, that is the end of this LAN. we have to say goodnight, even though it's not that late, which is a little weird for a LAN event. I'm used to like walking out and it being like, is it the next day or is it still the same day right now because it's so dark outside?
Well, you see, that's the thing I love about esports and LANs in general is that you really get lost in the atmosphere. You get lost in the school spirit. You get lost in the esport. You get lost in the atmosphere, everything, the hype that they're bringing. You can really lose track of time. And like you said, we pretty much have.
I don't know what time it is for reference. And we can take a quick look at all of the pop-off moments that were here today. But before we do that, Captain, it's been a pleasure to actually get to meet you face-to-face and cast with you. I really look forward to our next opportunity. Once again, this is Captain Ahsoka. I'm Nerdy Bird. I'm at the Nerdy Bird on Twitter. What's your Twitter? It's just Captain Ahsoka, right?
Yeah, at Captain Ahsoka.
Yeah, so find us both on Twitter. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We look forward to the next time we get to see you. But until then, have a lovely evening. Enjoy these pop-off moments from everyone today.